Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter unleashed Voldemort as the master of dark magic. Here is short summary. After a soul-shattering encounter with a Dementor, Harry awakens powers darker than anyone imagined, not knowing Voldemort's essence now lives through him. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry shook his head as he folded the parchment up and sealed it in an envelope, following it up with a tap of his wand to secure it. He had really only meant to say hi. He made his way out of the portrait hole and down the corridor heading for the Ollery. It was just after 6, and considering that it was a Saturday, the castle was predictably deserted with the exception of Filch's cat Mrs. Norris, who scurried away almost the moment she saw him. The Ollery was permeated with crisscrossing beams of morning sunlight by the time Harry finally reached it. Well over 100 owls were tucked away on perches up above and on the rafters. The majority of them were school barn owls, but here and there a student's owl stood out. Many of them were restless, likely just having returned from a late hunt. He stepped across the straw-covered floor, occasionally feeling a small skeleton crunch to pieces under his feet, and looked around for Hedwig. "There you are, girl," he said as he spotted her near the top of the vaulted ceiling. "Come on down, I've got a letter for you to take to Tonks." She swooped down and landed on his shoulder, lightly nipping his ear once. "How have you been?" Hedwig gave a low, indignant hoot and threw a look of contempt back up at the rafters. Following her gaze, Harry could see a few owls shuffling around and watching them shiftily. He looked back at Hedwig, eyebrows raised. "Don't tell me you've got boy problems," he said with a grin, scratching the owl along her neck. "Must be tough being so popular." Hedwig gave a louder hoot, flapping her wings a bit, which made Harry laugh. "Well, if they're bothering you, then tell them to lay off. You've got to be stern with them, else they'll never leave you alone." Glare. "Hey, don't give me that look, I'm not taking care of your problems for you. Do you see me trying to get dragons to solve mine?" Another hoot, completely unimpressed. "Come on, do I look like an owl to you? How should I know?" A sudden cough made him turn around quickly, Hedwig squawking indignantly at the sudden motion. Cho was standing in the doorway, wearing robes over what were clearly pajamas. They had little tiny snitches on them that he swore were fluttering in place. "Hey," said Harry at once, petting Hedwig to calm her down. Hi," said Cho, looking embarrassed. "I didn't think anyone would be up here this early. I woke up really early and realized I hadn't sent this last night like I meant to. It's my mum's birthday." She held up a small parcel and a letter. "Ah, fancy that." They fell into a bit of an awkward silence as Cho moved to one side of the room and coaxed down one of the school barn owls. Who were you talking to just now?" she asked, her attention divided between tying the parcel to the owl and Harry. "Oh, Hedwig here's got boy problems," said Harry, glancing back at his snowy owl. "Sounds like a couple of the student owls have taken a fancy to her, but," Hedwig gave a flat hoot, "as you can see, she's not really impressed." Cho stood there for a moment before succumbing to peals of laughter, using the sill to keep herself upright. She continued to laugh until the barn owl hooted rather loudly and she regained some control of herself, finishing tying the letter and parcel and tossing the owl out the window. "You mean all that time?" She lost her voice to more giggling before calming down and shaking her head a bit, causing her hair to dance behind her. "I'm sorry," she said, wiping an eye. "You're giving relationship advice to your owl with a straight face, and I just couldn't help it." Harry couldn't help but grin. Seeing Cho cheerful like this wasn't something he got to see often, especially recently. Sunlight glinted off of her dark hair prettily, and he almost missed what she said next. "I can understand though," she continued, walking over to stand next to him. "She is a very beautiful owl." Hedwig puffed herself up a bit at this and Harry laughed at his vain owl. There was a moment where their eyes met, and Cho moved slightly closer, pressing against his personal space. An indignant hoot from Hedwig made them both start. She gave Cho a narrow look before making a sharp sound at Harry. "I am not," he said quickly. "Go on then, The sooner you go, the sooner you'll get to rest. Bloody bird, he grumbled under his breath as Hedwig soared off over the forbidden forest. Cho just gave him an odd look. You're not really talking to your owl, are you? She asked tentatively. Harry broke off as he realized how odd he must look. I've spent a lot of summer time with Hedwig, so I guess sometimes I do feel like I understand her pretty well. They made their way out of the Ollery and back downstairs slowly, enjoying each other's company, though little was said between them at that point. Were you sending a letter to family? Asked Cho after a bit. Just a friend, he said automatically. I'm going to head to breakfast now, I'm starving. He glanced over at Cho. Want to, come sit with. Sorry, I'd really like to, but I'm not exactly ready for the day, said Cho apologetically. I need to head back to the dorm. Next time though. Ah, true, he said, looking at her pajamas. Cho quickly pulled her robes tighter around her, turning red. You don't need to be embarrassed, they're cute. Of course, that just made her blush harder. I'll see you around, Harry, she said quickly, heading back to Ravenclaw Tower as rapidly as she could. Yeah, bye, Cho. Harry watched her walk out of sight with a small smile before continuing to the Great Hall. Maybe things weren't looking so bad between them after all. Harry, you both really should be doing your homework. Come off it already, said Ron in annoyance. Quidditch is just as important as class. We need to be practicing. Ever since Ron made the team the previous evening, he'd been talking about Quidditch nonstop. It wasn't that different from what normally happened, but it was certainly driving Hermione somewhat mad. His negligence about his school work was something she was already unhappy about. At this point, she didn't even try to argue with him. Harry, on the other hand, was a different matter entirely. Harry, she repeated sternly. Hold on, Hermione, he said quickly, putting up a hand to stop Ron from saying anything that would get him into hotter water. I'm perfectly aware of how much work we have, but I've actually already done a fair bit of it. I stayed up late last night and finished Flitwick's and McGonagall's homework. Still need to do Sprouts and Snape's, but I can do that after practice. It's good to take breaks. Ron and Hermione both looked at him in surprise. Ron because he thought Harry was just as behind as he was, and Hermione because this was completely out of the ordinary. Oh, she said, caught off guard. Would you like me to check them over? Harry could tell that she wanted to make sure he didn't rush through it, but was honestly grateful that she was concerned for him. Yeah, that would be nice. They're in my bag next to my bed. Are we gonna go practice or what? Asked Ron impatiently, clearly eager to get away from talking about homework. No doubt he was wary of the intense wrath he would incur if Hermione ever truly understood how behind he was. And it was just the first week. Right, let's go, said Harry, standing up. Their brooms were in the Gryffindor locker rooms, so there was no need to head back to the common room. Hermione, keep a copy of The Prophet for me, would you? I never get rid of mine right away, so no worries there, she said, tapping her own. You going to talk to him? Yeah, I'll see what he knows about it. Hermione nodded. After reading about Sturgis Podmore's arrest, the three agreed that the best course of action was to contact Sirius through the mirror to see if they could get more accurate information. Sure, they might not learn something new, but they really had nothing to lose by asking. The remainder of the morning went on about as smoothly the rest of Harry's life had been progressing lately. Despite having a fairly good session of practice with Ron in which he played chaser against him keeping, Ron's confidence was bottomed out by his nerves at being at the first practice coupled with their incredibly annoying audience. Apparently, Malfoy and his Quidditch cronies had nothing better to do than to shout insults at them from the stands as the Gryffindor team attempted to get back into the swing of things after an entire year of being inactive. Fortunately for Harry, he was in prime shape as always. His position was almost solely reliant on his flying ability, and that never seemed to ebb. It also helped that he actually hadn't been ignoring flying during the previous year, using it whenever he needed a breather from the stress that the Tri-Wizard tournament had provided. Suffice it to say, he had often found himself in the air for one reason or another. Back to the practice, a passable summary of events would be that Katie was injured and had to go to the hospital wing, causing practice to end early. Just ask the Slytherins who were watching. Weasley, I don't know if they told you, but being a keeper means you need to be able to catch the ball. You know, I'd bet Weasley would actually make a pretty good seeker. He could spot a speck of gold from over a mile away. Not to mention chase after it faster than anyone else. Ooh, right through her hands to her face. And she's been a chaser for how long? Maybe they should switch her with Weasley. She could block the goals with her fat head. Wow, Weasley's got some arm. Look at all that blood. Must have broke her nose or something. Attaboy, Weasel. Show us what you've got. Ah, it's over. Nothing like a comedy show to brighten your morning, Harry sighed as the remainder of the team entered the changing rooms. The Slytherins were obnoxious as always, but at least they were fairly civil about it this time. He pulled off his Quidditch robes and stowed them back in his locker. They wouldn't need washing at all since he had only been in them for such a short time. Practice usually lasted a couple hours at least. Ron, you need to ignore crap like that, said Angelina, crossing her arms as she looked at the new keeper with a frown. If you can't handle them, then you'll break during the matches. I'm sorry, he mumbled, looking at the floor. I'm still not completely used to this yet. Angelina's frown slowly faded, and she patted him on the shoulder. No worries, Ron, we all have nerves at the beginning. I wouldn't have let you onto the team if I didn't think that you could handle it, and besides you've certainly got the ability. Just practice getting into the zone and blocking everything else out. The hoops too. Just block, block, block. Do some meditation if that helps. Earplugs. Curse them off, I don't care. Whatever it takes. Right, I will, he said with a nod, though still not meeting her eyes. That was still good enough for her. Good. The captain turned to her friend with a heavy sigh. All right, Alicia, let's go check up on Katie and those idiots. They walked out of the changing room, the door closing softly behind them. All right, Ron, asked Harry, walking over to him. Do I look all right? I was bloody awful, he snapped, glaring at him. No, you weren't, said Harry patiently. Besides, just like Angelina said, it was your first practice. It'll take a little time to get used to it. Plus, everyone's still a bit rusty after not playing for so long. Yeah, well, we can't all be bloody brilliant at everything like you, said Ron walking past him and out of the room. Harry just stood there gritting his teeth in frustration. He let out a sigh as he took a seat on one of the benches, stretching out on his back. He was in no rush to get back. His homework could wait for a few minutes. Accuracy course. Version 1, he said to the room, getting up and tossing the towel he had been using to the side where it vanished into thin air. Harry stretched a bit as the room reconfigured itself for his request. He had earlier discovered that the room was easier used by spending time creating specific rooms and almost committing them to memory by giving each a name. It was wholly unnecessary, as the room could just as easily read his thoughts, but it helped streamline the process some, especially if the shifts were large. This one in particular was the most basic spell accuracy setup there was. The space was fairly empty with large stationary targets all over the place at varying distances. Harry turned from the targets and looked down at a book that had appeared on a stand, already opened a number of pages in. The Art of Combat. A Millennium of Advancement. This was one of his own that he had lent to the room from the collection that Sirius had snuck into his trunk from the Black Library. He was currently open to the second section of the first chapter, Piercing. Seriously can't get over how awesome this room is, he muttered, turning a page before letting the book and its stand vanish. In all honesty, the amount of control he had over the environment in the room was utterly intoxicating. The master of the room was practically a god within it, and it was just a matter of believing in that fact. He had to often remind himself that he was there to accomplish things and didn't have all the time in the world. Confodio. Harry's spell lanced into one of the closer targets, hitting it near the center and carving a hole in it about a centimeter wide. The spell was a low-purpose piercing curse. According to the book he was reading, spells went through phases of use that often included small changes in their average power and intent. This resulted in there being far more spells that do the same thing than anyone could ever want. Depending on what people wanted, a few of those spells would become well used and the others would fade away into time. Bring about a new phase, and the process repeated. It's easily argued that they were all the same spell, and in a sense they are. However, using a version of a spell for precisely what it was designed for would certainly give a better result than trying a similar one. This is why there was a different incantation for a severing charm and cutting curse, even though they essentially did the same thing. Pretty weak compared to some of the others, but I'd hate to see what it would do something living, Harry considered with a frown. The thought of having a hole like that somewhere in his body wasn't too pleasant. Of course, the majority of spells in general could cause living beings nothing but varying degrees of hell. A scouring charm to the eyeball, for example. Even just a week of studying curses on his own had given him a new respect for wands and magic in general. He tried not to think about the fact that he belonged to a society that armed young children with lethal weapons and let them run around on their own. It was an absolute wonder that they weren't all dead yet. Then again, it wasn't like they hadn't had an entire year of their professors telling them constantly how dangerous magic could be and to treat it with care. Considering that they could do some incredibly scary things, the students had felt it only too right to comply. A bell chimed as the clock struck 7, bringing Harry out of his current thoughts. He had been in the room training on and off for nearly 6 hours now, doing his remaining homework during the break times. That certainly explained why his body felt worn out, though he still felt fine casting. Normally, he'd have been getting dinner right away, but his detention had been cancelled for that evening. Honestly, a break from the scowling Slytherin was more than welcome. Sure, he was the dreaded Harry Potter, but really there was a limit to everything, wasn't there? On a completely different note, he had begun practicing left-handed casting, something that was fairly embarrassing to watch. Presently he just tried simple things like levitating a feather. It didn't need much aiming and was just a nice way for him to get used to holding a wand in his left hand, which still felt decidedly awkward, like holding a fork in the wrong hand. Harry had decided that on Monday he would switch over to his left hand full-time until midway through his evening training. That would keep him working hard but not let his regular skills diminish. Well, in theory. Harry grumbled, sinking into a chair that materialized as he sat down. He was still working out a proper balance to his training, though it should be a bit easier now that he'd completed a full week of class. Every morning he woke up, showered, then headed off to breakfast, finishing a little while before first period started. As he had free time occasionally, sometimes he would head over to the room. Morning sessions in the room were strictly for evasion. It wasn't difficult to get the room to figure out a way to chuck stuff at him to mimic incoming spells. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. The afternoon and evening was much more interesting as he focused entirely on spellwork. He made a point of learning at least one new spell a day, though oftentimes he went well beyond that. Still, as intensely as he worked himself, he took breaks often to do homework and rest his body, something Moody and Kingsley had drilled into his head. It was during these times that he'd also look through the sections of books he had marked off for potential practice. Any time he found something interesting, he'd make a note of it in the book and always wrote what he thought about the spell or concept in the margins once he had tried it out. It helped him organize his thoughts and better manage his personal training. What was probably the most interesting thing, however, was that neither Ron nor Hermione had attempted to press him for information about why he was out so much. True, the majority of the time they were preoccupied from being in class while Harry roamed free, but he was rarely in the common room in the evenings. It was wonderful to have some privacy, but still a little downing that they hadn't become concerned at all. Maybe he'd ask Hermione about it later. Sirius, you there? Sirius sat up fully in his seat at the kitchen table, eyes fixed on the compact mirror he'd been toying with out of boredom. Sure enough, Harry's face was there, his expression rather neutral. Hey, Harry, what's up? Sirius said in concern. After all, Harry only ever used his actual name over the mirrors when he had something really important to talk about. Are you safe? Wait, was that a bubble? Sure enough, more bubbles were rising in front and behind the boy. Yeah, I'm relaxing in my training room, he said with a nod. It has a bath. Sounds nice, said the animagus, scratching his chin. Didn't sound like anywhere he'd ever been to. Did you want more info about Sturgis? Harry shook his head. No, you told me everything I needed about that earlier, he replied. I need some advice. Do you have a second? I can call back later if you're busy. Harry, you know I've always got time to talk, Sirius responded automatically. Besides, what do you think I could be doing right now but sitting on my ass? It's not like I can just go outside. Well, I could, but it'd be best if I don't. I suppose so, said Harry with a nod. There was a second of silence before he spoke. I'm worried. About Voldemort, he continued predictably. He's strong. Really strong. And I'm just a runt of a Hogwarts student. Yeah, I'm above average, but for all the training I do, is there even hope? Harry, no one expects you to face Voldemort, said Sirius after a few seconds, taken aback by what his godson was saying. Bullshit. Everyone expects me to. Harry snapped. Even me. Especially me, Sirius. I have to face him. No one expects you to face Voldemort tomorrow, Sirius corrected. And are you? No. So stop worrying about it. But nothing. He said forcefully. Realistically, you won't have to face him for many years, and that is a lot of time you can devote to getting stronger. To making a plan. Not to mention all of us who will be there to support you. Besides, you act as if you haven't already survived against him once. That definitely counts for something. This immediately brought a scowl to Harry's face. Dumb F. King Luck. Sirius, he said coldly. He'd just come back from what was essentially the dead. I'm not surprised he wasn't on the top of his game. I know what it was like years ago when he was at the height of his power. People died left and right, muggles and wizards alike. People were terrified of his name. They are still terrified of his name. Whenever it was spoken, he would appear like a grim reaper. That kind of fear is ridiculous. You remember the London massacre of 78. Sirius. Expression darkened. Of course I remember, Harry, he said, not pleased that it had even been brought up. Your grandparents were killed in that fight, along with over 100 others. That incident was also what convinced your mum and dad to get married right away out of school and have you fairly shortly after. Life wasn't something people could take for granted anymore. Harry ducked his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. It's just you can't ignore that Voldemort had the skill and power to be able to take on so many at once and come out on top. I'm not saying he's all powerful. He lost that battle in the end once Dumbledore showed up, and very few of the Death Eaters escaped with their lives. Harry took a few breaths. He was feeling anxious. How could he not? I don't stand a chance right now, Sirius. Don't pretend I'm better than I am. Please. It's all right, Harry, said Sirius, wishing he wasn't just able to see his godson through a hand mirror. Harry was in a terrible situation. There was really no way around it either. After everything that had happened, the only way that Harry managed to cope was to train. To keep distracting himself with the idea that if he got stronger, he'd hopefully be able to protect the people he cared about, to see his future. What else could Sirius do but use that to keep him moving forwards? Harry had an incredible amount of willpower and would stop at nothing to see his friends safe, but there were times when Sirius wondered if he lost track of his own well-being. It was one of the big reasons that no matter how dire any situation seemed, Sirius still did his best to treat Harry like a kid. When appropriate, of course. Sorry, it just bothers me, he apologized. Well, you'd be crazy not to be bothered by it, agreed Sirius. Just don't let it take a hold of you. I'll remind you that even Dumbledore was a snot-nosed kid once. Please, he was born with that beard, Harry said with a small grin. I stand by what I said before you left, Sirius continued, smiling at the joke. I think you've got a ton of potential. Work your ass off and I know that you'll make it into the only one he ever feared club. Harry cracked a full smile at that. But don't forget to have fun too. You are 15 after all. I'm serious. I know you are. Dope, said Harry, eliciting a grin from the man. That joke just never gets old for you, does it? Not one bit. Thanks. Harry took his time heading down to dinner, his mind still full of thoughts from his conversation with Sirius earlier. His godfather was right. He was worrying about something he had no direct control over. What he could do was keep working to prepare. And so he would. That was all there was to it. Shaking such thoughts from his head, Harry focused on the room he was standing in. It was late, and not many people were still hanging around in the Great Hall to eat. Still, weekends were much more flexible about the students' eating habits and tended to be somewhat more free-form. Looking over at the Gryffindor table, Harry saw Angelina and Alicia sitting about a third of the way up. Katie must have still been in the hospital wing. Hey, mind if I join you? He asked, walking over to them. They both looked up, almost as if they were surprised to see that someone else other than themselves existed. Oh, hey, Harry, said Alicia, smiling at him slightly. You don't need to ask, you know. Sit wherever you want. Harry took a seat next to her, placing himself somewhat across from Angelina. What's wrong? He asked at once, his own smile slipping as he regarded the two girls. They certainly were lacking their usual playful air. Alicia especially. She was always pleasantly jovial about most things, and it was quite off-putting to see her like this. Not still thinking about practice, I hope. Don't worry, it'll all work out. No, it's not that, said Angelina with a shrug. Alicia and I have just been talking a bit about things, and it's made us a bit tired, I suppose. Like what? Angelina regarded him with narrowed eyes. You're prying, Potter, she said dangerously. Harry quickly put his hands up, feeling put out. Sorry. Why don't we tell him? Said Alicia, tilting her head to the side a bit. Angelina looked at her in surprise. You're kidding. Well, why not? Harry won't say anything, said Alicia. Plus I'll feel better if I complain to someone else other than you and Katie. Angelina just rolled her eyes and shrugged. Whatever. Said Harry warily, you really don't have to force yourselves. I was just hoping I could help you out a bit. Sure, they were friends of his, but they were also seventh-year girls and there wasn't a single one of them in the entire school that he was interested in pissing off. Boys. Harry looked over at Angelina in confusion. Sorry. Boys, Harry, she repeated, the telltale signs of her Quidditch captain Angelina attitude showing through. We're having problems with boys. Two in particular, added Alicia, who looked equally annoyed. Two very similar boys, with annoyingly similar qualities. Like being extremely secretive, and not spending time with us. And pretending like there isn't a problem. Harry was doing his best not to back away from them as they became progressively more incensed. Over the past year they've been getting distant. Not a lot at first, but it's so apparent now, and we have no idea why it's happening. You don't understand, Harry, said Angelina, avoiding his eyes when he turned to look at her. Over the summer and so far this year they've barely talked to us outside of practice and class. It's so much worse than it was last year. We used to talk all the time, school or not. The worst part is that we don't know what we did and they won't talk to us about any of it. Like there isn't a problem to begin with. When they do spend time with us it's like nothing happened in the first place. It's frustrating. Staring at the two depressed girls, Harry suddenly felt a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. It couldn't be. Where do they go when they aren't in class or at practice? He found himself asking. Both girls shrugged. No idea, said Alicia. They've never felt like sharing it with us. Harry sighed heavily. Thinking about it, there was no doubt what was happening. It wasn't really his place to tell, but he wasn't about to let them suffer for the twins' distractedness. They're probably in their workshop, he said after a second, making the two girls look at him sharply. What workshop? They chorused. Well, they have to have one, don't they? He replied, looking between them. You know, the place where they make all of their joke products. The looks they were giving him were a sure sign that they hadn't been informed of the twins' ultimate objectives. So, they've decided that their joke items are more important than us. What did either of us do to deserve that? It was so much worse that Alicia was the one to say it. Angelina could have quite the temper about her, but Alicia was far more soft-spoken. It was due to that her words seemed to carry such weight to them. Not really, and nothing, I'm sure, said Harry hastily. He hesitated, but plowed on, albeit in a markedly hushed voice, it's always been their life dream to start a joke shop. They've put years and years into it. Who knows when they actually started it? It isn't right that they're being like that to either of you, but I don't think they can help it to an extent. Plus, he added, looking guiltily at the table. Their recent behavior is most likely my fault. How? Asked Angelina after a few seconds. Alicia was watching him with a frown as well. Gave them my winnings from the tournament last year, he admitted. I assume it sped up their plans more than they ever dreamed. I can only imagine the kinds of things they can make now that they can get the ingredients they really want. 1,000 galleons probably goes a long way. Silence. Then, that's what's been going on, said Alicia blankly. Then she started laughing, leaning on the table for support. Angelina just slumped onto the table, leaning her chin on her arms. Thank goodness, she muttered. I was sure it was something we did. Turns out they were just being idiots. They can be a bit too obsessed for their own good, though that's what makes them brilliant, I suppose, mused Alicia. She stood up and gave Harry a quick squeeze around the shoulders. Thanks, Harry. We need to go find them and straighten this out. Angelina echoed her. Oh, wait, before you go. The girls turned to him curiously. Which one? They looked confused for a second before realizing what he was asking. Fred, said Alicia. George, said Angelina. At least we think so, they chorused. Harry laughed at that. Right, well, good luck then. He watched them go, their cheerful attitude back in full blast as they passed through the doors of the Great Hall. That was very nice of you, said a voice behind him. Harry jumped a bit and turned to find himself facing none other than Luna. She must have walked over from the Ravenclaw table, but whenever that had happened he had no idea. Oh, hey, Luna, how have you been? He asked. Her robes were open in a casual manner and her hair was done up in a weird loose braid that was hanging over her right shoulder, a product of idle hands as opposed to a conscious decision. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking, she replied with a nod. How about you? A bit crazy, but I'm managing, he shrugged. Hey, have you eaten yet? I still haven't managed it even though I've been here for a bit. Would you like to eat with me? Luna looked confused. You mean here? She asked, befuddled. Or at the Ravenclaw table, if that makes you more comfortable, he continued. It's not like there's a rule against it. You don't have to if you don't want to. Oh, no, I'd love to, thank you, she said with a bright smile, sitting down next to him at once. As they stocked their plates with food, Harry peppered Luna with questions about her classes and likes. It was interesting how once you got past the fact that she believed in a whole host of creatures that were more than likely to be imaginary, though, considering that magic actually existed in the world, who could really tell in the end? As well as some bizarre conspiracy theories, Luna was a fairly regular girl, albeit quirky. She liked dressing up, dancing, and singing. Her two favorite subjects were astronomy and ancient runes. In her spare time at the castle she did a lot of wandering, looking for new and interesting things to either write about in a journal or sketch out on a piece of parchment. She also loved being a Ravenclaw and enjoyed learning new things of all sorts. Harry also found out that she only lived with her father. Her mother had died in a rather bad spell accident a couple years before she began attending Hogwarts. This was where her ability to see thestrals came from. I'm really sorry to hear that, he said sadly when she brought it up. True, he had never known his mother, but he couldn't ever imagine how horrible it would be to actually have one and then lose her forever. Yes, I still miss her quite a lot, said Luna, tracing small swirly lines through her remaining melted ice cream. I get sad when I think about her. But I've got so much good to remember her by that I can't help but smile at the same time. She made me this, too, she added, pulling the butterbeer cap necklace out from under her shirt and holding it up for him to examine. Harry touched one of the caps and was shocked to find it incredibly soft, as if it were made of cotton or something even lighter. What the? Mum charmed it so that it wouldn't feel like metal, she explained, tucking it away. It's comfortable to wear, so I never take it off. That's really nice, said Harry. All I've got are a couple pictures to remember my mum by. Well, remember isn't really the right word. More like acquaint myself with her image. I've heard she was nice, though. Harry had a good bit to remember his dad by. The cloak, the map, even his Patronus. But nothing of his mother's. What about the house they had been living in when Voldemort attacked? What had happened to the things there? Had they been discarded? Moved to his father's vault? Did someone else live there now? His past there nothing more than a story. Was the house even standing? What kind of power did a rebounded killing curse have, anyway? Why didn't anyone talk to him about these things? Harry, is everything all right? Asked Luna. Harry shook his head and pulled himself back to reality. There was no point in dwelling on such things. There never was, really. What good would come of it, anyway? It was a fight against everyone and everything that he just wasn't willing to have. Luna was looking at him in obvious concern. Yeah, I'm fine, he said quickly. The ceiling of the great hall was casting the orange glow of sunset over them. Looking around, Harry found that they were the last two people in the hall. How long had they been sitting there? Even everything on the tables had been cleaned up, only their plates were still there. Shall we go? It's getting late. Ah, all right, said Luna, looking a bit sad. That was a fun conversation. I hope we can have another one soon. Of course, it's not like we don't go to the same school, said Harry with a chuckle. Luna was nice, overwhelmingly pleasant and serene, though still fun to talk to about pretty much anything. She simply didn't see him as anything more than a boy who went to her school. It was an interesting feeling. He stopped in the middle of the entrance hall, looking out the doors to the grounds. When the weather was still somewhat warm like this, they didn't close until nearly curfew. Hey, Luna. Luna turned back to him, one foot on the marble staircase. Yes. Even without those 3 classes he was now skipping, he still had a lot of work to get done. He also did his most intense spell casting training in the late evening, not to mention Hermione would probably berate him a bit for being reckless with his work again. Yes, he really should get back to everything. Fortunately, he wasn't the most responsible person at times. Want to go exploring? One excited smile and a nod from the girl made it all worth it. Harry returned to the common room after midnight. He had ended up wandering the grounds with Luna until nearly 11 before either of them realized what time it was, and they knew they had to get back before anyone caught them lest they get detention. Harry got Luna back to her common room without incident, after which he went to the room to do some end-of-the-day spell casting, just to get it out of his system. It always felt quite good to let off some magic. Of course, he didn't go too far. He still needed to get back to the common room after all. At first glance the Gryffindor common room was empty, but a second look around revealed Ron and Hermione over in the seats by the fire. The reason he hadn't seen them was because Hermione was laying out on the couch with a book and Ron was actually on the floor in front of all the seats with his work spread out before him. The coffee table had been pushed out of the way. Or levitated, considering that it was solid oak. Heavy stuff. Harry, there you are, said Hermione as she spotted him. She bookmarked her spot and sat up. Why were you out so late? I was practicing my casting, he said with a shrug. Feels good to let off a bit of steam. Sometimes I just want to blast something. Well, if you've got the energy, said Ron, not looking up from his work. It appeared that he finally got past his personal frustrations and was back to normal, which was certainly a relief. Dealing with him in a pissy mood was often more effort than it was worth. Harry saw that he was looking over the new star chart they all received the previous Wednesday in class. Hermione moved over, making space for him beside her. What are you working on, Ron? Astronomy, he grunted, tracing a constellation with his finger. The map mimicked his movement with a dark line that faded some after a few seconds. At least it's not an essay. I think my eyes are going to bleed. Merlin knows my fingers can barely hold a quill anymore. Ron, it's not that bad, countered Hermione, rolling her eyes at his back. He just gave her a dark look over his shoulder. And I've got more work than you do by far, so quit whining. Yeah, well, you're Hermione Bloody Granger, aren't you? He said in annoyance. How on earth am I supposed to compare to something like that? You aren't stupid, Ron. She shot, hitting him with her book. You just lack motivation. Hard to get motivated when you've got someone like Umbridge teaching a class of yours, he said, leaning back on his hands. We might as well take lessons from a brick. At least the brick would be less irritating. Gives 3 times the defense too. Harry snorted in mirth, and Ron cracked a grin. Even Hermione couldn't help but smile slightly. Seriously though, he said, eyes moving between the two of them, We'll never survive with that toad teaching us. Not with you-know-who running about on the sly. Also, his eyes darkened a bit, his Death Eaters are going to be fully trained wizards. Even bad ones could take care of a student without too much difficulty. We'll get better with time, sure, but all we've got is a bunch of years in shoddy defense classes. We need to figure out what to do about this. I agree, said Hermione at once. Harry nodded as well. At least Voldemort was only one enemy. Death Eaters were another matter entirely. It was just like what he had read about the First War. Voldemort was the driving force, but it was his Death Eaters who caused the vast majority of the damage. I've been giving it a lot of thought lately, continued Hermione, but there isn't much we can do at all. Fudge is too wrapped up in keeping Dumbledore from training a potential personal combat force to take over his power, regardless of how insane that notion actually is. And when it comes to us specifically, there's a big difference between trying to learn something on your own with no direction and having a proper teacher. Considering our strengths, none of us would get much out of it. Except you, that is, Harry. Harry looked over at her in surprise. What makes you say that? He asked curiously. Well, you are good at defense, mate, said Ron, almost as an afterthought. He was still focusing on his star chart. You pick stuff up pretty quickly. Not to mention all the extra stuff you do now. I suppose, he said with a shrug, noncommittal. Hermione just rolled her eyes. Harry would deny being proficient at breathing if someone told him he was good at it. Never mind, it doesn't help if you're the only one who picks things up naturally. Anyway, she said, shaking her head. I'll give the problem some more thought once I've gotten my workload to something more manageable. I'm sure there's a way to get around this, we just need to find it. Done, said Ron happily, sitting back to admire his work. Harry and Hermione looked over in interest only to laugh and sigh respectively. Contrary to what they had been assuming, Ron hadn't been doing any work whatsoever. Instead, he'd drawn an elaborate cock and balls taking up most of the chart. Honestly, what else should they have expected? You just had to say it couldn't get any worse, didn't you? You make it sound like it's my fault this happened. Besides, Harry's the one with the rotten luck. Blame him. Right bag of laughs you are, Ron. It was Monday morning. The students were digging into their breakfasts, moods ranging from eager to be at the school to miserable at the start of another busy week, and the post owls had just delivered a bombshell of news right on their heads. Harry currently had his head on the table, turned to the side as he regarded his appalled friend going through the offending article for a fourth time. He could easily make out the headline on the front page of the Prophet. Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. Can someone explain to me why the minister is able to pass such crap? He asked from the table. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a board of governors that oversee stuff about the school? Of course there is, they're in Fudge's pocket as well, said Hermione, sipping from her juice. She had calmed down considerably since the first time seeing the article. Well, she amended, looking thoughtful, they're in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. He's the one with all the money in the end. It still amazes me how rich they must be to be able to enact such control. They had a clear shot of Malfoy reigning supreme over the immediate area. By now all of the upper years who wouldn't bend to his political power simply because he was too young had graduated. It might have been more accurate at this point to just assume he basically ran the whole house. Can you imagine what you could get if you actually had money like that? Said Ron, looking into his goblet speculatively. I mean, forget about that political crap, you could start your own professional Quidditch team and have them all ride firebolts. You could even give them spares. Hermione completely ignored him while Harry just shrugged. Ron had no idea exactly how wealthy Harry was, and he honestly hoped the redhead never found out. We should be heading to class soon, said Hermione, folding her paper with a shake of her head. She placed it on the table grimly. It's obvious that Umbridge can only observe one teacher at a time, and there are multiple years for her to choose from as well, but it'd be best if we were extra careful, at least until she's finished with them, whenever that may be. I'd rather not give her a reason to get us in trouble. Probably a good idea, said Ron sadly, looking at the remaining food around him. With luck she'll be at History of Magic and get bins fired. Or banished. Don't really know how that would work actually. Purified. As Ron grabbed his stuff and began heading out of the Great Hall, Hermione stopped next to Harry, who hadn't moved. Harry, are you all right? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, my own, he mumbled, head still on the table. You go on ahead, and I'll catch up, all right? Are you sure? She said with a frown. I can wait. Nah, go ahead and get good seats, I'll get up in a few. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but decided against it, patting Harry on the shoulder for a second before heading after Ron. Harry waited until she was gone before dragging the prophet over to him and sitting up. He had already gone through the article after Hermione first read it. Now his eyes just caught pieces of it. The Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. How Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff, revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts. Hogwarts High Inquisitor. New phase in the Minister's plan. Controversial staff appointments which have included the hiring of Werewolf, Remus Lupin, Half-Giant, Rubeus Hagrid, and delusional ex-Auror, Mad-Eye Moody, that Albus Dumbledore is no longer up to the task of managing the prestigious school of Hogwarts. Harry looked up from the article, watching the dwindling students in the hall absently as he let his mind wander. How could things have gotten to such a point? From what he heard, Dumbledore had been able to find a new defense professor every year for decades, as increasingly difficult as it must have gotten. Why was it now that he suddenly couldn't? Perhaps Voldemort's return was causing more problems with the headmaster than he originally thought. Led by Fudge, the ministry would surely crumble once Voldemort began making bolder moves, particularly with so many Death Eaters placed in strong positions in the ministry itself. Lucius Malfoy was likely just the tip of the iceberg on that front. He also couldn't help but wonder if his confrontation with Umbridge the previous Monday had anything to do with how quickly things were happening. 1 week had passed and Umbridge obtained a great amount of power. Would it stop there? Unlikely, judging from her personality. Getting up, Harry made his way to the entrance hall only to hear an owl's call from behind him. He grinned as he grabbed an errant piece of bacon from a plate, holding up his arm to allow Hedwig a perch. She landed lightly, her talons grasping him firmly but not cutting into his robes at all. Hey, girl, how was the trip? He said, holding out the bacon. Hedwig gave a cheery hoot and took the offered snack at once. I know, I like her a lot too, agreed Harry, walking into the entrance hall. Did she not write back? At once Hedwig held out her leg, which had a minuscule package with a letter on it. It was about the size of his thumbnail, no wonder he hadn't noticed it immediately. Oh, that's clever. He detached the parcel carefully and held it up in front of his eyes where he could read a tiny, Harry, on it. About to pull his wand to cancel the shrinking charm, he decided against it, stowing the minuscule parcel in a pocket. He could open it later. Hedwig gave him another hoot, much louder this time. She was giving him pointed looks, unfurling her wings restlessly. A pleasant breeze was passing through the doors to the grounds, which certainly looked inviting. Harry chuckled and scratched her head a bit. All right, let's have some fun outside. But just an hour. I've got stuff I need to get done. Harry, what happened? You weren't at History of Magic, said Hermione the moment she sat beside him in potions. As he hadn't attended his previous class, he was able to get to the potions classroom quite early, nabbing an excellent seat near the back. Ron, who now couldn't sit next to Hermione as it was only 2 students to a table, took the table in front of them, which was empty. Wasn't like he missed much, he said groggily, clearly still recovering from a deep nap. Not like you would know. You weren't even awake for his greeting, responded Hermione scathingly. What would happen if I didn't lend you my notes this year like I have been doing? Are you willing to risk that? We'd fail our OWLs, said Ron at once. If you want that on your conscience. It's all right, Hermione, I won't be asking you for your notes in that class, said Harry, cutting the rest of Ron's sentence off. Though I wouldn't mind the help every now and then like usual. Still dreadfully boring no matter what angle I come at it from. Why would you do that? Asked Ron, looking at Harry like he was mad. Hermione writes the best notes there is. Unless you found someone else's that are halfway decent. Older student. About to answer, Harry cut himself off as Snape entered the room, effectively ending all other conversations that had been happening as well. Settle down, he said evenly, though the call to order was wholly unnecessary. We will begin shortly, however, first I will return to you your essays from the previous week. Have today's homework ready to be turned into me as I come around with your papers. As the students complied, Snape moved through the room, swiftly exchanging the graded papers for their most recent ones. Hermione smiled as she took her own, clearly pleased with her grade. Harry stared at the back of his overturned essay for a few seconds before flipping it over. There in an upper corner was a large, spiky black D. He suppressed the urge to slam his head into the table. The paper had been a hard one to write, more so than any other he had previously done for Snape. Still, he had felt that his work was at least worth a passing grade. Harry glanced over at Hermione, who was trying to subtly look at what he got as well. Not really feeling up for it, he just passed the paper over to her, making her blink in surprise. I have awarded the grades you would have received had this been work you presented for your OWL, said Snape with his usual smirk, though this time there seemed to be no humor behind it, merely disdain. If you were all to take the examination right now, these grades would be a fairly accurate approximation of what you would receive. He moved to the head of the room and turned to face them, eyes regarding them coldly. The general standard of this homework was abysmal. Though this is not a full representation of what the OWL contains, you will be asked to detail your knowledge about some specific item, be it a potion, an antidote, or even a single ingredient. Failure to do so will cripple your grade on the written exam. I expect a much larger effort on all of your parts with regard to this week's essay on the varieties of venom antidotes. Harry ignored Malfoy's general taunting of the students who failed and kept his eyes on the potion's master. He knew Hermione was trying to meet his eyes as well. Now, continued Snape, for the next few lessons we will be working on the strengthening solution. As the name implies, it enhances the drinker's physical strength by focusing on magically bolstering the muscles. Note that this is a temporary effect and will leave the drinker in a small period of weakness afterward from the exertion. Potions that induce permanent body changes are controlled substances by the ministry and usually are only commonly seen in medical wards to aid in patient recovery. As usual, I warn you to be careful with your ingredients as any mistakes could lead to causing the body a great deal of harm instead of enhancement. The instructions are on the board. Begin. Determined to do his best, Harry made sure to triple-check every line of the instructions as he completed them, tuning everything else out to focus. Fortunately, Malfoy did not decide to throw around hexes like the previous Monday, and overall the lesson ended without incident. Well, that wasn't so bad, said Hermione, as they walked back to lunch together. Harry shrugged and Ron said nothing. Undeterred, she kept going. I mean, the potion wasn't nearly as complicated as the last one. I think Professor Snape was just trying to scare us all with that one. How'd you do on the homework? Asked Harry, curiosity getting the better of him. Two forces waged war in the potions classroom, Snape's loathing of Gryffindor and Hermione's unbounded brilliance. Snape certainly did nothing to go out of the way for any of the Gryffindor students' grades, and with Hermione actually being extremely competent, there was a good chance that Snape graded her more harshly than anyone else in their year. So the question was, which was more powerful? Hermione's brains or Snape's gitness? A tough thing to guess with both so high. I did well enough, she said evasively. Ron just let out a sound of disbelief. She got an O. Harry, what else do you think she got? He said. She gets top marks on everything, even Snape's crap. It's not like I expect top grades, you know, she said at once, taking her usual seat between the two boys at the Gryffindor table. I just do my best and get what I get. Which is better than anything we've likely gotten, I reckon, came a voice from behind them. Fred and George had pulled up beside them. What are you talking about? Snape's the harshest grader ever, complained Ron at once. On top of that, he hates everything living. Something tells me he'd just give us bad grades even if we were good. And how did you do on the homework? Asked George. Got AP, said Ron with a grimace. Not so surprising, I suppose, but how am I to know if it's because I didn't do that well or if it's because Snape's a raging git? Well, if Hermione can still manage to get top marks even with Snape probably doing his best to find a reason not to grade her so well, then I suppose it would be on us, said Fred with a shrug. Fortunately, we stopped caring about Snape's grades years ago, added George. Probably would have gone bald from the stress if we hadn't, agreed Fred. What do you mean? Said Hermione quickly, looking between them. The idea of not caring about doing well in a class was simply crazy. Come off it, Hermione, said Fred, crossing his arms. We each got 3 OWLs. Do you really think that school holds anything for us anymore? I'm still surprised we actually decided to come back for our final year. In the end, we figured Mum wouldn't be able to handle it if we just dropped out, said George with a shrug. Not after what's been happening with Percy at any rate. Besides, Hogwarts is an excellent place to do some market research. We won't get a chance like this again. Hermione frowned heavily but said nothing, exchanging a look with Harry. One of the only arguments between them all year was centered around this very thing. Fred and George were developing more complex and downright incredible items for their joke shop and were testing them on students in Gryffindor House. Hermione was completely against it while Harry was more on the side of supporting them. After a long debate, as well as a discussion with the twins, they had reached a compromise where Hermione wouldn't report them to Professor McGonagall for their actions. Basically, it let the twins do what they wanted so long as they made sure to do all the dangerous testing on themselves first and prove to Hermione that anything that was going to be tested with a large group was already safe. But what are you going to do once you graduate? Asked Hermione, coming back to the problem that she always arrived at when this discussion came up. She was one of the few who actually knew of their post-Hogwarts plans. If you want to go through with this, then you're going to need so much money to get started. I'm not one to dissuade someone from a dream, but you need to be realistic. That's just a lot of gold to come up with and maintain, I assume, as well. While Hermione had phrased her comment to Fred, George had caught Harry's eyes and the subtle shake of his head. He looked pointedly at Ron before resuming his lunch. Ask us no questions and we'll tell you no lies, Hermione, said George. He nudged his brother. Come on, Fred, let's get back to the common room. Cheers, you lot. They started walking away before Fred stopped and turned back. Ah, I forgot to mention, we just had an inspected lesson, he said in a quieter voice, getting their attention at once. Charms. After talking to Flitwick for a bit, Umbridge just kind of prowled around and asked questions to some students about how the classes were. It seemed innocent enough, but the way that she was asking her questions really made it look like she was digging for trouble. Phrasing things in pretty negative ways. Course, it wasn't really an issue because it was charms, ya know. Flitwick's a great professor no matter how you look at it. Anyway, just giving you the heads up. She'll lock onto anyone who will give her dirt whether it's true or not. He gave them a nod and rejoined George, the duo continuing out of the Great Hall. Bloody fantastic, said Ron, glancing over at the high table. Umbridge was still there, unlike most of the other teachers. Odds were she was going to observe another class after lunch. Classes with the Slytherins are going to be nightmares if she shows up. With any luck though, it won't happen. Yeah, said Harry grimly. He was worried about the exact same thing, but particularly about care of magical creatures. The only 3 classes he had with the Slytherins were potions, transfiguration, and care of magical creatures. The first 2 were safe simply because of who was teaching them. There was no way that Umbridge could threaten either Snape or McGonagall. Hagrid, on the other hand, was not the most tactful person ever, nor did he tend to follow logic that applied to regular-sized people. Things were just too small to the half-giant for him to take them as seriously as others did. Unfortunately, most of those things happened to be lethal, and there was no doubt that Umbridge, bigot that she was, would do everything in her power to get Hagrid the sack. Hermione saw the look that he was giving his food and nudged him. Hagrid, she asked softly. Harry nodded, glad that she understood as well. Don't worry, Harry, we'll make sure he doesn't do anything to put himself at risk with her around. She looked at her watch and then grabbed her bag. Still 25 minutes until 4th period, but I'm going to head to class anyway. Will you walk with me? What? Sure, said Harry at once. Ron, still eating, he said through a bite of food. Swallowing, he continued, I'll see you at defense. I'm going to head out to the pitch this period. All right. Leaving their plates where they were, Harry and Hermione walked out of the Great Hall, heading up the marbled steps in the direction of the Ancient Runes classroom. I'm glad Ron didn't come. I wanted to talk to you alone, began Hermione as they finally entered the classroom. It was deserted, as it was still well before the next class. About what? Asked Harry at once. Your essay, she replied, making Harry's mood drop. It's just one paper. Hermione, it's no big deal, he said quickly, waving it away. I don't think so, she said with a frown. Professor Snape isn't grading you fairly. I read your paper during class. It's worth at least an A, maybe even better depending on what they're looking for. He's just weighing the things you do wrong so much more heavily than anything you do right. Really? Harry looked at her in confusion. I mean, I know that Snape hasn't been grading me fairly for a while, but an E. Even a low one. Hermione couldn't help but grin a bit. Harry, you act like you're supposed to be unintelligent. Is it really so difficult to think that you might actually do well on an assignment? Well, considering my standard. You work so far below your ability, it's unbelievable, the girl interrupted in a flat voice. And don't give me that crap about how you aren't that good, it's stupid and I don't believe it for a second. Harry just crossed his arms. What's your point, Hermione? She poked him in the chest, hard enough to make him take a small step back. That you can do really well, and you should be proud of that, she said firmly. Honestly, what's the harm in succeeding? Not everyone likes seeing me succeed, said Harry with a frown, evading the question. What about you? Hermione looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Well, how would you feel if I started beating you at something you took so much pride in? He asked, leaning against one of the tables. If I started taking the #1 spot in the year. You've held it going on your 5th straight year now. Don't tell me you aren't attached to it. I'd stop being your friend, of course. Harry looked at her so sharply he cricked his neck. Rubbing it, he found himself presented with a silently giggling Gryffindor, eyes watching him in mirth. Hey, it isn't funny, he said with a glare. Hermione only continued to giggle. Oh, Harry, you've got no idea, do you? She said, shaking her head. I might be better than you when it comes to writing papers, constructing ideas in an academic manner, and presenting them in a similar way. I might also be better than you at the theoretical sides of magic too. My head is just filled with books and books of useless information that I can't help but find fascinating. And yet, she trailed off, looking at him with a small grin, I've never once been able to outperform you when it came to this. She pulled out her wand and to his surprise, tossed it to him. He caught it deftly, spinning it through his fingers out of habit. There was a moment when he felt like his magic and the magic in the wand were scoping each other out, determining if they were worth more to one another than just a body and a stick of wood. Then it was gone, and he was aware of one thing for sure. Your wand doesn't like me much, he said with a grin. And I feel like it just stuck its tongue out at me. Very funny, said its owner, doing very much the same. My point is that you've always been more adept with practical sides of magic than I ever have. The past few years have really shown it. I really don't know about that, he said wryly. I seem to remember a lot of struggling to get things to work out with my life on the line constantly. And you work well under pressure too, added Hermione. You need an example. Last year you struggled with summoning charms, and after a few days' practice you summoned something from an extremely unreasonable distance like it was nothing. How about the fact that recently you've been casting some things without actually saying anything? Are you even aware of it? Non-verbal spell casting isn't something we'd be covering until next year. Casting a Patronus is a 3rd year. She folded her arms in satisfaction, taking in Harry's somewhat taken aback expression. I can keep going, you know. I don't think you've noticed, but I've never beaten you at casting after 2nd year. New stuff maybe, but you always overtake me by a wide margin after a little practice. Not that I'm unskilled myself, of course, she added. Of course, said Harry with a small grin. He gave Hermione's wand a wave, shooting a small red spark further into the room before following it with another spark, this time yellow. It's a bit odd, but I suppose I could manage if I had to. Want to give mine a try? Ollivander actually told me that my new wand probably wouldn't work well for anyone except me, but I can't help but be curious about it. Hermione nodded, walking over as Harry drew the wand from the holster on his right arm. At this, Hermione looked at him in confusion. Harry, aren't you right-handed? Oh, I've been practicing casting with my left hand, he explained, holding the dark wand out to her. The red swirls in it were catching the light from the room sharply. In case my right arm or hand ever gets injured in a fight. That way I can still properly defend myself or others. Today is the first day that I'm doing it full time. That's actually not a bad idea, if you can manage it, she said speculatively, taking his wand. Almost immediately her eyebrows shot up. Harry, what on earth is with this thing? What do you mean? He asked, finding her reaction more interesting than anything. He took the wand back from her and put it away, returning her own. She sighed in relief the moment her own wand came in contact with her skin, almost as if it were reassuring her that it was still there. I'm not sure, it just didn't feel right. I'd rather not cast anything with your wand unless I absolutely had to. What's in there anyway? You really want to know? At her nod he continued, it's actually got basilisk venom in it. Basilisk? Are you serious? Sure am. By how does that even work? It's a liquid for one. And how could wood contain something so corrosive? Harry just shrugged. Ollivander's probably the only one who could answer that. Anyway, I should go. People should be showing up soon, I reckon. All right, said Hermione with a nod, though she clearly wanted to talk more about his wand. Thanks for keeping me company, I'll see you in defense. Right, he said evasively, making his way out of the classroom. Still not looking forward to that chat. Unfortunately, he had barely made it into the hall before someone collided with him, causing them to go down in a heap. A few minutes earlier, I still don't understand exactly why that works, said Daphne, frowning in confusion. You're thinking about the runes separately, said Tracy, shaking her head. The moment they are placed in any sort of combination, you need to consider how their meanings will influence one another and thereby change the overall effects of the cluster. I'll show you on the board when we get there. I understand that, it's the changing effects I still don't really have down. You'll get it eventually, said Tracy with a shrug. Besides, she broke off as voices floated into the hall. It sounded like a couple people were chatting in the ancient runes classroom and had forgotten to shut the door. Never once been able to outperform you when it came to this, came a female voice which they instantly recognized as Hermione Granger. They moved closer and stopped a little outside the door, listening to the conversation. Your wand doesn't like me much, said an amused male voice. Harry Potter. And I feel like it just stuck its tongue out at me. Very funny, said Hermione. My point is that you've always been more adept with practical sides of magic than I ever have. The past few years have really shown it. Now there was an uncommon occurrence. It was likely that Hermione Granger admitting someone was better than her at anything was something no one had ever heard of until now. I really don't know about that, said Harry, voice dry. I seem to remember a lot of struggling to get things to work out with my life on the line constantly. Daphne couldn't help but smirk a bit as he said this. What? Asked Tracy quietly, looking at her in curiosity. Well, it is a bit funny how Potter always seems to be in some sort of mortal peril at least a dozen odd times during the school year, she said, chortling quietly. That's not even counting last year with the Tri-Wizard tournament. That dragon was terrifying. Yeah, he does seem to have the worst luck, agreed Tracy, still listening to the Gryffindors talk. No, that would be you, stuck with him in his detention. Tracy just stuck her tongue out at her friend, catching something interesting in what she'd just heard. Did you hear that? Potter got a new wand. I wonder what happened to his old one. No idea. Must have broken it, said Daphne with a shrug, tuning them out in favor of paying more attention to her friend. Maybe it happened in that incident he mentioned. What are you grinning at? Tracy said warningly. She knew that grin. Daphne's grin just got wider. Was remembering how peeved you were when Granger went with Crumb to the Yule Ball and you asked some other Bulgarian just to make yourself feel better, she said, confirming Tracy's suspicion that Daphne was just being an ass. It was a crush, what did you expect? Shot Tracy indignantly. Besides, at least I had a date. You ended up going by yourself in the end. Daphne's grin turned into a glare immediately. It wasn't like she had wanted to go alone. She gave her friend a push. What could I do? Nobody asked me, she shot back, hating herself for even admitting it. Tracy just shoved back playfully. That's what you get for being soulless, she said with a smirk. Should have thought about that the moment you decided to be eternally antisocial. Stupid bee. Owned, grumbled Daphne, turning her back on her friend. Tracy just grinned before giving Daphne a big shove, just as a person emerged from the room. Wah! They went down in a heap, Daphne on top, Harry on the bottom. It took all of Tracy's self-control not to burst out laughing. She looked over at the door to see Hermione emerging, watching them in a mix of concern and amusement, her eyes flickering to Tracy for a second. Harry, you all right down there? She asked. Harry said nothing while Daphne groaned a bit, pushing herself up slightly. Damn it, Tracy, you prat, she said in annoyance, rubbing her head, eyes still closed. It hurt savagely after colliding with Potter's own head. Thankfully she was better off than he was, as he potentially might have hit the back of his head on the stone floor as well. I'm sorry, Daph, I didn't mean to make you fall, apologized Tracy, giving her friend a sheepish look. Got a bit carried away. Daphne grumbled silently and pushed herself back to her feet while Potter scrambled to his feet the moment she was off of him. Your face is red, Harry. Did you hit your head hard? I can fix it for you if you want. The irritation he felt at Hermione's words was quite plain on his face. I'm fine, I'll see you later, he said quickly, turning his back on them and walking off at a steady pace. The three girls watched him in silence until he was out of sight. Hermione just shook her head and turned to go back into the classroom before stopping and looking over at the other two. They were staring at her, completely baffled. What? Nothing, they said together. Daphne winced as her head throbbed. Ah, I'll take care of that for you. I didn't mean to chase Harry away before I could fix him up either, said Hermione, pulling out her wand. She lightly tapped Daphne on the head, saying clearly, Alivo. In a few seconds the slight swelling had faded, along with the pain. Thanks, said Daphne, rubbing the now healed spot. Hermione nodded and re-entered the classroom. Bizarre, muttered Tracy, watching the place where the Gryffindor was standing a moment ago. Seeing Hermione Granger do anything but be academic was rare to say the least. Who would have thought Granger could be a normal girl? Let's just go inside before something else stupid happens, said Daphne, walking inside the classroom. Tracy just shrugged and followed. Meanwhile, Harry was trying to find a place to relax and read Tonks' letter. Poking his head into a classroom and finding it blissfully empty, he ducked into the room and locked the door with his wand. Not very secure, but it would do for the time being. He pulled out the tiny parcel Tonks sent him and returned it to its normal size. Leaving the wrapped package alone, which from the feel and weight he assumed was a book, Harry sat on a desk and flipped the letter over to find words there he hadn't seen before. Silence the room. Feeling a sudden sense of dread, Harry quickly silenced the door and finished with a weak privacy ward he didn't have much practice in. No sooner had he done that did the letter begin to grow hot, forcing him to drop it on the next desk over. He watched as the letter began to smolder and eventually the envelope burnt away, leaving a very red letter behind. Oh, you've got to be kidding. While the letter righted itself and folded neatly into the shape of a mouth, Harry braced himself. Hey Harry, how's it going? It said in a totally conversational voice. Harry just watched the thing, slack-jawed. I was actually planning on shouting at you for getting yourself cursed on day one, but I got over it by the time I ended up writing this and decided against it. Pretty damn pissed at my dear cousin as well, but he'll get his later. I was so close to sending you a howler, you have no idea how worried I was. Oh wait, this is a howler, never mind. Harry just rolled his eyes. Yeah, that was Tonks all right. The howler spell is actually pretty interesting. You enchant the paper to speak in your voice and can adjust the volume. Only people started realizing how loud it could actually go and then started using it for sending angry letters. There was also that side effect of it turning the paper red, and that bit that if you put too much anger into it, the letter kind of goes ballistic at the end and explodes, or something equally destructive and suicidal. Now that's all it's used for. Interesting So here I am, doing my letter by having it just chat with you. For the record though, you should avoid these things in general. They can backfire badly and it's so loud. The letter seemed to crumple a bit in a wince before resuming. Anyway, I was so happy to get your letter. I never wrote much when, and since I've graduated, the only mail I get is bills and the random ministry drivel. Sorry for not responding right away too. I'm not really used to getting mail, so I wanted to do this properly. First off, I won't bite your head off for calling me Nim anymore, alright? You just have to promise to make sure no one ever hears you. Like, ever. It's a you and me thing, got it? Harry shuddered at the unspoken promise of pain but smiled all the same. It's rubbish that you have to put up with ignorant schoolmates, but it's just like when we were in Diagon Alley. They're not worth listening to at all, and eventually they'll know they were wrong. Try not to curse any of them out of annoyance, though I'm sure it's super tempting. Just stick to your friends and keep cheerful, that'll make me feel better at least. I really miss training with you, it was a lot of fun. When it comes to Umbridge, well, she's in there to push Fudge's agenda, and that means nothing good for anyone at all. Just do your best to keep your head down around her from now on. I doubt she can cause you too much damage for now, but she can certainly make your life really difficult, and if any of the professors are forced to cover for you to keep you from getting expelled, it'll likely land them in hot water instead. Considering that Dumbledore definitely won't let you leave the safety of Hogwarts, I'd bet the chances of something happening are a lot higher than you'd originally think. Not that I'm saying I expect you to cause people trouble, just be mindful. Merlin, look at me, I'm rambling like crazy here. Speaking of training, how has that been going? Padfoot said that you've been working hard, and I was wondering what you were doing in particular. Where did you find a place to train anyway? Old abandoned classroom. There are plenty of unused parts of the castle these days, I suppose. I might have frequented a number of them myself when I was off having fun. Get your mind out of the gutter, Potter, I know it went there. The lettermouth actually stuck out its tongue at him. On a completely separate note, I have to come visit you. Are you up for spending some time together on the second Hogsmeade weekend? Should be around Halloween if I'm remembering the spacing right. Just tell me the exact weekend and I promise I'll be there. By the way, don't feel bad about telling me your worries. I'll be using you when I need someone to talk to anyway. Make sure your next letter has girl drama in it. Had any encounters lately? Any potential prospects in the making? Tell me. Seriously. Gossip in the Auror department is non-existent. Lots of love, Tonks. About to grab the letter, he stopped as it continued talking. P.S. Totally forgot about the package I attached. It's my standard Auror book. I suppose you could call it a training manual if you really want to. Got a whole bunch of stuff in there that is fairly restricted to my position. They're obviously only given to Aurors. If you ever leave the Force, you need to return it. I have a more advanced one as well, which I won't mind lending to you. Just make absolutely sure no one knows you have it. If you're reading it outside, just disguise it or something. I could get into a ton of trouble for letting you see it. Anyway, I hope it helps you improve. Instead of self-destructing in a particularly violent way like Howlers normally did, the red letter unfolded itself back into a normal piece of parchment with Tonks' distinct handwriting on it. Harry just blinked, watching it silently. The mesh of random thoughts and words that had ended up being spoken were all there. Even the little face that had its tongue stuck out at him. Harry began laughing cheerfully, stowing the wrapped package into his bag to open later. He was certainly looking forward to going through that book. Half because it would definitely be filled with really useful spells and strategies, and half because he wondered exactly what the Ministry said to its Auror force. It was sure to be enlightening no matter what it contained. Harry broke the spells on the door before heading out to the room. He had the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening to work on his classwork, train, and begin reading through the manual Tonks had just given him. He also wanted to write Tonks back before the end of the day and send that off. There was no need for him to grab anything as the room would provide it all. It wasn't until he was turning onto the 7th floor corridor that a confusing thought struck him. How was he able to do his work in the room when everything the room created vanished the moment he left the threshold? Just the way food would disappear from a person's body, wouldn't the ink on a piece of parchment vanish as well if the ink itself was provided by the room? And the parchment itself for that matter. Harry slowed to a stop a number of feet away from the blank stretch of wall with a frown. He had been doing almost all of his homework using materials from the room for the past week. How was this possible? Well, if I can take it out, then that means that someone put it in there to begin with, or just left it there, he reasoned, scratching his chin as he regarded the room's hidden entrance. Let's be reasonable here, I can't have been the only person to have found the room since it was made. It's been here for 1,000 years. People must have accidentally or even purposely left some things there after all this time. Now curious, Harry walked the stretch of wall asking for one thing. A room filled with the things people had left in the room over the years. Of course, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. What the? He said in shock as the door closed and vanished behind him. Spread out before him was a room as wide as the great hall that stretched into the distance, absolutely packed with random things. Mountains of books, clothing, furniture, and who knew what else were all packed together into what looked like rows of low shelves and tables that had simply overflowed, not unlike a sort of library. Where the bloody hell am I? Harry couldn't help but ask aloud. Movement to his right caught his attention as a sign made of small metal pieces began to build itself from the ground up. He knew it wasn't a part of the room as it made things materialize out of thin air, never like this. The contraption must have been another thing that belonged to this room, something someone left behind. Welcome to the room of hidden things. Harry stared at the words before turning back to the room. Hidden things, it made a lot of sense actually. Anyone looking for a place to stash something and who happened upon this room would think it was the perfect place. Of course, only those who actually knew about the room would likely be able to get back into it to retrieve their items. Now, after all this time, who knew what treasures this room hid? He glanced at the sign to his side and saw that it had an addition to its original message. Have fun. Oh, I will, thanks, said Harry in amusement, walking off in a random direction. There was no need for him to pick anything up that he was interested in. The moment he knew it existed in the room, he could just ask for it whenever, and the room would dutifully provide it, given that he remembered it was there. He passed a large shelf stuffed with jewelry and odd feathered hats, took a right turn, and continued through a section almost entirely made up of old books. Following that was a table filled with corked potion bottles. Toys, a basket filled with socks, something that he was almost positive was an old car tire from decades back. Harry continued moving about, occasionally stopping to check something out. He wasn't worried about getting lost. The room would help him find the exit if he needed it to. The mind-boggling part was that almost everything here was likely magical in some way. Wizarding things were often enchanted for one reason or another. A ring that would grow slightly warm when close to poisons. Glasses that could see through certain materials. Clothing spelled not to rip or tear. Tools spelled to never wear. Books charmed to last for centuries. And he had absolutely no way of determining what any of this stuff had been enchanted with. Honestly, it made walking around the room more than potentially dangerous. There were no doubt harmful things in here. Which brought him back to the reason he was still wandering around, looking at things closely. There was something here. He could feel it, almost like a pull at his whole body. Or was he pulling at it? It was so faint, but it was certainly something. A familiar something, though he couldn't place it. He moved through the aisles carefully, not wanting to possibly miss what could be causing it, his eyes passing over item after item. A right turn, a left, then straight. He was getting closer. It was stronger now, and there it was, less than 10 feet away. Harry froze as his eyes rested on what was without a doubt causing the strange reaction. It was a sort of tiara, resting in an open blue felt box next to a chipped bust of a particularly ugly warlock. He slowly drew closer, the air seeming to become thicker, heavier almost. As he moved forward, he could make out more about it. The tiara was certainly old and faded, very much so, but it seemed to be made of a mixture of something that looked gold at one angle and silver at another. There was a large oval sapphire at its heart and an eagle's head protruding from the top, looking to one side. Harry suddenly realized that the entire front of the tiara was actually the bird's wings spread wide. 2 feet away. He blinked. When had he gotten this close? It was still calling to him. No. He was calling to it. He had to be. So close now. Words were inscribed onto the bottom. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. But wait, wasn't that half a foot? He needed to touch it. Grab it. Seize it. Take it back. Harry suddenly wrenched his hand away from it so harshly he fell back into the table behind him, sending a host of random objects scattering. He was breathing heavily, as if he had just sprinted as hard as he could. He pushed off from the table and tried his best to stand straight upright, his eyes finding the tiara almost at once. There was a darkness about it now, like it had developed a second skin, distorting its image to his eyes. And he wanted it. It belonged to him. But he'd never seen the thing before in his life, so how was that even possible? A sharp pulse moved within him, making him gasp. Gah! He staggered, falling to one knee as he used the table's edge to keep him from falling flat on his face. His whole body was searing hot, so much so that it was a wonder he wasn't burning fingerprints into the wooden surface. Hissing in discomfort, he pushed himself away from the table forcefully, causing himself to trip backwards into the shelf behind. A number of items tumbled to the floor, but Harry barely paid them any mind, eyes still fixed directly ahead. There was the tiara, sitting in the blue velvet box, looking as innocent as a newborn. He could still feel the mutual pull between himself and the thing, begging to be brought together. What the hell had happened to him? The sapphire seemed to gleam in the light of the room. There was despair, and Harry couldn't tell if it was the tiara's or his own. Using the shelves to steady himself, Harry forcefully moved off around a bend at least few dozen feet away from the tiara, where he found a door to what he recognized as the room he used to study in. The door snapped shut and vanished behind him, immediately cutting off the faint lingering connection between him and the tiara. He sunk into a chair with a sigh of relief. He was already managing much better. Dangerous. The tiara was incredibly dangerous. What would have happened if he had actually touched the thing? Would he even have survived? And those words. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Harry knew those words well. Luna often sing-songed them lightly whenever someone mentioned her house within earshot. As far as what their significance to the House of Ravenclaw was, however, Harry had no idea. He would ask Luna about it the next time he saw her. As for the tiara, well, it wasn't going anywhere for now. It certainly wasn't about to be picked up by him, at least. For now, though, he needed to rest. Hours later saw Harry joining the remainder of the Gryffindors for dinner. It was just after 6th period, which meant the main classes for the day were all over. Only astronomy and the occasional makeup class happened later than that. The moment he entered the Great Hall, his eyes locked on probably the last person he wanted to deal with at the moment. Hermione was giving him a glare that promised a stern talking to. Sighing, he walked over to her and took his seat at her side. Harry, she began dangerously. Yes, he replied, regarding her with the same look she was giving him. He still hadn't forgiven her for teasing him right after lunch in front of the Slytherin girls. Don't be short with me. Why weren't you at History of Magic or Defense Against the Dark Arts today? She demanded. You weren't at the last two as well. That's right, mate, you haven't been to divination either. I've been forced to suffer alone, added Ron, taking a bite of his meal. Hermione turned to Ron in surprise before rounding on Harry with an even more menacing look on her face. Harry just threw Ron an ungrateful look. Divination too, she said sharply. Harry watched Ron blink at Hermione a number of times before taking his plate and moving a number of spaces in the other direction, not wanting to catch any of her ire. I have better things to do than go to any of those classes, he said flatly, adding some food to his plate before taking a bite. Harry, what are you saying? You can't just skip class. Technically it's not skipping if I don't ever go back, he muttered. What? Just drop it, Hermione, You won't get me back into those classrooms, no matter what you say. Hermione looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Harry, you are a prefect. You're setting a horrible example for the other students, she argued. Just because you don't like a class doesn't mean you can just choose not to go. If I actually thought that way, I would have stopped coming to potions years ago, Harry countered. It's not the same thing at all. Why should I give any kind of effort when they don't even have the decency to respect me as one of their students? Umbridge though, that's a whole different story altogether. I'm never going back. Now there were a number of students around them watching in interest. Harry narrowed his eyes at them, and they quickly busied themselves with other things. Hermione was almost growling. Damn it, Harry, we just had this talk. She whispered fiercely, bringing her voice down considerably so that only he could hear. You're making yourself do worse than you could be. Do you have any idea how frustrating that is to watch? You could be doing so much better. Harry locked eyes with Hermione for a few seconds before holding up 3 fingers. Binns, Trelawney, Umbridge, he said quietly, ticking them off. Binns is a damn waste of time. Trelawney gets off to predicting my misfortune, and Umbridge baits me left and right and accused me of murder. I'm not about to put up with an entire year of their shit, just to do as well on the exams as if I hadn't taken their classes in the first place. 2 words, Hermione. F.K. That. Hermione just blinked at him in shock. Besides, I might be actually skipping history of magic and divination, but I was actually kicked out of defense. Silence. Then, what? Hermione was out of her seat, radiating fury. Harry quickly dragged her back down and kept a tight grip on her arms so she wouldn't do anything crazy. That, she stuttered in rage. Hermione, relax, Harry said quietly. It was McGonagall's idea. It was, she said in confusion, now taking more even breaths. But, Harry let the word drag out, the corner of his mouth curving up. Oh my, how clever of her, Hermione said softly. She's protecting you and giving that vile woman what she wants at the same time. Her eyes narrowed in what could only be seen as a heavy amount of annoyance. And effectively giving you free periods. 5 points to Gryffindor, Miss Granger, he said with a grin. Potter. Unknown to both of them, the star of their conversation had approached them from the staff table. Yes, Professor, said Harry at once. Finish with your meal, then head straight to the Ancient Runes classroom for your detention, she said sternly. It's nearly 8. Harry glanced at the staff table and saw Umbridge looking at him with a small satisfied smile on her face, one she always wore when seeing him get punished. Damn, she pissed him off. Would it really be too much for the universe to just off her? Ah, right, I'll leave soon. Also, Miss Granger, refrain from outbursts like that in the future. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. And she left them, continuing down the table and finally out of the hall. How have the detentions been going? Asked Hermione. You still have quite a few, right? Yeah, they've been all right, I suppose, he answered, noncommittal. Honestly, the worst I have to deal with is scowls from Davis. From our year, Hermione said in surprise. Is she in trouble too? With the amount of fun she has? Doubt it. He stood up, pushing his plate back a bit. All right, I'll see you later. 2 more weeks passed, just as uneventful as the first had been. The 5th years were piled high with work, as they had been promised, and Harry was actually coping all right. The extra time from his skipped classes was a godsend. Some went to training, some to Quidditch, and the rest went to trying to spend time with his friends, particularly Luna, who he now took to spending Saturday evenings with. They always managed to find something interesting to get into on their exploration of the castle, even though Harry knew the place like the back of his hand from the Marauder's map. The only thing that bothered him was that despite having met the girl less than a month prior, he was likely the best friend she had. The way that the other students in general treated her was less than kind, though Luna apparently had no issue with it whatsoever. It was mainly the reason he hadn't cursed anyone yet. As far as the tiara went, Luna ended up being precisely the person to ask about it. Luna, Harry had said as they wandered close to Hagrid's hut on a Saturday. There was no real danger with them being out late near the Forbidden Forest simply because if anything dangerous came even remotely close to them he would be warned. There were always snakes around, even when he couldn't see them. I came across something that was really interesting, and I thought you might know a bit about it. Oh, she said in interest, her eyes not moving from the newly emerging stars above them. I was reading a history book when it mentioned a tiara with some words on it. The ones you say all the time about Ravenclaw, he lied. He was glad that Luna wasn't watching him. He hated not telling the truth to his friends, even when he didn't really have a choice about it. Besides, he wasn't a very good liar to begin with against certain people, least of all to Luna. Have you ever heard of something like that before? Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, she sang lightly before turning to face him. You're talking about the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. The lost what? Diadem. They mean the same thing, she clarified. It's a very famous item that belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. It's supposed to make whoever is wearing it wiser. Unfortunately, no one knows where it is. Hence the lost part. One take it, said Harry with a grin, making Luna bob her head a bit, owned curls swaying. Even though it's lost, does anyone know what it looks like? Oh, sure, all the Ravenclaws do at least, she replied with a nod. There's a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in our common room that has her wearing it. The front of it is an eagle with its wings spread out and there's some kind of stone in the middle of it. I assume the real thing is quite beautiful. So, not something that would make anyone who got near it go bonkers then, huh? Luna just shook her head and returned to her stargazing. It was still fairly early to see anything decent, but the brighter ones were at least visible. Harry, on the other hand, was looking at the ground in thought. So the tiara was actually a diadem, and that diadem was actually Ravenclaw's diadem. That in itself was fairly incredible. He had literally just happened across a belonging of one of the founders. Still, it was highly unlikely that the diadem was originally made to cause the reaction it did to him earlier, and after living at Grimmauld Place for a little over a month, he was sure that there could really only be one explanation. The diadem was cursed. Badly. He would leave it where it was until he knew what exactly to do with it. Regardless of what it had done to him, it belonged to a Hogwarts founder. There was no way he was just going to leave it to be cursed forever if he could help it. After one full week, Hermione had finally dropped the subject when it came to Harry's skipping classes. Instead, she saw fit to quiz him on the history of magic topics at the end of each week, as he had no issue with defense against the dark arts. It was annoying, but at the same time the more responsible part of him knew it was useful in keeping him from falling behind on his reading. Actually, keeping Hermione more focused on his academics than not was a pretty good idea, as she had less time to do anything else to him, like tease him about girls. His developing slightly more than friendship with Cho was often a popular topic during their prefect patrols. So far, they had done 2 midnight shifts and 1 graveyard, during which Hermione had actually nodded off against him while they were relaxing on a staircase and watching the Marauders map for any signs of students in the halls. She was working immensely hard on her schoolwork, not to mention doing her best to keep Ron afloat. It really wasn't until Harry had started becoming more responsible about his work that he saw exactly how much Hermione had done for them in the previous years. There was no doubt in his mind that they would have flunked without her, or at least gotten a very rude awakening at a certain point. But now Harry was acting almost completely independently, getting his work done on time and without much issue. His training had only gotten better as he finally settled into a good routine. Physical exercise and movement in the mornings and early afternoon, followed by heavy casting and research late into the evening. Lately, he had been completely focusing on Tonks' book, which he was about a third through. Another positive thing was the nice back and forth correspondence that he had going with Tonks. Since the first letter she had sent back with the Auror training manual, they had traded 4 more between them, the first of which said that he would very much like to see her at Hogsmeade any time she could make it out there. He really did miss her a lot. Unlike Sirius, communication with Tonks was strictly about anything but Voldemort, the Order, or the like. Letters were far too risky to trust such information in, regardless of whatever security measures were taken, so it simply wasn't talked about. This suited Harry quite well, though, as that was probably the last thing he wanted to talk about to begin with. Sirius kept him up to date on the goings-on of the Order, and that was enough. He wasn't a part of the war effort yet, if it even could be called a war at this point, and he was in no hurry to join. In fact, if it weren't for the few people around him that he cared deeply about, then he probably would have considered leaving England a long time ago. Quidditch was also going surprisingly well. Minus the first practice, which was a certain disaster, things had improved greatly. To start, the Slytherins hadn't attended any further practices. Ron was also getting much more comfortable with being on the team, though he still needed a ton of work. Harry, of course, had avoided Angelina's wrath by showing her that despite having detention he could still catch the snitch faster than anyone and that his flying was as good as ever. It was nice to be up in the air during the handful of practices they had per week. Of course, that isn't to say the 2 weeks didn't have their low points. During this time, Umbridge had systematically inspected almost every teacher, which had only served to put most of the professors more on edge than before and for Umbridge to dig up plenty of unfavorable information on Hagrid, among other things, particularly from the Slytherins who disliked the half-giant. There was no doubt that he would be a target the moment he returned to the castle, though there was still no word on when that would be. Umbridge herself hadn't changed much in the 2 weeks. If anything, she was much more settled as she had now been at the school for nearly a full month. The school itself had also settled, accepting the defense class for what it was and dealing with it however they could. Which was how Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves on the current late September night. "Harry," came Hermione's voice from the couch. He looked at her over his shoulder. She and Ron were still sitting there, unwilling to move from their spot of relative safety as he paced a line in the middle of the common room. "I'm thinking, Hermione," he said, a little edge of impatience in his voice. "Don't push me." And he was thinking. He was actually seriously considering becoming their teacher. There was no denying that he knew far more than anyone else in his year. He doubted very much that any student was training the way he was. Not to mention what he had done over the summer. But was it worth it? Would it actually work? Anything was better than nothing in the end. True, and this would help increase their chances to survive. "Harry, mate," began Ron. "Look, we talked about this for a while before coming to you. We didn't just throw it together as a fun idea. You're good. You really want me to teach you both?" repeated Harry, unconvinced. "I still think it's a bit of a bad idea. You wouldn't be getting a real professor or anything even close. I'm just a 5th year after all." "That's probably one of the biggest understatements I've ever heard, but whatever," chuckled Ron. "Well, it would definitely be us, but I was hoping we could include some other students as well. We're not the only ones who are suffering from Umbridge. I'm not talking about the whole school," she added quickly. "Just some others who we know that would appreciate the extra help. They'd work hard for it. Not to mention," added Ron with a grin, "that we'd be doing it right under Umbridge's nose." Hermione frowned at him for his language but said nothing. She wouldn't reprimand him for something she thought was true herself. Harry couldn't help but grin as well, walking over to the couch. "All right, Hermione, I'll do it," he said finally, shaking his head at his own willingness to cave to her. "But, you're the one who's organizing it, not me." "Got it. I'm just teaching." "Not a problem," she said, beaming at him. Out of nowhere she seemed to pull out a small notebook. "I've got everything planned in here, so let's go through it now." "I've gotten myself into a mess, haven't I?" he asked Ron tiredly, watching Hermione launch into her thoughts on the initial meeting and potential problems. "Too right you are, Harry." Harry let out a happy sigh as he stepped out of the carriage into the staging area just outside Hogsmeade. The village was already filled with students, eager to do some shopping and let out some energy in general. Of course, they only made up a fraction of the random people that dotted the streets. Hogsmeade was nearly as popular as Diagon Alley as a place to go, particularly as the snows became more of a seasonal thing. On a separate note, it felt somewhat relieving to be out from under the wards of the castle, not to mention all the other ambient magics that permeated the building. He barely understood what he felt to begin with, but there was no denying the lighter feeling that came with being outside. "So, where to first?" he asked Ron and Hermione who were stepping down behind him. "Zonko's bookstore," said Ron and Hermione at the same time. They glared at each other. Typical. What are you? The twins, said Harry with a smirk. Zonko's is further in, but the bookstore's near the edge, so let's go there first. We'll be stuck there all day if we go there first, said Ron, aghast. I'm not about to spend one of the few days away from school surrounded by anything to do with learning. You make it sound like books will give you a rash or something, said Hermione, crossing her arms across her chest. Honestly, if there's anyone who needs a good book, it's you, Ronald. Besides, I'm not about to make my first stop a place filled with nonsense for people with short attention spans. How about, interjected Harry loudly, not willing to listen to them bicker again, we split up for the first shop. I'll go with Hermione to make sure she doesn't get too entrenched. Sound good. You're picking books over Zonko's? Asked Ron in astonishment. Harry, it's Zonko's. Not about that, mate, said Harry. I go to Fred and George for all my pranking needs. Ron just gave Harry a pitying look. Suit yourself. He headed off down the road, shaking his head. Of course, Harry didn't really do much pranking to begin with, something that Sirius took as almost a personal offense, but after backing the twins in their joke shop dream, he felt it would be wrong to shop anywhere else. Not that he could exactly explain that to Ron quite yet. He is such a boy, said Hermione, as they walked into Tomes and Scrolls. It was about half the size of Flourish and Blots but still had an extensive selection. Yeah, I'd hate it if I were one too, Harry said as he rolled his eyes. Hermione didn't answer, which told him she was already lost in her element. Leaving her to her own devices, Harry moved off between the shelves and grabbed a book for himself, taking a seat by the front window and settling down for a short read. It wasn't like Hermione would leave without him. In fact, if she weren't disturbed, she would probably read until she collapsed from exhaustion, 2 full days later. About an hour later, Harry put his current book down on the small pile he had created by moving back to the shelves and grabbing something else to look into. He had been making notes on fairly simple spells he could teach in the defense group he and Hermione were starting. Even with just the school materials, he had more than enough to do, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in pulling from some outside sources in addition to the useful things he'd picked up elsewhere. Now, however, he settled for just watching people out of the window as they walked along the high street. The flow of students was much thinner around here since the vast majority of them would have passed by earlier, back around when he first arrived, but there were still those who aimed to have a later day in the village. Occasionally a person made a turn into the bookstore and walked through the door, making the small bell chime. It was actually pretty peaceful where he was. About 15 minutes watching the random people walk through the streets, Harry was suddenly greeted by a curious sight. Draco Malfoy was strutting down the road with Daphne Greengrass walking next to him, her left hand placed lightly on his elbow. Crabbe and Goyle followed shortly after, positioned a little behind the couple like they were bodyguards. Hermione, I'm going to step out for a second. You going to be okay here? She said absently, turning a page idly. Harry couldn't help but grin at her. Keep an eye on her for me, would you? He asked the storekeeper, an aged wizard who had very fuzzy eyebrows. He smiled and gave a short nod. Hermione was a frequent customer of his. Harry walked out of the shop and immediately fell into step a ways behind the group. They paused and he moved to the side of the road, leaning on a building lazily. A quick exchange between them and they entered the shop to the right, Crabbe and Goyle following them in. Wanting to get a better look, he moved to the opposite side of the street and made his way so that he was now facing the shop where, glancing to his left, he was met with the second odd sight of the day. Admittedly, this one was far more amusing. Do you have any idea how obvious you are behind that newspaper? Came a voice to Tracy's right, startling her enough that she gave a small jump. Harry Potter was standing a couple of feet away, leaning against the same building and watching her with an amused grin. What is he doing here? Potter, she said quietly, reflexively pulling the paper up higher to cover her face. I'm busy, go away. I had no idea you were into stalking your best friend, he said, grinning at her annoyed look. This isn't detention, Potter, I don't want to be seen talking to you, she responded, pointedly ignoring his last comment. You're assuming someone in this crowd actually cares enough to look, Potter responded blankly, waving a hand around at the people who indeed were wrapped up in their own days. The few who'd heard merely paid them a passing regard, turning away a second later. Besides, what does it matter anyway? You can't possibly be that unaware of how things stand at this school, said Tracy in disbelief, her newspaper sagging slightly with her tone. Of course I'm aware. It's about me, isn't it? Still don't see the issue. We practically talk every day. That is a gross misrepresentation of our daily interactions, Potter. You're giving me a headache. Just go somewhere. The Gryffindor just crossed his arms. Why do you have to be so negative around me? Even in detention where it's just us. I don't remember doing anything to earn it at any rate, and you're plenty cheerful otherwise. Most of the time you're smiling or outright laughing. It's a nice laugh, he added, almost as an afterthought. When are you watching me laughing? She asked, flushing slightly. How about every day at 8 in the ancient runes classroom? He said dryly. And don't look at me like that, I'm not some stalker. Unlike a certain bee, owned with a daily profit. Tracy just held the paper limply in her hand, completely disarmed. So, when did that happen? He asked, nodding at the store across the street. That, Tracy repeated, confused. Oh, they're not why, she said quickly, changing direction mid-sentence. Her mouth formed a knowing smirk too easily. Jealous. Of the ferret? Not likely, said Potter with a snort of humor. More of a morbid curiosity. Don't be a killjoy. Davis, how'd it happen? Tracy eyed him for a second before finally relenting. Maybe he would go away if she answered. It's simple, Potter. He asked her on a date. How is that simple? She actually said yes. He said, clearly surprised. He didn't blackmail her at all. I figured she of all people had standards. Tracy sighed. This was why she hadn't wanted to say anything. Trying to explain Slytherin house politics to a shoot-first-ask-questions-later Gryffindor was like trying to explain advanced transfiguration theory to a 5-year-old. Of course he blackmailed her, she said, keeping most of the impatience out of her voice. Considering who Draco is, what was she supposed to do about it? Say no, Potter said, as if it were obvious. He's a tow rag, you know. Only you could be so blissfully ignorant of the world you're famous in, Tracy said disparagingly, privately pleased she was finally able to throw that insult back in his face. Suddenly the door of the shop opposite them opened, revealing her friend and date. Sorry we can't chat more, it's really been fun, she shot off over her shoulder in false cheer, already on the move to follow. The pair didn't go far, maybe 4 or 5 shops before entering another one on the same side of the street. She quickly posted up opposite it, a little to the right so that it wasn't too obvious what she was there for. She had just settled into a good position when someone cleared their throat right next to her. A glance built her frustration to critical levels once again. Come off it, Potter, I'm busy. I can't help it if I was brought up in a muggle closet for 10 years, he said coolly. Tracy abandoned watching for her friend completely, turning to face the Gryffindor. It was his tone really that grabbed her attention. Above all, he sounded resentful, buried deep under his even voice. What do you mean by that? She asked. Exactly what it sounds like, he replied, unable to keep the hint of a scowl off his face. I didn't know that magic existed until the day I turned 11 and read my Hogwarts letter, with someone there to prove it as well. Less than a day later I was told I was wildly famous for surviving a dark wizard murdering my family. A month after that was Hogwarts, everyone looking at me with these insane expectations. 4 years later they still do. You still do, every second you look at me. I didn't know anything. He gave her a look that told nothing but frustration. How could I? You really didn't know. Sure, she'd heard that he lived with muggles over the summer, but no one really believed it in the Slytherin house. Even more so that he was raised by them. More than likely it was a cover to keep him safe from vengeful followers of the Dark Lord that had brought the country to its knees nearly 2 decades ago. And for him to just be thrown into their world, it just didn't make sense for someone like Harry Potter to not know about, well, everything. To not know about magic. No, so excuse me for not really understanding how a house like Slytherin works. It's not like anyone has the decency to explain it. Yeah, sorry. Tracy fidgeted slightly in place, finding it so much harder to outright dislike him on principle. Well, there's a kick in the pants. Hey, they're moving again. Wah. Tracy bit back a curse and looked at the shop. Draco and Daphne were indeed emerging with Crabbe and Goyle on their heels. How did you see them? You've been looking at me the whole time, hissed Tracy at once, again hiding behind her paper. Unlike a little earlier, there were barely any people in between them now. If they saw her. Potter just shook his head and tugged the paper from her, earning himself a panicked glare. Folding it quickly, he tossed it in a nearby bin. Hey. The paper makes you look so obvious. Nobody walks around reading these things like that, it's a stereotype. The first rule of blending in is not actually trying to hide. Perhaps it was the fact that he's just snatched away her daily profit. Or maybe the obvious tone he was now taking with her. Either way, her ire at the boy was back on full swing. Also, I can see them easily enough in the reflection, he said smugly, pointing to the window behind her. Apparently his previous mood was a thing of the past. Tracy counted backwards from 5 to keep herself from strangling the boy. Do you have any idea how infuriating you're being right now? She said through clenched teeth. Come on, they're getting away, he said, nodding to the group ahead of them. He took off at an easy pace, forcing Tracy to quickly follow lest she lost them. Occasionally Potter would glance back over his shoulder with a small grin, as if he were enjoying the aggravation he was evoking from her. Promising herself she would get him back for this, Tracy remained patient, keeping her eyes on her friend's hair. Why are you even here? Asked Tracy quietly, trying to keep up with him but at the same time doing her best to not look like they were walking together. She knew she must look ridiculous at the moment. To see Malfoy get dumped, there's no way he'll make it through the day without insulting her, he said. It's why I showed up in the first place. Speaking of weird though, why are the Gorilla Brothers here? I thought you said this was a date. How should I know? They showed up with Draco, she replied, though not without her own bit of annoyance at her friend's date. Daphne was now pointing to another store, slowing the group down. She walked up the porch and through the door after a few seconds, the other three right behind her. Their stalkers stopped in front of the window of the shop and peered in stealthily, but ducked quickly as Crabbe and Goyle took positions on each end of the big window, looking out at the street in boredom. Well, now what? Tracy whispered hotly, sitting on her heels and doing her best to keep her skirt from riding up her thighs. Just fabulous. And next to Harry Potter of all people. Well, now people are wondering what the hell we're doing, said Potter with a grin, waving at a group of third-year girls who were passing them and staring. The two in front quickened their pace but the one in the back lagged, waving shyly. Noticing the exchange, her friends just grabbed her and pulled her ahead. He's surprisingly good-natured, Tracy mused, watching the exchange. Meanwhile, seeing that there was no one else in the immediate area, Potter glanced up and saw both Crabbe and Goyle with their hands raised in a half-wave, eyes following the group of third years. Come on, he said softly, grabbing Tracy's arm and dragging her in the opposite direction out from under the window. He pulled her into the space between the shop and the building next to it. Damn it all, Potter, stop being so reckless. She snapped, snatching her hand back and brushing out her skirt. The two oafs in the window thought she was waving to them, he said with a snort of mirth. He paused, considering her for a moment before asking, so, what else were you planning to do today? Apart from more sneaking around, he added, getting an eye roll out of the girl. Some shopping I guess, but what does that? Ah. Tracy backed against the wall behind a barrel quickly as a loudly complaining Draco and the rest passed them, heading back to the main street. Once they were gone, Tracy poked her head out of the alleyway and watched them. She should be heading to Scrivenshaft's next, she said to herself, mentally double-checking the plan. You know where she's going? Potter asked, having followed her out of the alleyway. She's following the regular route we usually take when we're here. What route is that? He asked in curiosity as they walked back to the main road. Supplies shop, souvenir shop, that odds and ends shop we were just at, quill shop, robes, bookstore, jewelry shop, 3 broomsticks, she rattled off quickly. Well, we don't always go in that order but it usually happens that way and I doubt she'd do anything new for him. Sometimes we go to Honeyduke's after that if we're in the mood for sweets. Then, we just wander around or sometimes check out the train station or the Shrieking Shack. As for this though, I think the date is going to end at lunch. I hope so, for her sake. I still don't know why she hasn't ditched him yet, said Potter with a frown. I mean, she seems pretty prideful to me. Malfoy's just a bundle of arrogance riding his father's coattails. I'll bet him asking her out was more him telling her that she'd been invited to spend some time with him and should feel honored about it. More or less, muttered Tracy. Daphne was prideful, exceedingly so. It was something that could be a gift and a curse all at the same time. I don't think he's had much experience asking girls out anyway. The way Parkinson's always hung off him, I wouldn't doubt it, said Potter, shaking his head. How's she taking this thing, anyway? Malfoy's barely been hanging around her this year. Not well. You know how much she idolizes him, said Tracy with a sigh. There wasn't a soul in the school who wasn't aware of the girl's infatuation. He's been distancing himself from her a lot lately for some reason. I feel a bit bad for her actually. They had finally arrived at Scrivenshafts, which was one of the larger stores along the main street. Students and other patrons were walking in and out of it regularly. Potter just shrugged, taking a step towards the door. Alarmed, Tracy quickly grabbed his arm, preventing him from going any further. What are you doing? Her voice dropped off harshly into a hiss, suddenly aware she was making a scene. A number of students gave them curious looks as they passed. Going in to look at some quills, obviously. Didn't you want to shop as well? Come on. He pulled out of her grip, which had gone slack, and walked into the shop. He's going to get me caught. Fuming on the spot for a second, Tracy darted into the shop feeling highly anxious. It was filled with a mix of students, locals, and tourists, though probably on the student-heavy side overall. There were a number of rows of shelves that displayed all sorts of quills and ink bottles with various magical properties. The far wall was covered with great rolls of parchment. She saw Crabbe and Goyle near the front counter, looking at something between them. A hand suddenly pulled her to the side and behind one of the shelves. Don't just stand in the middle of the doorway, said Potter flatly. Malfoy and Greengrass are in the next row over. You're crazy, Tracy whispered fiercely. Potter just smiled in excitement. Maybe, but isn't it fun too? Come on, let's get closer. Knowing they were going to get caught at any moment, Tracy resigned herself to following his lead further down the row. Told father that he shouldn't bother with it. I mean, honestly, the stupid woman had no idea what she was doing to begin with. How interesting, came the bland reply. It didn't take a genius to realize that Daphne was experiencing a mixture of boredom, annoyance, and disgust. Isn't it? What do you think of this quill? It's got golden inlays, pretty intricate. Maybe I'll buy one. No doubt the quill was stupidly expensive. But it's so expensive. Daphne delivered her words perfectly and Tracy couldn't help but smile broadly at how good her friend was at this kind of stuff. I certainly wouldn't be able to afford such a thing. You think so? Perhaps you're right, said Draco, as though considering what she was saying. Of course, this is nothing to someone of my wealth. You've always struck me as more of a precious stone kind of a person to me anyway, said Daphne. Shall we move on? I have what I wanted and it's become quite crowded in here. They walked back towards the counter to pay and Tracy finally let out a snort of mirth. Trust Daphne to still stroke Draco's ego while doing something she doesn't want to. And insulting him on top of it, she said with a small grin. So she's purposely not blowing him off then, mused Harry. Imagine that. It wouldn't do her any good to make Draco an enemy, and embarrassing him publicly would do just that. Her family doesn't have anywhere near the pull his does. Tracy looked sidelong at Harry with a smug expression in her face. This is the difference between a Slytherin and a Gryffindor. Spontaneously following your friend who is on a date just to make sure she is safe is remarkably Gryffindor, he retorted, making her glare at him, though this time she actually had to suppress a grin. It was clearly meant as a compliment. Anyway, if you want some stuff from here, grab it quickly before they get too far. He nudged her a bit, and she made her way around the far side of the shop, grabbing a small notebook off of a shelf and a couple regular quills. She wanted to do a little free writing in her spare time, and there was nothing like a fresh notebook to get you wanting to fill it with words. Potter watched Daphne and crew exit as they joined the small throng at the counter, his own couple of quills clutched in his hand. They passed the shop window, heading in the opposite direction from the bookstore, the next stop on the routine Tracy had detailed a little while ago. Oi, they're not going to the bookstore, he whispered to her. Let's go. Paying quickly, the two started heading further into the village, occasionally catching sight of Daphne, Draco, and their bodyguards far ahead, but they kept getting obscured by people who were heading in and out of the Three Broomsticks. The inn was coming up on their left now and was steadily filling with students and regular daily patrons. It didn't take long for them to lose sight of them completely. Now, where do you reckon they got off to? Asked Potter, peering down the side streets they passed. Gladrags is still this way, Tracy suggested. I was thinking maybe she skipped the bookstore for Crab and Goyle's sakes. I don't think words agree with them much. Potter chuckled. No, they work better with grunts, from my experience with them, he said, causing her to smirk. That works out anyway. Hermione is probably still in the bookstore since I never pulled her out of there, and Malfoy never passes up a chance to have a go at her if he can. He scowled at the thought. I'd have to end the date early. She'd surely despise you for life, said Tracy sarcastically, glancing in another shop as they passed it though still no sign of them. Look, if you're going to walk with me then at least match my speed, would you? She added impatiently. He was walking slightly faster than her and she kept having to jog for a step to keep up every once in a while. Potter regarded her in confusion for a second before grinning and slowing down, matching her pace. So how have your classes been so far? What electives are you taking other than runes? He asked. Arithmancy, said Tracy automatically. It's been getting so complicated lately, I'm just glad Daphne is good at it. She has the same ones I do. I know the feeling, he said. I've seen Hermione's homework, and even the stuff from 2 years ago looked confusing. Ancient runes seems really neat though from what I've seen in detention. Tracy just smiled fondly. I love runes, it's just so interesting. You get used to the memorizing after a while, she added with a shrug. But it's a completely different way of looking at how magic can interact with the world around us. I wish I could do it all the time. What about you? Care of magical creatures and divination, he said with a grimace. I've liked Care of magical creatures, even when Hagrid shows us crazy stuff, but divination is a load of bull. I've stopped going to it altogether. You're completely skipping a class. Tracy looked at him in shock. That was unheard of, really. Yeah, there they are, he said suddenly, pointing to a large window they had come in front of. As she had guessed, Daphne was in Gladrags, flitting in and out of sight between the many stands that displayed flashy dresses, robes, and crosses between the two. There was nothing really to the level that Madame Malkin sold, but Gladrags was still a nice shop, filled with a great variety of things. It was also incredibly popular for its bargains on current trends. Let's go in here too. It's not going to be like in the last place. Gladrags looks pretty empty. We'll definitely get caught, said Tracy at once. Potter just shrugged. It's not like they've seen us yet. Considering that we're just keeping an eye on them, I think we can be allowed one coincidental encounter. Plus, I haven't had a good go at Malfoy for ages. I'll head in first. He left her there and walked into the shop with a jingle of the door. Daphne suppressed a sigh as she perused the dress robes. Merlin, this was one of the most awful days she'd ever had in her life. Malfoy was an absolutely horrid excuse for a male and treated females very poorly. He even had no respect for his own mother, from what he had been saying in scrivenshafts. Daphne had only met her a handful of times at events her parents went to, but she didn't remember the woman seeming like such an awful person. Surely not someone who deserved that kind of talk from her own son. There was a jingle from the front door as none other than Harry Potter walked in, looking around in mild interest. He met Daphne's eyes for a second, but instead of approaching her like she almost expected him to, he just gave her a small smile and continued looking around in the shop. She watched him out of the corner of her eye as he walked further into the shop when the doorbell rang softly again, though when she looked over there was no one there. Her eyes moved back to watching Potter walk off when she was suddenly poked lightly in the side. Turning quickly, she found herself facing her best friend with her finger to her lips. She looked around and whispered, "I finally found you. Tracy," she said in relief. "Thank Merlin. Where did you come from?" "I saw you go into this shop and followed," she explained. "Where have you been so far?" "All the usual places, minus the bookstore. Those two and books. Never mind, I'll tell you later," she added, rubbing her temples. "What have you been up to? Do anything interesting?" "Ah, you know," she said, avoiding her friend's eyes. "A little of this and that. It's not as fun without you." Daphne could tell Tracy was being a bit suspicious, but pushed it off in favor of a bit of normalcy in her rather disturbing day. "Trust me, I'd rather we were hanging out like normal than the ridiculousness I've been involved with." Tracy nodded enthusiastically, clearly in agreement. "I wanted to see if everything was going all right." "So?" Daphne winced slightly at the impending follow-up. "Is everything going okay?" Daphne put a hand on her friend's shoulder and squeezed it hard. "Kill me." She could tell that Tracy was doing everything she could to suppress a smile. Like a true friend, there was no way she wasn't amused by her predicament. "Come off it. Daph, it can't be that bad." "Daphne." Draco's commanding voice filled the shop. "Come over here now." She scowled heavily at Tracy before remastering herself and heading over to see what it was this time. "Say that again, Potter." "I don't believe you," said Harry, crossing his arms. Crabbe and Goyle looked at him menacingly, but in a shop that was really all they could do. Harry had been riling them up as best he could for the past couple minutes. So satisfying. Especially Crabbe and Goyle. "I don't know what you slipped Parkinson years ago to make her your ever-faithful follower, but Greengrass actually uses her brain. It just doesn't make any sense." "Daphne," said Malfoy loudly, still giving Harry a confident look. "Come over here now." A few seconds later, Daphne emerged from the rows of clothing racks. "Yes, Draco. Potter doesn't believe we're going on a date. I'm just showing him how misinformed he is," he said with a smirk at the Gryffindor. "Calling her over doesn't really prove anything, Malfoy. Besides, you realize dates are supposed to be for two, right? Unless," he paused with a gasp, looking over at the large Slytherins with a grin, "it's a double date." "Oh, that's just lovely. I'm so happy for you too." Instantly Crabbe and Goyle had their hackles up, but they held themselves back, glares promising pain later. Instead he looked over at Daphne. He didn't exactly mean to put her on the spot like he just had, but it would be out of character for him not to question anything Malfoy did. Malloy, meanwhile, looked at Daphne expectantly. Her eyes moved between Harry and Malfoy quickly. "What do you care what Potter says, Draco? He's just a Gryffindor." "Just putting him in his place," said Malfoy easily, looking back at Harry. He moved closer and spoke low in a voice obviously only meant for him. "Poor Potter can't even get himself an ugly girl when I can get whoever I want. So much for being famous." Daphne frowned at Malfoy, but Harry was boiling. "Of course," Malfoy continued on loudly, "I'm sure the Mudblood Granger would have you though. Dirt for dirt, you know. Why don't you run off and find her?" "Oi, Potter," said Tracy loudly, emerging from seemingly nowhere and barging into the middle of it all. She poked him hard in the chest. "Stop interrupting my friend's day. Daph, why don't you go get lunch or something?" "Sounds fine," said Daphne evenly. "Draco, let's go." "Come here, Potter, I've got a bone to pick with you," continued Tracy as the others moved off. She dragged him to the back of the shop near where the changing rooms were. Malfoy's call of, "See you later, Scarhead," still loud enough to hear. The shop was now empty but for them. Tracy watched Harry carefully, though she said nothing. It took him a second to formulate words. "I swear I'm going to break his arm," Harry said slowly, taking a couple deep breaths to calm himself. Called Hermione a mudblood again. He's treating Greengrass like crap too, no surprise there. Tracy grimaced. "Yeah, I wasn't too thrilled about that either, but it's pretty typical of him. Why do you think we dislike him? Anyway," she added, "there's no need to be so angry about it. Treating people like they're objects is the lowest of the low." He spat, such venom in his voice that Tracy actually took a step back. Doesn't matter if it's to show them off or hide them away. Harry took a long steadying breath, meeting the girl's eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. It's just something that bothers me more than everything else. Thanks for getting me out of there, too. I was really about to blast him after he called Hermione a mudblood again. I really should have at least broken something. According to rumors, things around you get destroyed when you get mad, and from where I was hiding it looked like you were pretty pissed, said Tracy, crossing her arms. I doubt they would have liked it if you blew up the shop. Well, I'm glad the shop wasn't destroyed, but that isn't just a rumor, he said with a sigh, pulling out his wand and beginning to repair 3 nearby wall-mounted mirrors. They were all laced with cracks. Still don't get why it's always glass that breaks first. Have to ask McGonagall. Anyway, should we browse a bit? At Tracy's raised eyebrows, Harry continued, well, why not? Daphne and Malfoy are going to get lunch at the Three Broomsticks, which is completely packed right now, so it's not like they'll be leaving anytime soon. This place isn't very crowded and I want a new shirt to replace one that's been magically repaired way too many times. He sighed at the look she was giving him. We don't have to stay if you don't want to. Whatever. Just be quick about it, Tracy said dismissively after a few seconds, moving off to look at a rack. Harry just grinned, following her into the forest of clothing. Today was turning out a lot more fun than he originally thought it would be. We spent way too much time in there, said Tracy, walking quickly to the Three Broomsticks Inn. Hey, you were the one having all the fun, said Harry defensively. I was done in 30 seconds, a minute max. Tracy said nothing and just sped up a tiny bit more. Where did you learn about girl fashion anyway? I thought you grew up in a muggle closet, she grudgingly asked under her breath as they slowed down considerably. The area around the Three Broomsticks was much more crowded with people walking in and out of the place, or just milling about after a good meal. Me telling you that you look good for nearly an hour means I know girl fashion. Harry posed skeptically. They really had lost track of time. He'd just kind of went with the flow. Tracy just hid an embarrassed expression. Anyway, you go in first and find a seat somewhere in the back or out of the way, and I'll come in a few minutes after. Don't worry about it, I'll find you. Good. Just don't be obvious about it. Daphne and Draco both think I tore into you earlier. She brushed out her curls and walked into the inn. Harry leaned against the far wall, away from the windows in the front of the building. Every time the front door opened, a wave of cheerful sounds escaped. The Three Broomsticks was easily the most popular inn around. Even though it was technically out in the middle of nowhere, it was connected to the Flow network, and that basically made it as close to the rest of the world as anything else was really. The inn got at least 3 times the patronage that the Leaky Cauldron got, and Harry had never seen that place less than completely packed. Having counted to 200, he walked over to the door and went inside, pulling up short as he crossed the threshold. Bloody hell, he muttered, moving to the side to get out of the way of anyone else coming through the door. The main room of the building was at least twice the size it had been the last time he had eaten here. To his right was the long winding bar where Madame Rosmerta reigned supreme alongside one other bar girl he'd never seen before. To his left was the larger part of the room where there were dozens of tables filled with patrons, students and not. The tables by the window were higher than the others, with high stools for seats. The middle of the room held normal tables with chairs. Finally, the walls were lined with booths. That was all normal, only now there was just more of it. The really different bit was the entirely new second floor that overlooked the main room. It had a staircase that could be reached from the back of the room. The ceiling had been raised significantly to give the room a very spacious feel. To complete the space, straight ahead against the back wall next to a hallway that led to the rented rooms was a small desk where a young woman sat, cheerfully reading a magazine. She caught Harry's eye and smiled at him before returning to her magazine. Not having seen Tracy, but noticing Malfoy and Daphne almost at once, Harry walked to the back desk. He coughed lightly to get the receptionist's attention. Sorry, welcome to the, she began as she quickly put her magazine down, but then pulled up short when she saw who it was. Oh, hi. Harry Potter, he said with a grin. Marcel. The girl looked a few years older than him and had dark hair and hazel-colored eyes. Something I can help you with? Yeah, what on earth happened to this place? He asked. Like it, do ya? She said, clearly in agreement. Rosie just had it renovated over the summer because patronage is way up these days, especially after the Tri-Wizard tournament. We've even had a bunch of rooms added as well and all the old ones touched up, she said, pointing to the hall beside her. The second floor is really nice too. You get such a great view over the main room. Are you one of the additions as well? Asked Harry, grinning at her enthusiasm. She nodded. Yep. Rosie's been a really great friend to me while I was at Hogwarts and she told me she was looking for someone to help out a bit and I wanted the job. There are a few other girls who are waitresses, but she still does all the hard stuff herself though. I just sit at this desk and deal with the rooms. Isabelle is the new bartender. She's from France, she added, rolling her eyes as she drew out the word. Her accent has been drawing boys by the bucket load. Harry smirked at the group of guys who Isabelle was chatting up at the bar, barely paying attention to what they were drinking. Did all French girls have that effect? He thought of Fleur, who he hadn't seen since June, but then he was suddenly reminded of her slightly disturbingly obsessed younger sister and gave a mental shudder. He pulled himself back to reality. Well, I've got someone I need to meet now, but I'll definitely see you around, said Harry. It was nice meeting you, Marcel. Cheers, Harry, she said brightly. Come visit anytime. I will, he said, walking over to the bar. Hi, Rosie. I saw you chatting up my clerk, Harry, said Rosmerta, leaning forward imperiously. It had the effect of enhancing the already substantial cleavage she was showing with her low-cut dress. Rosmerta was certainly more than easy on the eyes. Still, Harry did his utmost to keep his fixated on her own green ones. And since when did you call me Rosie? Love what you've done with the place, he said evasively. Must have cost a lot, I reckon. Never you mind about that, said Rosmerta easily. Did you want to order some food? Yeah, but I also need a dish for a girl and I've got no idea what she likes. I don't feel like she's a bird about it though, he said, trying to puzzle out Tracy. I doubt she took the time to actually get herself anything when she came in. I've been doing this for long enough, Harry, I'll figure something out. Harry dug out a galleon and placed it on the table for her. I also have no idea where she is in this place, he started, but at the look he was getting changed course immediately, but I'm sure that won't be a problem for you. I'll take 2 butterbeers as well. Picking up the 2 large mugs, Harry made his way up the wide wooden steps to the second floor. It was much quieter than the first one, likely due to some type of muffling charm, though there was still the constant buzz of pleasant talking. There were a number of tables up here that hadn't been filled, though they were spread around fairly evenly. There were tables against the railing overlooking the main room and more intimate booths against the wall. One glance around was all it took to spot Tracy sitting all the way at the last table that was overlooking the room below. She was positioned so that it would be difficult to see her from below at least. About time, Potter, said Tracy, taking the mug he handed her and draining a third of it in one go. She sighed happily, a tiny bit of foam clinging to her upper lip. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the image. Something about the butterbeer from this place in particular had that effect on people. Try not to kill it too quickly, who knows how long we'll be here, he pointed out, taking a drag on his own. Spread through his body to his fingertips and toes. Thanks, I forgot to get a drink before I got my seat, and I didn't want to lose it. The view from up here is great. Yeah, the additions are fantastic. I love this place, he said, feeling very relaxed. It's nice, you know. Tracy nodded her agreement while she took another long draft. She'd certainly be needing another one soon at this rate. So, how's she looking down there? Asked Harry. Well, at least Draco didn't make her sit with Crabbe and Goyle, though I half expected it, she said, shaking her head. They're actually a whole 4 tables away. I managed to talk with Daphne and Gladrags while you were distracting Draco for a bit. Oh, said Harry, interested. What did she say? Asked me to kill her. Harry burst out laughing. It's a little sad that he's like that, said Tracy with a frown. I've met his mother once, And she didn't seem like the kind of person to raise him that way. Makes sense. Malfoy is 100% his father to begin with, and there's a snake if I ever saw one. No offense meant, he added quickly as Tracy frowned. Here you are, dears, came a voice from a little ways off. Rosmerta was approaching them with a large tray balanced expertly on one arm. She set down a plate in front of Harry followed by one for Tracy. Thanks, Rosie, said Harry, grateful for the distraction. Do you think we could get another round of butterbeers too? She'll be after mine in less than a minute at this rate. If you'd told me who you were eating with, I'd have brought one over as a matter of course, she said teasingly at Tracy who was now blushing faintly. She does like her butterbeer, doesn't she, Miss Tracy Davis? Tracy cleared her throat. I'll thank you for not embarrassing me in front of the Gryffindor, she said thinly. But, Rosmerta, I didn't order this. I didn't order anything. Well, of course you didn't, she said with a chuckle. Be a poor date if he wasn't treating you, now would it? Harry choked on his drink, nearly spilling it. Tracy was glaring at him murderously. What have you been telling her? She said dangerously. Absolutely nothing of the sort. He said quickly, wiping his mouth. Rosmerta, tell her. But the barmaid was already long gone, hips shaking mockingly with each step. He just sat back in his seat. Honestly, having a go at me just because I called her Rosie, other people do it all the time. I'm telling you, Potter, don't get any ideas about today, Tracy warned him. She looked down at her food and refilled mug and her expression softened. Thanks for the food though, this looks great. Harry let out a small breath as if he had dodged a killing curse. He'd have to get Rosmerta back a little later. They ate in silence as they continued to watch Daphne and Malfoy below. It didn't seem like much was happening. Malfoy was being a chatterbox about things likely relating to or directly concerning himself, and Daphne was just listening, or possibly pretending to, occasionally nodding her head here and there. Harry on the other hand found his attention split between the group below and the girl across from him. A small battle was waged in his mind. Tracy's annoyed face and waspish attitude from the couple weeks of his detentions fought against what he'd experienced today, and was crushed ruthlessly. Who would have thought this is what was actually behind the Slytherin's quick-to-attack demeanor? Tracy was actually alright, and understanding that was eye-opening in a number of ways. I should apologize. Tracy quickly looked over at his words. What? You aren't the kind of person I figured you were from detention, he clarified. I should have tried to get along with you more without already preparing for a fight. I didn't give you much of a chance to, she said, looking to the side. It's not exactly fair for you to say that. Still, I guess I'm glad you didn't chase me off earlier. Oh, I tried, Tracy said dryly. You just wouldn't leave. I have been known to be kind of stubborn. Tracy said nothing, but it didn't bother him. He'd wanted to get the thoughts off his chest and he felt better for it. Casting his gaze back over the banister, he voiced another wonder. Is it the same with her? Tracy looked over in confusion, having been paying attention to the pair below. Daphne, he elaborated. Greengrass, what's she like? Like that, Tracy said flatly, her thumb vaguely gesturing to the girl below. No, not that I mean when she isn't like that, Harry elaborated. What makes you think that isn't who she really is? Said Tracy at once. You don't know her at all. True, he replied, sipping his butterbeer. The corner of his mouth turned up into a grin. But after today I know you're secretly nice, so odds are she is too. Best friends and all that. Tracy cleared her throat slightly, looking back over the banister at the people below. She's different, I guess. If you want to know then you should ask her yourself. Can't promise what'll happen to you when you do though. Harry returned his gaze to the Slytherin below, chuckling at the thought. I'll keep that in mind. Tracy eyed him carefully before voicing her next thought. Why are you asking about Daphne? I thought you liked Cho. I do, said Harry absently. Daphne's. He paused for a second before turning to Tracy, blank expression on his face. You heard nothing. I said nothing. Oh, no, I definitely heard something, she said with a Cheshire grin stretched across her face. It's actually not that big of a rumor, even after that fiasco last year, but I still suspected as much. You should see yourself when the two of you are talking to each other. Still rather tame though, don't you think you should step it up a bit? Harry just glared at her, blushing slightly. It's bad enough I've got Hermione teasing me about girls. Must you as well? And why are you watching so much? Kinda hard not to, she said with a shrug. It isn't like you hide it very well. Harry couldn't help but laugh a bit, despite the embarrassment. Still, he was more than willing to change the topic. We never finished talking about classes before, he said evasively, remembering that they had been cut off. Tracy blinked. That's right. You're completely skipping one of your classes. 3 actually. Well, technically 2, he amended. As expected, Tracy did not disappoint with her response. What? Harry nodded. Yeah, history of magic and divination, he said, counting them off. I've only gone to the first class of each. Never went back, not doing any of the assigned work. You have no idea how much easier it's been making my life with the amount of work everyone else has been giving. Still a lot of work to do, but it's manageable now. Also plenty of time to work on my own stuff too. But this is ROWL year. She said quickly. You'll fail. But Harry was shaking his head. I'll actually probably do better. History of magic is just like story time with a textbook, he began, ticking the class off on a finger, and it's so dull you want to destroy your brain just for something to do. Beyond boring, and I've got it first period twice a week. Barely anyone can stay awake for it to begin with, and we always end up begging Hermione for help at the end where we scrape by. I know the topics that will be covered on the OWL, so I can just study them in depth at a much more reasonable time of the day and never have to hear Bin's voice again. That class needs more life to it, literally. He put up a second finger. Honestly, I should have dropped divination for something else at the beginning of 4th year, but it was easy to bullshit and I had it with Ron. Not to mention the tournament. Anyway, divination is useless unless you're actually gifted with it. I'm not. Also, if you haven't heard, Trelawney dramatically predicts my death in practically every single class. Not even subtle about it. Hello, Harry. You're going to die in a horrible way today. Spooky spooky. Drama drama. Take care. She does that, said Tracy in shock. That's dreadful. It's bloody annoying, is what it is. Scared the hell out of me when I first joined the class, but I got used to it really fast. I'm done with her. I thought you said it was 3 classes. Tracy said when he didn't continue immediately. Well, to be honest, I was actually kicked out of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry took a swig of his drink. As punishment for how I acted on the first day. I know there's rumors about why I'm not there, but that's the short of it. Kicked out. I've never. How do things like this happen to you so much? Tracy said in wonder. That's just crazy. Isn't it? But I'm not going to fail the defense OWL, he said with a shrug. Defense is my best subject. Always has been, and probably always will be. I practice new stuff all the time and I'm miles ahead of where the class would be anyway. Besides, I'm not sure if you'd noticed, but Umbridge isn't teaching anyone anything to begin with. She's dragging everyone down to somewhere it'll be nearly impossible to recover from. Tracy glanced over the railing and put her utensils down, leaning back in her seat. She let out a depressed puff of air, the look she was giving him now positively woeful. I'm worried, she said, disheartened. Her posture was laced with anxiety. Really worried. Daphne is too, as little as she might show it. Defense is really important. You learn a lot about undoing damaging spells and curses, not to mention some of the more useful spells to defend yourself with. But we've never had a good defense teacher before except Lupin really, and he focused a lot on dark creatures. We're never going to pass that OWL, even with the extra studying we're doing to make up for it. There's really only so far you can get through self-study without already being a natural at the subject. Even then, how would you know if you're doing anything right? Just because you can cast a spell doesn't mean you're actually good at it. Harry considered the girl before him with a frown. It was easy to see the Slytherins, who as a whole always gave him an extremely hard time, as an entirely different group, but in the end they were the same as he was, students. Since his first day at Hogwarts, in the same way that he was forced to deal with the downright awful professors and ridiculous assignments, so were they. Tracy felt trapped, much like Hermione had earlier on. It was a humbling realization in a way. The only real difference. That woman is genuinely trying to prevent us from learning any magic whatsoever, and we can't do anything about it. Was that Hermione had him? Listen, he said, causing her to look up. Tomorrow morning at 11 in the Hog's Head we're having a meeting about a way to deal with Umbridge. Tracy looked at him in surprise. We're, me, Ron, Hermione, and whoever else she's gotten around to inviting, though I've got no idea what kind of numbers to expect, he explained. I doubt anyone's invited any Slytherins, so you two would probably be the only ones. As two, said Tracy in confusion, still lost. You and Daphne, who else? He said pointedly. And anyone else, I suppose, as long as you can promise they'll keep quiet. Dunno who that could be, but I'll trust you to make a good decision. You'll trust me. Yeah, and don't worry, if anyone gives you hell about being there, they'll have to deal with me. I'll run it by Daphne later, she said slowly, still giving him an odd look, bemused, even. Harry looked over the railing. It looked like Malfoy was finally leaving, Daphne making no attempt to move from her seat. So the date was finally over, it seemed. Malfoy's leaving. I'll send Daphne up here. No doubt she'll need someone to talk to. Ah, today was fun, he said, eliciting a surprised look from her as her voice cut off. Let's do this again, yeah. Don't forget about tomorrow. 11, in the Hog's Head. See you there. And he walked off, depositing his plate in a plastic bin for dirty dishes. Harry made his way through the crowd smoothly, dodging students and other patrons alike to bring him beside Daphne. He stopped at her table and leaned over a bit. Second floor, all the way at the end. Daphne made to say something, but he had already moved off to the bar. He had one more stop to make before heading out. Who knew where Ron and Hermione were? No doubt they were wondering where the hell he had gotten off to. He suddenly realized that he had completely ditched them both for his impulsive adventure. Crap. Then again, if either of them were true to their characters, Ron was stuffing his face somewhere and Hermione was still reading in the bookstore. Still plenty of daylight to spend with them. Something else for you, Harry, dear. You really nearly got me killed up there, you know, he said with a small glare to the cheery woman. What would you have done if she threw me over the railing? Had someone clean up the mess and bill her for the damage, said Rosmerta simply. Right. Remind me never to die in your wonderful establishment, he said with amusement, glancing back up at the balcony. Second floor, all the way at the end. Potter was there and then gone in a second, giving her no time to respond as she watched his retreating back. Curious about what he had just said, she glanced up to the second floor and to her surprise saw what was unmistakably the back of Tracy's hair, just poking up over the top of the railing. She could make out the rest of her outfit through the individual spokes. Placing her plate in a dish bin, she took her half-filled mug through the crowd and up the stairs with her, noticing the drop in volume almost immediately. Tracy was sitting at the last table, head buried in her arms, though her left hand was still wrapped around her mug. Sitting, Daphne immediately noticed how warm the chair she'd taken was, as if it had been occupied until very recently. Tracy still made no indication that she knew she was there. Hey, don't ignore me. Ow, 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 said Tracy loudly as Daphne pinched her arm lightly. All right, I'm up. You should be nicer to me, I had a really confusing day. Ah, but I won't even pretend to have gone through what you just did. Draco Malfoy, Daphne began, her knuckles white as she clutched her mug, is the most deplorable human being I have ever met. Forget about all of his worthless qualities, not once did he ask me anything about myself. Not once. He just strutted around and showed off his wealth like I should be impressed by it and himself, the paragon of the purebloods. Showing pretty me off like I was a damn prize. Little, bloody, Daphne's voice ground away into dark muttering. Sounds like it was worse than it looked, And he brought Crabbe and Goyle with him. Who does that? She continued, her voice back to full. I should thank Potter for saying what he did in Gladrags, else they probably would have eaten with us as well. Tracy, If I ever agree to go on a date again, please stop me. Who knows? You actually might like the next one, said Tracy with a chuckle and getting an eye roll in response. Anyway, how was your day? Asked Daphne. What did you do before we bumped into each other and that whole thing in Gladrags? Actually, she added in confusion, how did Potter know where you were sitting? Well, I might have been sitting with, him, she said slowly, carefully focusing on her mug. You were sitting with him. Daphne's eyebrows had gone up quite a bit. Harry Potter. At Tracy's nod, she just continued, why? Well, I couldn't just after all. It's his fault really. Tagging along like that, she finished in annoyance, still not meeting Daphne's eyes. Was she getting a bit pink? Tracy. English, please. I spent the morning with him, she finally admitted. And it was, actually fun. Daphne was just giving her the most baffled look she could make. From the beginning, please. Well, I should start by admitting that I followed you all day, Tracy said sheepishly, now propping her chin on her arms. I didn't trust Draco after you left with him and those idiots on what was supposed to be a date. So I grabbed a daily profit from breakfast and sort of followed you. Daphne looked at her blankly before bursting out laughing. You are the best friend ever, you know that. Tracy looked away, highly embarrassed, though the smile was evident on her face. None of us noticed you at all, even though Crabbe and Goyle were there. Daphne suddenly laughed again. They actually had a use but failed, somehow that's even worse than them just being there. Actually, if it had been just me I probably would have been found out really fast, said Tracy, half explaining, half apologizing. I jumped on the idea of following you, but was really obvious about it. Potter saw me hiding across from the first shop you four went in almost immediately and came over talking to me. I thought he was going to blow my cover, but it ended up being fine. Before I knew it, he was the one following and I was doing my best to keep up with him. He's way better at being stealthy than I am. Probably from all that sneaking around he does at Hogwarts. You and Harry Potter followed us around from the very beginning. Daphne said blankly. She wasn't sure whether to be impressed or upset. I was just planning on staying outside all the shops, but Potter actually pulled me into Scrivenshafts while you four were there. We were listening to Draco ask you what you thought about that quill with the gold inlays. Okay. That's scary, said Daphne, thinking how close they must have been. Wait. Then that means that in Gladrags. All planned for me to talk to you for a few seconds, we thought you could use a little breather from Constant Draco. That's mental. Yeah, well, Tracy shifted a little uncomfortably. At first I was really mad at him for barging in and not leaving me alone, but after a little while we started talking about random stuff and walked around like normal people. And then Gladrags. Tracy shook her head. Potter was just shy of hexing Draco for how he was acting. I got him out of there, not you guys. He calmed down after a bit anyway she finished suddenly. Daphne wasn't fooled though, having seen this very thing before. Tracy. Spill it. We did some clothing shopping, she muttered. What's so bad about that? Daphne asked. Tracy was determinedly not meeting her eyes. Tracy. I tried stuff on, she said slowly, biting her lip. And he might have made a passing observation or two. Daphne opened her mouth to speak but held back as her friend continued in an even smaller voice, at my request. Quote. Let me get this straight. You tried things on for him to look at. Daphne deadpanned. Tracy nodded, looking to the side. I mean he was there so it would have been a waste not to. I wanted opinions. For how long? We were in the Three Broomsticks for a while. Dunno. About an hour. Wasn't really paying attention, she mumbled. And then you had lunch with him until just now. Daphne continued. Nod. Did he pay? A hesitation, but finally a nod. And you were alone with him from a few minutes after you got to Hogsmeade. Nod. Daphne crossed her arms. Tracy. That's a date. Is not. Sorry, Tracy, but yes it is. Daphne suddenly grinned, despite the whole crazy idea of her best friend going around with Potter. You had an unofficial date with Harry Potter. First date too. Tracy's eyes actually went wide for a bit before she sighed resignedly. You beep. So, what do you think? It was a mark of their friendship that Daphne wasn't teasing her. Tracy looked genuinely thrown off from today's events. I dunno. After everything I've ever heard about him, I just wasn't expecting this. I haven't been treating him very well either during his detentions. He had every right to be cold to me but wasn't at all. He even apologized for not being more open-minded to us getting along. Well, I'd be really careful about keeping this quiet, if I were you, Daphne continued. You know what the house will say if any of them find out. Yeah, it's bad enough for them that I'm a half-blood, she said with a frown. It was probably the only reason that Tracy, who was easily likable in general, was so disconnected from her housemates. The moment they had discovered her father was a muggle, it had caused her a lot of problems. Not so much that everyone in the house instantly despised her. As a matter of fact, Slytherin House was much more tolerant of half-bloods than most believed. It was just that the most bigoted pure bloods in the house were often the most vocal and coincidentally carried the most political power among them, not to mention money. They held sway whether they used it or not. Stop. You know how I feel about you getting all mopey about that crap, Daphne said sternly, scowling at her, and Tracy just shrugged. It was an old argument between the two of them. Anyway, Potter invited us to a meeting happening tomorrow about the defense classes. 11 o'clock at the Hog's Head, that seedy pub on the other side of the village. Looks like they've got an idea of how to take care of the huge problem everyone is having. Potter invited us, said Daphne in surprise. I suppose I can understand you, but why me? She was interested. So much so that she was actually considering it despite the fact that the Gryffindor poster boy had invited them. Word about him had been circulating the Slytherin common room since her first day, and none of it was any good. Even the rest of the school these days seemed to agree with most of it. Still, she wasn't foolish enough to have her priorities so skewed. Umbridge's classes were honestly making her terrified of the defense OWL. While the most common NEWT requirement for all spell-related jobs was charms, directly following that were both defense and transfiguration. Most, however, required all three. Failing her defense OWL effectively destroyed her chances at any type of decent future that she was remotely interested in. Sure, she could take it again at a later date, but that wouldn't make up for the fact that it would be on her record that she failed it the first time, and there was never a good Dada professor at school. She would end up being even further behind than she was now. Everyone in the school, save probably a few gifted 7th years, was behind in defense. And yet, despite all that, she was wary of being invited to something by someone she barely knew, especially one that she had always held in such low regard. Tracy was contemplating her response. She cut off, looking embarrassed again, but kept talking anyway. He said some nice things to me and figured that even if you act the way you do, you probably are pretty similar to me anyway. Daphne couldn't help but smile a bit at her friend. She'd never really gotten much positive attention from boys before, so it certainly was nice to see. Even if it was Harry Potter. Though he did ask about you earlier. He seemed curious. Oh, Tracy eyed her butterbeer, thoughtful. Yeah, he does fancy Cho Chong though. Kinda tricked him into admitting it. I was too curious to let the chance pass. That's points to me for spotting it. Daphne just rolled her eyes at her excitable friend. She was way too interested in other people's love lives. What about this thing he's invited us to? Daphne said, before Tracy became further off track. You didn't finish talking about it. Ah, sorry. I was telling him how worried we were about defense and he just told me about it. From the sound of it, he's one of the ones who's running it. He said he'd deal with anyone who tried to give us a hard time as well. We're definitely the only Slytherins with an invite. Though he said I could bring someone else if I trusted that person to keep quiet. I don't know. Just humor me, alright. I can't take the anxiety anymore. You just want to see him again, Daphne teased. Tracy just scowled, though she still did look a bit embarrassed. I told you I had fun today, but I'm not some love-struck third year. Okay, I get it, Daphne apologized, though she still hid a small smirk. Tracy didn't often get flustered about things. Actually, I think you two would actually get along pretty well if you gave him a chance. Daphne just rolled her eyes. Whatever, let's go. It's been a crazy day for both of us, and that means we need sugar. Remind me why we didn't just do this in the Three Broomsticks. They've even got a second floor now. I've already told you, Ron, it's always packed, we'd never get any peace of mind talking in there. You're sure about this now? I mean, we can always relocate. We don't want this circulating through the school, and being around other students is the quickest way to make that happen. You know just as well as I do that Umbridge would shut this down in a heartbeat. The Hog's Head should be fine though, students never go in there. It's a bit, you know, Hermione paused for a second, looking for the right word. Dodgy, Harry suggested. Ron just gave them an unamused look. A bit. This was, after all, the place that Hagrid frequently walked out of with unborn creatures of incredible danger and questionable legality. Still, there was no further objection about their destination and they continued the remainder of the way in silence. It didn't take long for the trio to reach the pub. It was right around the corner from the post office and up a side street a bit. The sign that hung over the door creaked as it swayed and depicted a severed boar's head dripping blood onto a white cloth. Lovely. Well, after you, leader, said Ron, looking at the place apprehensively. Hermione glanced at Harry, who gave her a pointed look. She straightened her shoulders, saying, right, well, come on. She pushed the door open and walked in, Harry and Ron flanking her. Harry was immediately reminded of a dark cellar. It certainly resembled one. The bay windows were so grimy they might as well have been hidden behind curtains for all the light they let in. The room instead had to be lit by a large number of candles that sat on the tables littering the room. The ground was so covered in filth that the stone floor could easily be mistaken as earthen. There were only a handful of people in the place, though all of them wore cloaks with hoods that covered their faces. Harry remembered Hagrid mentioning the wide range of characters that frequented this place. He supposed then he shouldn't be surprised that one figure at the bar was downing glass after glass of something that honestly looked like liquid fire. In fact, it might actually have been on fire itself. The fact every visible inch of the drinker was completely covered in less than clean-looking bandages was really just the kicker. We're really doing this, huh? Try to relax a bit, Harry, Hermione said reassuringly. I've triple-checked everything. We aren't out of bounds for anything we're doing. Not the Hog's Head, not the study group we're planning, nothing. Guess I'm just being a bit paranoid then. For the record though, it's not really a study group we're doing, said Harry flatly. More a subversive combat unit. Don't argue semantics with me, Harry, you won't win, she chirped. She's got you there, mate, said Ron with a shrug. Let's get drinks, I'm parched. They walked up to the bar where the barman had just exited a back room and was now eyeing them suspiciously. He was a grumpy-looking old man with a good amount of long gray hair and beard. Tall and thin, the man actually looked vaguely familiar to Harry. What? He grunted, clearly less than pleased to have a bunch of kids in his establishment. 3 butterbeers, please, said Hermione. The man did nothing for a second before reaching under the counter and pulling out 3 very dusty bottles and placing them on the counter. 6 sickles, he said, eyeing Hermione. I've got it, said Harry, fishing out the silver and passing it over. Harry noticed that the barman's eyes flicked to his scar for a second before he took the money and tossed it into a wooden till a few feet away, the drawer popping open to accept the coins and snapping shut immediately after. The man covered in bandages tapped the counter with his knuckles for another drink, pulling the barman's attention away from them. As they found seats, Ron looked over at the bar speculatively. You know, I bet they'd serve us anything in here, he said with a small grin. I've always wanted to try fire whiskey. Hermione, who had just spelled their drinks clean, instantly looked over at Ron. Ron, she started disapprovingly, but Harry quickly cut her off. So, who exactly is supposed to be meeting us? He opened his butterbeer and took a swig. At least the drink itself was as good as ever, though it lacked that certain quality of the butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks. Who'd you end up talking to, anyway? Just a couple of people, she said, looking over at the door and then checking her watch. I told them to be here about now, and I'm sure they all know where it is. Oh, look, this might be them. The pub door had opened again, though unlike when they had entered, this time it was to an absolute flood of people. First came Neville with Dean and Lavender, who were closely followed by Parvati and Padma Patil with the quiet Sue Lee. Then, Cho entered with her friend, Marietta Edgecombe. Luna was next, followed by Katie, Alicia, Angelina, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Ernie McMillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. As if that weren't enough, Ginny followed them, coming just ahead of some boy from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team he didn't know, and bringing up the rear of the procession were Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, all three carrying large Zonko's bags. Had they all been waiting outside the door until there were sufficient numbers to brave the place? The barman's mouth was as wide as it could go. He had probably never seen his pub so filled with people, let alone normal-looking ones. A couple of people, said Harry blankly. He turned to Hermione and glared at her. A couple of people. Yes, well, the idea seemed quite popular, said Hermione happily. Ron, help me pull up more chairs. Harry let out a great sigh as people began finding themselves seats. Well, had he really expected something different? Fred was taking care of drinks. Hey, can we get, 26 butterbeers, please? That's 29, Weasley. Everyone turned to the door, which had just opened again to reveal the latest additions to the large group. As they walked away from the light coming through the front door and it closed behind them, a bunch of people started muttering in surprise. Tracy Davis, who had spoken, headed the triangle. Blaise Zabini was to her right, hands in his pockets and looking bored. And finally, Daphne Greengrass was looking around the pub from her friend's left, arms crossed and taking it all in with about as much interest as the weather. Oi! What are snakes doing here? Said Ron loudly. Well, that's what you do when you're invited to a place, isn't it? Tracy gave him a challenging look. Show up. Who invited them? Said Ron at once, looking around at the group. Harry crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. I did, Ron. What? Well, that threw him off. This isn't a group that excludes people because of their house, said Harry flatly. End of story. If anyone's got a problem with that, then piss off. He's right, Ron, said Hermione after a second, though she clearly wasn't sold on the idea of having Slytherins in the group. They had never exactly shown themselves to be a trustworthy group in her opinion, though it wasn't right to judge a part based on the whole. It's not about that. Ron looked like he wanted to argue but was cut off with a glare from Harry. They would have this chat later, no doubt. Harry dug into his pocket and withdrew a few galleons. Fred, buy everyone drinks with this, he said loudly, tossing them to the redhead. Cheers, Harry. Sorry about that, he said back to the barman, who was still looking disgruntled at the number of people. 29 butterbeers. As Fred passed the drinks around, Harry walked over to the table that the three Slytherins had claimed for themselves. I didn't think you'd come, he said truthfully. Neither did I, said Daphne dryly, looking off to the side. Oh, come on, we've got nothing better to do right now, unless you want to spend another day with Draco, said Tracy, earning a glare from her friend. Harry suppressed a smirk and looked at Blaise. Welcome to the group, Zabini. I obviously don't know you at all, but I'll trust Tracy's judgment on this. Did she force you to come, or are you curious yourself? Blaise was a nebulous individual. He had originally run with Malfoy's group during the younger years but had since broken away and become more of a solo act, though he mingled throughout the house. Perhaps he'd become tired of the rest of his year. Blaise's eyes darted to Tracy for a moment before settling on Harry. Certainly curious, he said after a second. I'm interested in seeing how you plan on dealing with the school's defense problem. Hermione was really the one with the big plan. I'm just the person who makes it all work. He left the three looking at him in confusion. Once Harry reached the table at the head of the group, he said in a low voice, Well, Hermione, you set this up so you get it going. What exactly have you been telling them, anyway? I see the way they're all looking at me. I honestly didn't say much, she admitted. They're all people who want something better than what we've got now. That's all I can say for sure. As for why they're looking at you, she gave him a quick grin. You are a bit famous. Harry just rolled his eyes, considering what she'd said. So none of the group had any idea of the plan. How many would be willing to go through with this, he wondered. Hello everyone, Hermione began, her voice slightly raised as she addressed the gathering. Thanks for coming. We had the idea of getting together a group of people who wanted to study defense against the dark arts. Obviously, not the rubbish that Umbridge is doing with us. I think it's pretty obvious that teaching everyone defense is the last thing on her mind. I'll say, said Lee. There was a general murmur of agreement. The way things are now, we'll never get anywhere, so I thought it would be better if we took matters into our own hands, she continued, glancing over at Harry. Meaning, we would be learning how to actually use spells to defend ourselves, among other things. Not only do we want to pass our exams, but Voldemort's return has made things extra dangerous and, she waited for a moment for everyone to regain their composure, it's more important now than ever to know how to properly defend ourselves. Everyone just stared at her in silence, causing the girl's thin smile to become even thinner. Well, that's the plan anyway, she continued. If you want to join, we're going to have to decide. Where's the proof? Came an aggressive voice. It was the Hufflepuff that Harry didn't know. And you are, said Harry with a raised eyebrow. Just what he needed. An ass. Zacharias Smith, said the boy, and I think we've got the right to know exactly what makes you say you know who is back. Look, said Hermione sharply, that's not what this is supposed to be about. It's all right, Hermione. Harry sighed, looking at the accusing boy. I saw him, I fought him, and then I escaped when I had the chance. End of story. I couldn't care less if you don't believe me. His gaze swept through the group. If you're here because you're interested in details about that night, then get out. He glared at them all, waiting for someone to move, but they all sat there without a single fidget. Cho had her eyes in her lap. So, said Hermione, her voice a little higher than normal, like I was saying, if we want to learn some defense, we need to be taught from someone who's got experience with it and knows exactly what it's like out there. We know it isn't perfect, but in the end I think Harry's really the best person for the job. This was met with a half silence as everyone shifted to look at him again. In response he just shrugged. I know stuff. Like he says, agreed Hermione. We'll need to work out how exactly we're going to do this, how often we're going to meet, and where we're going to meet. If you're interested, she added. Okay. Any other questions? He asked, deciding not to put his wand away and twirling it between his fingers. I've heard you can make a Patronus. Is that true? Said Marietta. There was a murmur of interest around the group at this. Yeah, I can. You heard it. Rumor. She said as if that explained everything. Since my 4th year. I never saw it though. A corporeal Patronus. It's not really an actual Patronus otherwise, is it? That's pretty incredible, said Marietta, getting a nod from a number of others. I'll show you later if you want, he said with a shrug. We can make it a late lesson. Did you kill a basilisk with that sword in Dumbledore's office? Demanded Terry Boot. Harry, as well as everyone else, turned to him. Apparently, the meeting had become a Harry Potter rumor Q&A session. One of the headmasters' portraits told me that when I was there last year, Terry elaborated. There was a snort from the side as Daphne failed to repress a small laugh. Something funny, said Ron aggressively. Killed a basilisk, are you kidding me? She said in amused disbelief. With a sword. Tracy and Blaze were also both looking at Terry Boot like he was somewhat unhinged. Maybe you shouldn't believe everything you hear, said Harry. What else do the portraits have to do than come up with interesting things to say to one another? Ron looked like he wanted to object, but Harry shot him a quick look and he sat back in his seat. Ginny frowned but said nothing. True, I've heard a bunch of pretty ridiculous things from portraits about you, said Ernie. Though between them and the rest of the school, it's pretty hard to keep up with the truth. Harry likes to keep things interesting, quipped Fred. Yeah, a year without life-threatening situations would actually probably kill the guy, poor bloke, said George. Harry palmed his face at this. Come on, you guys. But I wouldn't doubt that he knows a thing or two about how to survive, Lee added. We could do worse for a teacher. He did make it through the tournament last year too, added Cho. That's impressive in its own right. I wouldn't mind learning from him. Right, said Hermione hastily. The point is, he's willing to teach us. I know he's not a professor, but anything is better than Umbridge at this point. There was a murmur of general assent. Anyone not interested? When no one moved, Hermione continued on, clearly pleased. Right then, the next question is how often we do it. I really don't think there's any point meeting less than once a week. Hang on, said Angelina. We need to make sure this doesn't conflict with Quidditch practice. Nor with ours, said Cho. Or ours, said Smith. I'm sorry, but we really don't, said Hermione impatiently. There are going to be better times than others, but the group isn't going to be put off because of Quidditch. Either you're with it or you aren't. Don't worry, Hermione, it'll work out, said George, one hand quelling Angelina's outrage that someone would dare to call Quidditch less than the most important aspect of life. I think it will be more difficult to find a place to meet. No need, said Harry. I've already got the location all worked out, you'll hear about it later on. For the record, Hermione interjected, everything that we are doing here is within school rules. Creating an unofficial club is totally allowed. It's no different from a random study group or a student-organized game of pickup Quidditch. You can't get in trouble in the slightest for this, it's just we'd rather avoid the issues that would come up if we went parading it around. I'm sure Umbridge would try to do something to shut this down. So if you're in, please come sign this parchment so we know who to contact about the first meeting. Other than that, you can go. Thanks again for coming. There was a pause of murmuring before everyone shuffled forward to sign. Hermione looked thrilled that everything was going so well. She rolled up the parchment and stuck it in her bag. As the others trickled out of the pub, Harry walked over to Cho, who had separated herself from her friend. Hey, Harry, doing well, she said with a smile. One of her hands was absently playing with a lock of her hair. I know we haven't talked much recently, it's been fairly busy. It's all right, I'm as well as I can be, he said. I'm sorry about earlier. People can be thoughtless. Cho's smile slipped a bit, but she still held onto it, just giving off a feeling of sadness. Don't worry about it, Harry. You had every right to be angry. She closed her eyes for a second and let out a long breath. I've let him go. You were right on the train. He wouldn't want me to dwell. Harry wasn't really quite sure what to say. It was like he was intruding on her sadness. He didn't really belong. Not when he had been the ultimate source of her pain. If only he hadn't told Cedric to take the cup with him. No, he shouldn't think like that. Dwelling on the past would only serve to make him miserable. If Cho could push past it, then so could he. Besides, there's still plenty to be happy about, don't you think? She added, her head tilted to the side slightly. A cough brought their attention to Marietta, who was watching them with a very particular look on her face. Cho's face reddened a bit, but she turned pointedly away from her friend and regarded Harry again. I have to head back to the castle for today, but I hope we can talk more soon. Yeah, definitely, he said at once, nodding. I'll see you around. Cho walked out of the pub with her friend, giving him a final small wave at the door before disappearing into the street. Shaking his head to clear it, he looked about to see who was still around. Almost everyone was gone now. Hermione and Ron were still chatting at their table in the back. The only other group of students were the two female Slytherins, one of whom was watching him with a fairly knowing grin. Blaise must have left with the others. He walked over to them, giving the grinning owned a flat look. Something I can help you with? You said nothing. I heard nothing, she said cheekily. And don't you forget it, he grumbled, though he wasn't mad at her. Quite the contrary, he was very happy she had come and wasn't treating him like a stranger. He noticed that Daphne was watching him carefully. What's up, Greengrass? You're a terrible liar, you know, she said bluntly. Harry looked at her blankly for a moment before he realized what she must be talking about. Ah, you mean the snake. Damn it, this was what he got for inviting members of the House of the Cunning. They also happened to be damn sharp at times. Or, well, at least she was. I wasn't aware that you lied about anything else during the meeting, she said lightly, finishing her butterbeer. Harry sighed. The snake just happened. I'm lucky to be alive. That's not much of an explanation. Obviously something happened you're keeping quiet about. Harry frowned. What do you want me to say? That as a second-year student I went off to face the heir of Slytherin and fought a basilisk to save my friend's sister and stop the school from closing. His terror at the time had been twofold. First was Ginny, Ron's only sister and a sweet girl in general, who had a family that loved her dearly. He couldn't let her just die. Then there was the school. If it closed, he would end up back at the Dursleys, his new life away from them destroyed. Truthfully, he would rather face another basilisk than go back to that full-time. Hogwarts was all he had, his only chance at a future. Potter. Tracy watched as his eyes lost focus. Potter. She repeated. She traded a glance with Daphne before she tried again. Quote. Harry. He gave a small start, coming out of whatever he had fallen into. Ah, sorry, he apologized. Blinking, he fixed his eyes on the bee. Owned, slowly grinning. You called me Harry. No, I didn't. Of course not, I suppose I imagined it. So the snake is dead, interrupted Daphne. She was still giving him an odd look. Harry glanced back at her. Yeah, it's dead. Has it been moved? I doubt it, said Harry. As far as I know, I'm the only one who can get to it. Not that I go visiting the damn thing. What was she getting at? I want to see it. Oh, you really do have a way with words, said Harry, shaking his head. Why? Who can honestly say they've seen a basilisk in their life? Even a small one, she explained. Trust me, it's overrated, said Harry dryly. Only knows how to do one trick, though I'll admit it does it fairly well. You're the only person I know who would say something like that, she replied, her voice equally dry. Harry crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair. Well, why not? He had been meaning to go to the chamber anyway, and this would give him a chance to get to know the girl a bit beyond what she displayed to the public eye. All right, I'll take you. Both Daphne and Tracy blinked in surprise. They had clearly been expecting a refusal. Really? Hey, quality time with Lady Greengrass, how could I say no? Watch it, Potter, Daphne growled, her voice gaining a dangerous tone at once. Why don't I just take you today? You're not doing anything else, right? No more dates. The look she was giving him made him frown. You are too serious, he said. Would you like to go now, or after dinner? Now, I've got nothing else I want to do in the village as it is. All right, just give me a little bit to chat with my friends. I'm going to have to convince the redhead to let me go without a bodyguard. Tracy chuckled in amusement as Harry walked back to his friends. Both of them were watching him carefully. What's the deal with inviting them? Said Ron at once. Do you really want to have this fight with me, Ron? He asked bluntly. Not all Slytherins are Malfoy. In fact, not all people are Malfoy. Harry, you can't trust the snakes. He said emphatically. They all think Gryffindors are scum and aren't about to change their minds. Give me one example when you weren't treated like crap by any of them. Well, lunch with Tracy yesterday went rather well, he jabbed, enjoying the look that Ron was now giving him. It just kind of happened, he added with a shrug, when Hermione opened her mouth to ask. You ditched us both to grab lunch with a snake, said Ron in disbelief. Harry stalled for a second but realized that there was no denying that Ron was right, at least about that. Yeah, I guess I did in the end. Sorry, you too. It's all right, Harry, we still spent the afternoon together, said Hermione, still mulling over what she had just heard. It's not like we were looking for you either. But, Ron, one more thing about the Slytherins in the next 5 minutes and I'll curse your mouth off, snapped Hermione. You know I can do it, too. Ron closed his mouth, though he certainly wasn't happy about it. Anyway, said Harry, drawing their attention back to him, back to the meeting, are you feeling happy about it? He asked. Very, she said cheerfully. That was perfect. Yeah, well, minus having them join and that Zachariah's bloke. He's a wart, said Ron, glad to have something else to take his aggression out on in the conversation. At least the snakes were civil for the most part. Harry just rolled his eyes. He just did it without even trying. It was amazing how ingrained the house rivalries were in some families. Admittedly, the Weasleys were about as Gryffindor as it got. Yes, I don't like him much either, agreed Hermione, but he was there when I was talking to Ernie and Hannah, and he seemed really interested. Still, the more people the better, right? I mean, Michael Corner and his friends wouldn't have even come if he hadn't been going out with Ginny. What little butterbeer Ron had been finishing up was now being sprayed down his front, annoying Slytherins and Hufflepuff completely forgotten in the face of this new Dark Lord level threat. "He's what?" said Ron in outrage, ears furiously red. Harry was also fairly surprised. She certainly wasn't acting like she was dating someone. Was he really that oblivious to it? Though to be fair, he didn't exactly get to spend much time with her to begin with. This summer was really the first time that he talked to her regularly. Trying to think of anything that could have hinted at the sudden news, Harry missed much of the back and forth between a livid Ron and an exasperated Hermione. At least it explained why she was acting so natural around him. It looked like her boy who lived crush really was gone, then. Well, that was a relief, at least. "I'm going to go now," he said flatly to his two friends, who didn't seem like they were stopping any time soon. "All right, Harry, we'll see you later," said Hermione absently, now following a fuming Ron out of the pub, in all likelihood to prevent him from doing something rash. Shaking his head in amusement, he returned to the Slytherins. "All right, ready to go," he said. "You honestly think I'm about to walk through Hogsmeade with you, Potter?" said Daphne, eyebrow raised. "Especially after yesterday. I'm not eager to start rumors." Harry just gave her a disgruntled look. "Fine. Come to the second floor of the castle. Anywhere will do." He turned to her companion. "Did you want to come, Tracy?" "It sounds fun, but I've got some things to do in the village before I head back to the castle today," she said in apology. "No problem. I'll see you around then." He walked over to the bar and pushed a galleon towards the barman. "Sorry about the mess," he said, motioning to all the empty butterbeer bottles. "This is for putting up with us." Harry moved towards the door and, after a final glance to the Slytherins, made his way back into the streets. "That was pretty rude, you know." "Sorry. He just rubs me the wrong way." Tracy just sighed. "Well, here's your chance to get to know him a bit better. He's really not as bad as anyone makes him out to be." Daphne eyed her friend sidelong before responding. "You'll forgive me if I don't fall head over heels for him like you have. If you ever want me to stop teasing you about your date, then teasing me about mine isn't going to help," Tracy responded grumpily. Fine, truce. What are you going to do while I go see whatever Potter's got cooked up?" Daphne was unable to hold back a small snort of laughter. "I mean, really, a basilisk. I know it sounds ridiculous, but why would he lie?" Tracy frowned. "After yesterday, it just doesn't seem like something he'd do." "To impress us," she suggested. "We're both attractive after all." "You're hopeless." Tracy shook her head. "I said it before. Potter's an awful liar. I don't think it's a basilisk, but there probably is a snake or something. You remember the rumors that were flying around at the end of second year. Though to be fair, a basilisk actually makes sense. Its gaze kills but indirectly could potentially petrify. Yeah, right up until you get to the part where he kills it with a sword." Tracy shook her head. "Who comes up with this stuff anyway? Something else would have happened to it." Daphne paused, crossing her arms. "Anyway, I'm still pretty surprised he agreed. Must be because of you." "Maybe," she said with a shrug. They were now on the high street. Daphne gave her friend a small shove to the side. "I'm going to head back to the carriages now, what about you?" "I wanted to get my dad something from the village. His birthday is coming up." "That's right, I forgot about that. Tell me what you ended up getting later, you always get him the weirdest stuff." "Of course." Harry made his way back to the carriages slowly, his mind skipping around between the meeting, Cho, and his new afternoon plans. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Tracy made a good point the day before. He and Cho danced around each other but never really made any move to try to change things. Was she waiting for him to do something? Should he ask her to Hogsmeade next time? He continued down the road in relatively high spirits when something down a side street drew his eyes. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Nott were all hanging around outside a shop, otherwise oblivious to the world. Harry slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Seeing the white blonde-haired boy with that haughty expression on his face was making something in the back of his mind burn. Looking down, he saw that he had drawn his wand and was twirling it between his fingers as it sent a feeling of anticipation up his arm. He eyed the carriages, which were only another minute's walk down the road, and changed course, heading toward the Slytherins. His wand was already moving in a lazy sort of motion through the air in front of him. Daphne could wait for a few minutes. He had some unfinished business with Malfoy that was quite pressing, after all. Don't know what to do these days, Nott was saying. My father and stepmother haven't been telling me anything. They will eventually, said Malfoy, arms crossed as he leaned back against the building. They'll have to. Mother keeps telling me to leave it be, finish my education at least, but it's really none of her concern. She just doesn't understand. Not like father does. This is my future, not hers. The future of the world. I suppose so, Nott agreed. What? Stupefy. The stunner caught Nott in the back of the head, dropping him into his assailant, who just pushed him to the side and allowed his body to slump to the ground. Harry watched the boy fall with a smirk on his face. The other Slytherins just looked on in total shock, hardly comprehending what had just happened. Whoops! Did I do that? Bastard! Shouted Malfoy, whipping out his wand as Crabbe and Goyle scrambled to do the same. Didn't really want to do that, but he'd get in the way otherwise, said Harry conversationally, ducking two curses from Crabbe and Goyle respectively. He silently summoned Nott's wand, holstering his own. Meh, not a bad fit. Confundo, Supplanto, Depulso. The tripping jinx followed by the banishing charm had the confounded Crabbe stumbling head first into the closest building, knocking him unconscious. Within less than 10 seconds, 4-on-1 had become 2-on-1. There were two reasons that Harry had decided to brazenly attack the Slytherins despite their numbers on him. The first was that no one expected anyone, let alone him, to attack them in broad daylight. The street had a number of people milling about in the general area, though none of them wanted to get close enough to the Slytherins, who were putting out a pretty antisocial atmosphere. With the element of surprise, he could instantly take out at least one of them. Besides, only Malfoy and Nott were actually competent with their casting. Crabbe and Goyle were merely just large bodies these days. The second reason was that he had a message to deliver. One that began and ended at the point of a wand. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Harry moved to the side, allowing both spells to pass by harmlessly. The wall they struck behind him took minimal damage. All of the buildings in Hogsmeade were spelled against damage in general. People in the area were already shouting for help, moving well out of range of the spells being cast. Confringo. Harry cursed as he was forced to shield against the blasting curse from Goyle. When did he learn something like that? The spell rebounded and struck the ground a number of feet away from them, blasting a large amount of dirt into the air and leaving a small crater in the road. Accio, said Harry, pointing at a barrel behind Malfoy. The bee-owned had the common sense to dodge to the side, letting the thing roll harmlessly past instead of toppling him. Goyle suddenly smirked, a plan clearly formed on his face. Serpent. No, you dumbass, said Malfoy, smacking Goyle over the head. He's a bloody parselmouth. Don't go making snakes. Harry let out a snort of mirth before turning his wand on the unfortunate idiot. Locomotor mortis, said Harry, his wand aimed at Goyle. Now unable to move his legs, the Slytherin fell to the ground, knocking into Malfoy in the process. Harry just rolled his eyes and confronted him. That should make his account of the event fairly interesting. The bloody hell are you playing at? Spat Malfoy, but Harry was in no mood to banter. He was cutting this close as it was. Incarcerus. Ropes flying too fast for Malfoy to dodge bound him in a second, making him fall to the ground beside his fellows. Harry walked over, plucked his wand from his hand, and dropped it on the ground next to him. I'll have you expelled for this, Potter. Sure. Tell everyone how weak you really are, he spat. Show your Dark Lord exactly how useless you were in a fight. He'll know about this by Monday breakfast. Malfoy gritted his teeth in anger but said nothing, still struggling against his bonds. I didn't get the chance to do this yesterday because we were in a clothing store that I happened to like and I couldn't find you afterward. But since I have your attention now, there's something you should know. Harry pointed his wand down at the blonde, who paled, eyes fixed on the tip. I'm not sure what exactly caused it, but this year my fuse has been quite a bit shorter than it normally is. I'm sure you've read the paper recently, right? Apparently I'm unstable. He leaned in and pressed the wand tip to Malfoy's chest. This is the second time this year you've called Hermione a mudblood in front of me. The train was strike one. Yesterday was strike two. Let me make something clear to you, Ferret. Seeing people like you put down people like her pisses me off like nothing else. I'm not the passive Gryffindor you're used to messing with, and as you can see I'm developing quite the anger issue. Get to strike three, and I swear I won't give you another chance to make more. Harry straightened and looked around. There were people approaching from far off. Time to go. Confundo. The spell made Malfoy's eyes shift out of focus for a second. Geez, you really need to be careful with that wand of yours, you could harm someone. Harry vanished the ropes and pulled Malfoy to his feet, dusting his back off and pressing Knott's wand into his hand as the boy continued to look at him in complete confusion. Look, just go check out your friends, they look like they've been through the thick of it, yeah. Smirking at Malfoy as he bemusedly went to do as he was told, Harry quickly vanished into the alley between the two buildings and left the scene. Now that he was out of view, he pulled his own wand and let the illusory charm he had put up earlier fall. It wasn't a very complex one. It didn't work on anyone who was close to him, either. All it did was make an area around him, about 30 feet in every direction, such that anyone looking into it would see some strange stuff. People would look different, colors would be all mixed up. It was actually a failed version of a different illusion spell that ended up becoming its own thing. He ended up coming back onto the high street near the edge of the village right by the carriages, tethered to the herd of Thestrals. They pawed at the ground in boredom, a few eyeing him lazily. He got into the nearest one and closed the door, enjoying the silence that the carriages brought. They were actually pretty private things since they were all spelled to prevent normal level sounds from leaking in or out, in addition to the curtained windows. What the hell did I just do? Muttered Harry, looking at the roof of the carriage. Well, it wasn't as if Nott had deserved to be harmed, and Crabbe and Goyle just lacked their own motivations. Malfoy though. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. None of them had lasting damage, minus bruises, and Malfoy was still in one piece, as opposed to many like he originally wanted him to be in. What was the point? The carriage, obviously, said nothing. It was times like this that he couldn't help but wish that his rhetorical questions were actually answered. The carriage suddenly shifted for a moment, making him think it was about to set off to the castle, when the door opened, revealing a black-haired, blue-eyed beauty. Potter, I thought you went back to the castle already, said Daphne, looking up at him from the ground. She quickly glanced around the general area, but it was deserted save for them. I made a slightly impulsive detour on my way back that kept me busy until just now, he said, sitting upright so that she had a distinct side to sit on. Seeing that she still wasn't moving, he continued, I don't bite, you know. Huffing a bit, Daphne climbed into the carriage and closed the door. As soon as she had seated herself diagonally from him, the Thestrals began pulling them back to the castle at an easy pace. So, how has your year been so far? He asked, leaning back in his seat. Nothing worth talking about, yours. She replied shortly. It's had its ups and downs, he said. I know Tracy said that you've been worried about defense lately, but are there any other classes you're worried about with the owls? This year has been pretty intense. She just shrugged, pretending to look out of the window while she actually regarded him in the reflection. Not really. Oh, that's good. They fell into silence, though not an awkward one. Daphne couldn't help but think that something was troubling the Gryffindor and was taking up most of his attention to begin with. He had just been making conversation to be polite. With Harry looking out the window, lost in thought, Daphne considered him quietly, her conversation with Tracy the day before going through her head. One day. No, not even that. A mere few uninterrupted hours spent in his company and the boy who lived had gone from daily nuisance to almost friend for the bee. Owned. He had also followed her around for the entire duration of her awful date with Draco, for whatever reason. And here he sat alone in a carriage with her for the next 15 minutes at least, staring out the window and not talking to her. Why wasn't he talking to her? He talked to Tracy easily enough. They barely even knew each other and they had an inside joke. An inside joke. Was she so different? And didn't Tracy say that he had been asking about her yesterday? If he was interested, then why wasn't he talking? Why was she driving herself mad with questions? Potter, what's wrong? She found herself asking. Well, it came out more like a demand than anything. Sharp and commanding, especially in the small space of the carriage. Still, Harry just looked over at her with a small frown. There were a few seconds of silence before he spoke. Before I got to the carriages, I saw Malfoy and his cronies hanging out on a side street, he explained in a level voice. I was still pretty pissed about him calling Hermione a mudblood again yesterday, so I walked over and thrashed them. Left them all in the dirt. I doubt I'll get away with it, but I wasn't really thinking about it much at the time. Daphne was now blinking at him in shock. Wait, you just seriously attacked my housemates? She repeated. Out of nowhere. Well, it definitely came from somewhere, said Harry, giving her a pointed look. But yeah, it wasn't provoked. I opened by stunning Nott right in the head. Point blank. Don't think he even realized what was going on. As he continued to describe the encounter to her, Daphne couldn't help but just sit there, staring at him dumbly. What? He said when he was finished. Daphne had suddenly let out a small chuckle, covering her mouth with her hand. You took on 4 people and still won without getting a scratch, 2 of whom actually know some pretty dangerous stuff, she said, regarding him with the smallest grins. I was just thinking that maybe you won't be such a bad person to learn from after all. I know I wasn't trying to be a glory seeker earlier in the pub, but that doesn't mean I'm not good at what I do, he said indignantly. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't suffocate me with your Gryffindor pride, she countered, looking back out of the window. The castle was now pretty close. You're certainly one to talk. Well, she really had nothing to say to that. Harry just watched her silently for a few more seconds before speaking. You're not unnerved at all? He asked with a frown. It doesn't bother you that I just attacked your housemates? Simply because I wanted to. He wasn't even sure he was all right about it. Are you going to attack me? Of course not, he said at once. Well then what's the issue? Your main target was Draco. No. She replied. Harry nodded. After what I just went through yesterday, it was well deserved. He needs all the lessons he can get. Harry smirked and leaned back again, feeling more relaxed. Well, that's for sure. Anyway, where are we going when we reach the castle? 2nd floor. You going to go it alone again, or do you think you can risk getting seen walking near me this time? He responded dryly. I told you I didn't want to start rumors, Daphne said at once. How would walking from the carriages to the 2nd floor start a rumor? Said Harry, disgruntled. Are you daft, Potter? You were a walking rumor to begin with. You're honestly lucky enough that your fleeting meetings with Chong haven't been the front page of the paper. Harry scowled at the Slytherin. I take it Tracy told you, didn't she? Is it so hard to get some privacy in this place? Daphne let out a huff of mirth. Potter, you're at Hogwarts. Hogwarts and privacy are mutually exclusive. Not where we're about to go. They made their way up to the castle, which was thankfully deserted. No one wanted to be there at all, considering how ridiculous things had been getting with Umbridge. Now, concerning our little adventure, the place we're going is seriously grimy. You actually might want to kip downstairs and put on something old and unwanted. What about you? She asked. Old and unwanted is all I've got. Daphne gave him an odd look but just said, let's just go. If what I'm wearing somehow gets ruined, then you can compensate me. At this, Harry just shook his head and led her down the corridor, muttering to himself. Eventually he turned and walked into a room, causing Daphne to pull up short. Potter, you're in the girls' bathroom. Ya think. Hello, Myrtle, how are you? Said Harry, continuing inside without hesitation. I'm not going in there with you, she said firmly, watching him from the doorway. That's okay. He doesn't need you in here anyway. The ghost who haunted the bathroom floated out of a stall and circled him in what Daphne could only call a flirtatious way, throwing Daphne a superior smirk as she faced her. That little, Glancing up and down the corridor to make absolutely sure they were alone, she quickly followed him and shut the door behind her. Damn it, this was exactly what she was just talking about. Hello, Harry, said Myrtle prettily. Oh, yeah, thought Daphne, because that's not overt in the least. The boy even had ghosts trying to get in his pants. Unbelievable. It's been so long since you came to visit little Myrtle in her bathroom, continued the ghost. How have you been? I'm well. Hope everything's been right with you too, he said, watching Myrtle flit around in amusement. She certainly seemed a lot more energetic than usual. I've heard that you're a prefect now, she said, moving close to look at the badge on his chest. Does that mean that you'll be using the bathroom again? Daphne blinked. Was Potter blushing? Ah, Myrtle, you really shouldn't be spying on prefects who take baths, he said. You know, most people like to have private time while soaking in the hot water. Myrtle just looped around him again, slowing as she passed by his face. It's not the prefects I'm interested in, Harry. She let his name roll of her tongue seductively before she giggled helplessly and dove back into her stall toilet, causing it to flood a bit. Harry gave a weak laugh and turned to Daphne, who was completely taken aback by the whole scene. Amazing how she's managed to learn how to roll her R's like that, yeah. He said awkwardly. Anyway, let's get moving before someone walks in on us here. I'm sure that would start one of those rumors you'd rather die than see circle the halls of this school. Shaking her head slightly to clear it, she said, Right, why did you bring me in here? Because this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, he said as if that were obvious. Open. At once the sinks at the center parted and revealed a large pipe leading down into darkness. Daphne shivered slightly. Parseltongue was, in her opinion, extremely cool. However, hearing it come from the mouth of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was a little unnerving. It just seemed so out of character. The Chamber of Secrets, said Daphne in shock. It actually existed. The events from their second year were flooding back to her mind. Then something else clicked. Wait, you expect me to jump down that pipe? I did it when I was 12. I doubt you'll be any worse off, said Harry with a shrug. He made to jump down when Daphne grabbed his robes from behind. Are you crazy? No wonder you mentioned it was nasty. What kind of idiot builds the Chamber of Secrets and makes the entrance a slide? How would anyone get out easily? And it's pitch black in there. You could just as easily end up sliding down on your face. You're lucky you didn't die. You know, Salazar Slytherin was a guy, and guys like exciting things, said Harry, crossing his arms and ignoring the blatant logic in what she was saying. It's a rush going to the bottom. Though now that he thought about it, he didn't exactly have a way to get himself out. Not that he was going to mention that to her, she'd probably kick him down the hole. Just tell the thing to give us stairs or something, she said flatly. Stairs, he said. To his surprise, the wall behind him in between the rows of stalls opened up to reveal a lit staircase. Huh. That would explain why she didn't have all sorts of slime on her when I found her, too. Harry closed the chute entrance, which he realized must have been just for the basilisk, and led the way through the newly formed entrance, the wall closing behind them. This further suggested that there was more to the chamber than just a place for the basilisk to live. Slytherin likely had something else down there built for his own use. The moment that the wall closed, the stairs began moving downwards, much like those leading to the headmaster's office. Daphne nearly lost her balance and grabbed onto Harry for support, though let go as soon as she regained her footing. Who? Asked Daphne, continuing the conversation while watching the lit torches pass them by at a steady speed. Occasionally the passage curved left or right, which kept them from seeing too far ahead. You don't remember the last message on the wall? He asked. Ginny Weasley was kidnapped by Slytherin's heir, and I figured out where the entrance was. The school was closing and none of the teachers could do anything. I was the only Parselmouth. Really only one thing to do at that point. Go face down a basilisk at the age of 12, she deadpanned. Harry looked back at her. It's not as simple as you think it was, but yeah, I guess in the end that's what it came down to. He lowered himself on one of the steps as they continued to move lower and lower under the castle. You might want to sit. I know you hated the pipe, but trust me, that thing is way quicker than this is, and the slide still took me a minute at least. Daphne regarded him like he was crazy. Do you have any idea how dirty these steps are? They're as old as the castle and nobody has ever cleaned them. She didn't know any cleaning spells either. Harry rolled his eyes and pointed his wand at the space next to him. Scourgify. There, now just sit down, would ya? Maybe if you do, the steps will speed up. Keep an open mind, Harry. Just because she can be annoying doesn't mean she's actually annoying. Tracy wasn't. Daphne eyed the step warily but ultimately still sat next to him. She had all of her hair over her shoulder in front of her, protecting it from the steps at her back. She looked at him rather defensively. What? Nothing. You have got to be kidding me. Daphne was feeling somewhat faint. Laying before her was a dead basilisk that was somewhere between 60 and 70 feet long. A real, honest to Merlin basilisk. And he had killed it. With a bloody sword. Quote. How? How did I kill it? Harry wasn't particularly too keen on recounting the tale, but since he had actually brought her here. Well, Slytherin's heir set the thing on me, but Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, came to my rescue and put the thing's eyes out. My wand was pretty useless. It's not like I knew any spells to help me. Then Fawkes dropped the sorting hat in my lap. Yeah, the sorting hat, he added at Daphne's evolving disbelief, out of which I drew the sword of Gryffindor, which is sitting in Dumbledore's office. Long story short, it tried to eat me and I ended up stabbing it through the roof of its mouth into its brain. Killed it, but still it managed to stab me with one of those fangs, see how one is missing? He said, pointing. Quite sharp. Tore a nice line in my arm before getting stuck there. Basilisk venom really, and I mean really, hurts. How are you alive? She said weakly. Phoenix tears on the spot it bit me, must have neutralized the poison I suppose, he said, rubbing the old wound absently. It's amazing how powerful those tears are. Just a few drops were able to stop so much poison. I could feel it moving through my whole body. The pain. He let out a shallow breath at the memory. Anyway, like I said in the Hog's Head, I barely did anything myself. The thing stabbed itself on the sword and I would have been dead 3 times over if not for Fawkes. I'm also guessing the only reason I wasn't outright crushed when it lunged at me is because the sword is pretty damn magical. Mental. You're unbelievable. What else could she say? The whole thing was sensational. A bloody fairy tale practically. If this was true about him, then what did that say about all the other insane rumors about him? Was it true that he actually had a hand in Quirrell's death? What happened with Sirius Black 2 years ago? That wasn't even counting the regular rumors about the teen. She just had no idea what to believe anymore. I'm still surprised it's in perfect condition, said Harry, patting the basilisk. I mean, shouldn't it be decomposing? It's been years. It takes certain magical creatures a very long time to naturally decompose due to the magic that resides in their bodies, she said automatically. Basilisks would last for quite a while, even small ones, so who knows how long this particular one could last. What do you plan on doing with it? What do you mean? Harry asked. You killed it, so it's yours. That's the law with Class 5 magical creatures, she explained. There's no age requirement or anything like that. You could seriously make a fortune off of this thing. Great. Just what I need, more money, he grumbled. You could use it to get some new clothing. The look Harry gave Daphne was simply indescribable. Excuse me. Well, you said earlier that all you had was old and unwanted, she said with a shrug. So replace it. Oh, yeah, I suppose. Even though he had escaped living with the Dursleys full-time years ago, there were still parts of his life that he had difficulty changing, even though he might want them to change. He was just so used to wearing Dudley's cast-off clothing, doing his best not to stand out to his aunt or uncle lest he draw their wrath. It was the same with his attitude to school and achievement, though he was more confident that those particular things were changing these days. Honestly, why didn't he have better stuff? It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. He just didn't. It made him uncomfortable, and for the life of him he wasn't sure why. Potter, you're spacing out again, said Daphne, prodding him slightly. Sorry. If you're done, let's head back. This place isn't exactly a vacation spot. They started heading back, Harry sealing the chamber and reopening the staircase. Before Daphne could step onto it, Harry stopped her with a hand on her arm. Greengrass, I know it's a rumor, but can you just keep this outing under wraps? He asked. I mean, you can tell Tracy, but otherwise. What makes you think I want it to be known that I went anywhere alone with you, Potter? We've been through this, she said flatly, pulling herself out of his grip. Harry couldn't help but smirk at that. Well, at least she was consistent. Why'd you even take me to see it? Asked Daphne. You had nothing to prove to me and we definitely aren't friends. I just felt like it, I guess. Anyway, be careful as you get to the top. People don't need to know where the chamber is, even if they can't get to it. You're not leaving now. I still have some stuff I need to do down here before I go. Besides, he added, I'd hate to force my company on you any longer than I have to. Talk to you later. Daphne frowned at this but said nothing, stepping onto the moving staircase, which was now going upwards, and letting it take her out of sight. He's not what I expected, she muttered, thinking about Tracy. She hadn't felt that immediate friendship that her best friend certainly had, even if the girl was embarrassed enough to try and hide it. But was that because of the different circumstances of their time spent with him or something else? Maybe she just didn't like him that much. There was a long list of people at this school that she couldn't stand. Then again, Daphne glanced back into the darkening passageway as the stone wall sealed itself behind her. They certainly had not just had a jaunt in Hogsmeade. Whatever. Now wasn't the time for thinking. Now was the time for finding Tracy and telling her about the ridiculous experience she had just gone through. Harry sighed as the wall closed itself behind Daphne, the steps taking her back up to the castle proper. She was definitely not Tracy. If anything, the two girls couldn't be further opposite from one another. Even their hair was opposite. Black and straight for Daphne, blonde and some odd wavy curly mix for Tracy. Why did you bring her along, Harry? He asked himself, making his way back to the basilisk. It looked weird, laying there completely lifeless. Part of him still hesitated whenever his eyes moved to the thing's head. Even as a corpse, it was something to be feared. Putting the basilisk out of his thoughts, Harry looked around at the large, cavernous room. During his second year and after, he and Hermione had talked at length about the chamber. Why was it built? What could be down here? Was it really only here for a big snake to live in? The stairs existing only served to further support the idea that both of them had. There was more to the Chamber of Secrets than the legends told. To Harry it seemed obvious. Why build all this if it weren't going to have a place to stay and if needed? It just didn't make sense for there to be somewhere built more reasonably for a human to be comfortable in. Perhaps not to the extent of staying any extended period of time, but certainly a place to rest or something similar. An office maybe. Did Slytherin ever come down here in need of peace to think by? Considering that it took quite a while to get down here, it would make more sense for Slytherin to put his room, if he had one, close to the stairs. No need to spend so much time getting down only to have to walk just as far afterwards. That would mean it was out in the passageway. He walked back through the circular doorway and into the dingy passageway. The wall that opened to the moving staircase was to his right, so the wall to his left was as blank as the others. Feeling somewhat foolish, Harry just walked directly up to it and said, "Open." Nothing happened. Well, nothing on the wall in question. The metal door to the basilisk's chamber had opened again. "Not you, you damn door," Harry snapped at the thing, which began closing almost at once, like a scolded puppy. "I want the office to open." Immediately, the wall he was standing before split away, much in the way the entrance to Diagon Alley did, leaving a small corridor about a meter deep ending at an old wooden door. Harry stared at it, completely nonplussed. "Seriously? I mean, that wasn't even difficult," he mumbled, going to the door and pushing it open. Inside was a quaint, well-lit study. There was a desk to his left, complete with all sorts of trinkets and supplies. The rear left and right walls were both covered with bookshelves that went from the floor to the ceiling. To his right was a bed, which happened to be made, with a small side table that had a single, miniature painted picture on it of a beautiful woman who was sitting on an old bench. All in all, the room was about the size of the Dursleys' sitting room. "I suppose I should say we for discovering my hidden room," came a voice from the end of the room, making Harry jump, but as it's been several hundred years, I'm more of a mind to say it's about damn time. It isn't like it was hard to find. I'm right by the staircase. On the far back wall, hanging between the bookshelves, was a very large portrait of who could only be Salazar Slytherin. He looked like he had seen a lot of years when it had been painted, but perhaps not quite as old as Dumbledore was, whatever that number could possibly be. Hi, indeed. Can you even understand me? Asked Slytherin, clearly not impressed. Of course I can. Why are you? Oh, you're speaking in Parseltongue, said Harry, understanding. You know, I haven't heard it spoken much in my life. Only really when I'm the one speaking it. I see. Slytherin cleared his throat. Well, then, I suppose I can speak in English. That is the language of the day if I'm not mistaken. I must say being a portrait really has its perks. His voice was light, aristocratic, almost. Yeah, that works. Harry really didn't know what to say. He had so many questions for the guy he didn't even know where to begin. More so simply because he was a Parselmouth. He really wanted to sit down, but before I go crazy with questions like you probably expect me to do, I was wondering, why exactly did you put a basilisk down here? Oh, Echidna. She hatched during the first decade of the school's opening, said Slytherin, leaning back in his chair with a fond smile on his face. Such a sweetheart. Couldn't let her go even if I wanted to. So I had the large chamber built for her to play in. There's access to deep in the enchanted forest for her to eat. I'm sorry, I meant the forbidden forest, he corrected at Harry's confused look. When we built the school, we changed the name of the forest because we thought its current name would draw students into it. Of course, I've always known it as the enchanted forest, but what can you do? The founder just shrugged. Echidna, Harry repeated after a second. This was not what he was expecting. Yes, well, Godric kept calling her my little monster, so I named her after the mother of all monsters. Greek mythos. Boy, go read a book or something. Maybe later, he said dimly, still trying to wrap his head around two of the Hogwarts founders huddled around a baby basilisk, one cooing and the other making fun of the other. Is she still around? Her chamber is directly next to this one. Harry's face fell at once. Honestly, how do you just tell someone that you killed their pet basilisk? I see, said Slytherin, letting out a sad sigh. Well, I'm sure she had a good life while it lasted. That basilisk has been living under the castle for over 1,000 years, said Harry, shaking his head. I'm sure she enjoyed her life. Thoroughly. 1,000 years, yelped Slytherin, sitting upright so fast he nearly fell off his chair. Good heavens, has it really been that long? Harry walked over to the portrait, climbing onto the chair that was positioned beneath it. Boy, what are you doing? I want to talk to you, but I'm really damn tired, said Harry, nudging the frame to see if it was hanging on something or stuck by magic. From the way it didn't budge, he'd have to go with magic. I've been on my feet all day. So I'm just going to put you over by the desk and I'll sit on the bed. Sound good? I'm sorry to burst your bubble, began Slytherin, though judging by the tone of his voice he most certainly wasn't, but you see, what the? Not even paying attention to the man, Harry just put his hands on either side of the frame and popped it off the wall, like any normal sticking charm would react to being broken, and slowly walked back to the desk, letting the portrait lean against the wall right above counter space. Now sitting on the bed, Harry noticed the look of absolute shock on Slytherin's face. What? You shouldn't have. Well, I suppose that is neither here nor there, is it? What are you talking about? Slytherin just shook his head. Never mind, boy. I believe introductions are in order, yes. I am Salazar Slytherin. Salazar, if you would. Harry Potter. Harry replied at once. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harry, said the man, who was now looking much more friendly. Now, please tell me how you happened upon this room. As the only one in a millennium, I'm quite curious why it was so difficult to find. Another guy before me found the chamber about 50-ish years ago, said Harry. He never found this room. As I've said, you are the first to discover me since I was placed here. Huh. Well, anyway, there's actually a lot I should probably catch you up on, said Harry, checking his watch. It was mid-afternoon. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a long time. It was close to midnight when Lucius Malfoy returned to his manor. His fine dress robes were as immaculate as ever, catching on the air as he moved with purpose through the darkened halls of his home. No sound came from the building, which suited him just fine. Narcissa should be asleep by now, and with Draco at school things tended to stay fairly peaceful. The boy was often awake late into the night up to something or another. With Lucius' position in the ministry, it was child's play to obtain documentation permitting his son to perform magic at home outside of school without consequence. Tibsy. A pop announced the arrival of a short house elf. She was clad in something that was shaped into an apron-like garment. Master called Tibsy, she said in a quivering voice. Lucius was never kind to his servants. His treatment of his previous personal elf, Dobby, instilled a great deal of fear into the remaining house elf owned by the Malfoy family. It was to her credit that she rarely earned her master's ire. Bring me dinner and a small vial of pepper-up potion from the cabinet, he said, hanging his cloak on a peg with a number of others. Will master be eating in the study again? Yes. As master wishes. Tibsy should also let master know that mistress is still awake, waiting for master's return. The Malfoy head's mouth formed a small frown. Troublesome woman. Inform her that I have returned and that I wish for her to retire without me, he eventually said, beginning to move to the study. Again, master. Lucius stopped and looked over his shoulder, regarding the elf with an expression that had her shifting quite nervously. Tibsy is just concerned for master's well-being, she said, eyes on the floor. And mistress, as well. I am your master before she is, Tibsy, said Lucius coldly, continuing down the hall. And I believe I gave you orders. If you are unwilling to do them, then I will motivate you. Terrified, the house elf popped away to do her master's bidding. The man just shook his head slightly. How the servant race managed to survive all this time while being so utterly pathetic was beyond him. Making his way to the study, Lucius couldn't help but also be annoyed at his wife. He told her that he would be getting back from work late much more frequently. It was a waste of time to wait up for him, especially considering his newer work for the Dark Lord. She also frequently voiced her disapproval of the late nights, as if he were some frail incompetent person that couldn't deal with extended hours. He couldn't even remember the last time they enjoyed a night together. She was always causing him problems these days, especially since Draco began at Hogwarts. Soon though the tension in his shoulders faded and he was relaxing at last. Dinner was adequate, as was the bottle of wine his elf produced from their cellar. It helped him wind down after a long day. Fudge, the bumbling idiot that he was and would always be, was still completely paranoid of Dumbledore trying to take his position. It was all too easy to keep the minister on edge with a small comment here and a warning there. With his subtle pushing and that atrocity of a witch that was teaching defense against the dark arts in Hogwarts, Fudge was on a downward spiral that he would never recover from. Of course, he would be dragging the ministry down with him, making them all an easy target for the Dark Lord. Thinking of Umbridge, Lucius couldn't help but be grateful that he had the sense of mind to have Draco get some personalized training over the summer. Dark arts or not, Umbridge wouldn't be teaching her students anything but how to die, and that was wholly unacceptable for his heir. The woman even managed to push through another 2 educational decrees, and they were barely 2 weeks into October. Of course, with the Board of Governors under his control and their willingness to allow the school to decline for money, there was little opposing the woman's agenda. About to retire for the night, Lucius' hand twitched to his wand as the door to the study opened suddenly. A small, rat-like man stood in the doorway, eyeing him blankly. Good, you're here. The Dark Lord wants you, said Wormtail, his voice thin. Suffice it to say, the Gryffindor and the Slytherin did not get along despite serving the same master. We are meeting in the smaller dining room. Lucius, lips curled into a sneer as Wormtail left the room, his job done. He was not happy that his home had to play host to the Dark Lord full-time, but such a thing was unavoidable. It was the safest place for him to be and had the best resources for him to use. The rat, however, was one he could do without at all. Unfortunately, the Dark Lord had the man running errands for him almost daily, and required him to be close. Downing the small dose of pepper-up potion, he mastered himself, smoothing down his robes out of habit. The Dark Lord was always one to be treated with the utmost care. Even if the man, and Lucius hesitated to use that word at this point considering his appearance, had some form of kin, he wouldn't be surprised to see them tread lightly as well. There were those who were meant to be feared, and the Dark Lord was undoubtedly one of them. It took only a few minutes to reach the room in question. It was located in a deeper part of the manor that was much more heavily protected by privacy enchantments. The Dark Lord's revival was a matter of the utmost secrecy after all. A lot hinged on the general public bringing itself to its knees. Lucius, I'm glad that you could join us, said Voldemort, his red eyes flashing in the candlelight. I hope I didn't pull you away from anything important. No, my lord. Simply some personal time, he said easily. What did you need from me? We're about to have a small meeting and I would like for you to join, said the Dark Wizard. I also have not been able to get much of a report from you recently due to your late nights at the ministry. Your earlier message was received though. I'd like to hear the latest from you tonight. Of course. Lucius swept the room with his eyes. It was empty but for himself, Voldemort, Wormtail, and Not. The man sat quietly next to Wormtail, whose attention was fixed on his drink. Lucius didn't blame him in the slightest. Will this be all? No, we are waiting for one more. Severus should be joining us shortly. Lucius nodded, keeping his face neutral, though his thoughts were still plain to those in the room. Now, Lucius, don't be like that. Severus has been doing an admirable job as of late. That is not my issue, my lord, he responded. I merely do not have enough reason to trust him after being near Dumbledore for so long. It would be unwise of me not to doubt him, despite his familiarity with my family. Ah, but it is that very decision of his that has made him so useful to us all, isn't it? Voldemort replied. Do not let it concern you. His tone said the matter was closed, and Lucius did not broach the subject again. Instead, he settled for waiting patiently. Forgive me, my lord, I was informing Dumbledore of my summons. Severus Snape moved into the room quickly, taking the open seat next to Voldemort. It has become increasingly troublesome to leave the castle in secrecy with the undersecretary poking her nose around so much. I am fortunate to have the headmaster's assistance. Of course, nodded Voldemort. At last they could begin. We will, as usual, discuss what we will allow Dumbledore to know of tonight after the meeting. Let us begin. He looked around at each of them, settling on Lucius. What is the state of our affairs within the ministry? Unfortunately, my lord, less than perfect, said the bee. Owned, not happy that he had bad news to deliver. While Fudge continues to be our unwitting ally, and everything that comes along with that, there are others who have been making things quite difficult. First and foremost is Amelia Bones. Receiving neither positive nor negative reactions from Voldemort, Lucius continued steadily. Our plan to liberate your loyal followers from Azkaban has been set back. We have been doing our best to divert the amount of force that is assigned to protect the prison as to make it easier to attack. However, Fudge was unable to follow through with the redirecting we have been planning. Madame Bones not only prevented the security force at Azkaban from being lessened, but she essentially made it impossible to pull people from their positions and be assigned without immediate replacements. Voldemort leaned back in his seat, expression contemplative. Do you believe she suspects foul play? With Fudge having become a great deal more radical in a very short amount of time, I actually do not, said Lucius. She likely believes that this is just another attempt at watching Dumbledore, especially considering that every move to reassign the Azkaban guards has been geared towards something of that nature. Amelia Bones is just acting in her capacity as head of the DMLE. The Bones family was always one that gave our cause trouble. It is a pity that Amelia is so focused on her justice. Voldemort turned his wine glass slowly in his hand, allowing the light to dance off of it. She would have made a great ally, though there's no chance of that now obviously. Once we return to the open, she and the remainder of her family will be among the first to go. He put the wine glass back down and returned his gaze to Lucius. In any case, how far back has this potentially put us? Only about 1 month, to be safe. The operation should be prepared by late January. It is too bad that we couldn't prepare anything for Halloween this year. No matter, we will remember for next time, said Voldemort. Turning, he continued, "Not, how goes recruitment?" "Better than we originally hoped, my lord," he said in a low voice, eyes not quite meeting the red orbs staring back at him. "In addition to those who already have returned to your side, the older families we have so far contacted who supported us through the First War are willing to do the same again. Their resources will aid our cause greatly. Though progress is slow, we are also recruiting new members, though it won't be anything like it will be once the world knows of your return." "Our current force of Death Eaters?" asked Voldemort. "About 24, though you are worth an army yourself, my lord." "Yes, we will see this number grow immensely once we move into the open. Many still long for the old ways. What of the dark creatures? The giants are not agreeing to follow you, but they are listening, which is still good. Given their tendency to simply break things that move, we have been making progress." Nott frowned as he continued. "Both the werewolves and the vampires are hesitant to join, though for different reasons. Greyback is still doing his best to dominate and unify all of Great Britain's migrant packs into his own rapidly growing one and currently wants to focus on that. When it comes to serving my lord, he does not believe you can offer him enough for him to make public enemies of the ministry and others." Lucius gave a small snort of mirth. "Something to add, Lucius?" said Voldemort, shifting his gaze to look at the man. "Merely that Greyback is extremely single-minded," he said. "His ultimate goals are to spread lycanthropy throughout the world, and he has a sick desire to bite children, the younger the better. He would pledge his soul to anyone who would give him those two things. As I was saying," continued Nott, his tone telling Lucius to shut up, "the werewolves will follow Greyback, and he will be easy to control once my lord comes into the open." "I agree," said Voldemort. He would obviously not be allowing the werewolf population to grow out of control, but tools needed to be used before they were thrown away or else it was a waste. "And the vampires? Much more reluctant to come out of hiding without having some sort of protection. Unlike Greyback, their unofficial leader is far more interested in regaining rights rather than bloodshed. It is unlikely that they will join in any capacity. Of course, there are those who simply wish to feed. There has also been no word of the Order of the Phoenix attempting to approach them. They still have only talked to the giants and the werewolves." Excellent. Voldemort knew that Dumbledore had no chance of turning the majority of any of these groups against him, particularly when the old man couldn't offer them anything of value. They would all serve his purposes well. Truthfully, he was loath to using anything but humans, but as he just returned to a body a handful of months ago and was still recovering greatly, there was only so much he could do. "Severus, what of the Order?" "The Order continues to do their best to prevent the worst that will inevitably happen when you return to the public eye," said Snape, his fingers folded in front of him. "Recruitment is up, mainly with the old members, but they will not be able to contend with my lord's pull. Remus Lupin and Rubeus Hagrid are both returning from their long missions to sway the werewolves and giants from our cause, though unsuccessfully. Dumbledore does not suspect that we will attack Azkaban as he believes that our numbers are still too small. He has mainly been putting most of his effort into dealing with Fudge and protecting the Prophesy." Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Prophesy. "Have the protections changed at all?" "Not that I know of," said Snape. "The corridor leading to the more heavily protected sections of the Department of Mysteries is always guarded by an Order member, sometimes two if they can spare it. As I've said before, beyond that I do not believe that Dumbledore has placed any protections as he does not have easy access to the area himself. Still, the department is tricky to navigate in itself unless we have someone who knows it." Voldemort's mouth thinned. "This is why we need Rookwood. Lucius, do everything you can to quicken our plans on Azkaban. You may go." At once everyone stood and began to leave. Severus, remain behind. The other three men glanced at the potions master before leaving in haste. The less time they spent in their lord's presence, the less chance they would be tortured for something beyond their control. Unfortunately, it wasn't that uncommon. "My lord, is there something else you need of me?" asked Snape, keeping his eyes on Voldemort's feet. The Dark Lord, however, looked out the nearby window into the darkness, his eyes reflecting in the glass. "Tell Dumbledore everything you heard tonight but our plans for Azkaban. I will not risk that operation failing. Additionally, Wormtail has a list of potions that I require you to prepare for me. They will be used in rituals to aid in my resurrection. Yes. Voldemort looked at his pale hands with a smile on his face. This body is but the first step. Do this for me, Severus. Snape bowed. As my lord commands. He made to leave but was stopped when Voldemort spoke again. How has Potter been faring? He asked. Has Dumbledore begun training him yet? Dumbledore continues to avoid Potter completely. He fears that there is some connection between you after using his blood to revive yourself. As far as training goes, Potter was only trained during the month of August, and it was not particularly productive. Snape frowned. I am beginning to wonder if he is not raising a savior but a martyr instead. Voldemort smirked. A martyr. Either way, the boy will die by my hand. I will personally end whatever hope the prophesy gave the world against me. 2 weeks. In just 2 weeks, Harry's life had completely flipped around and gone nuts. He could barely believe that such a short time ago that he was drinking butterbeer with Tracy and the Three Broomsticks, relaxing like he didn't have a care in the world. It all started with the Monday following the Hogsmeade weekend. True to her nature, Umbridge managed to make everyone's lives immensely more difficult by having another educational decree passed. It was waiting for them in their common rooms before they even left for breakfast. Clearly someone worked fast to get this done. She must know. It's too perfect to be a coincidence, muttered Ron as they and a number of others who were at the meeting the day before gathered around the poster. Harry nodded his agreement. I'm actually more curious about whether she found out from a student or through some other means. Maybe a type of spell we don't know about. Wondered Harry as they waited for Hermione to come down from the girls' dormitories. Their attempt at climbing the stairs failed quite spectacularly when the steps turned into a completely smooth slide. Probably those bloody snakes, the redhead continued. I knew we couldn't trust them. If only you understood how hypocritical you are about that house. Almost every problem we've ever had in this place has been because of one of them, he countered. Almost every problem we've ever had in this place has been because of Malfoy, corrected Harry immediately. Stop talking down about those three, you don't even know them. And you do. Loads better than you do, that's for sure. Whatever, said Ron grumpily. In what looked to be a supreme effort, he let the matter go. It was just too easy to talk dirt about the Slytherins. Anyway, what's done is done. She knows. Now what? Harry just smirked. We'll just be operating more in secret than before. Yeah, the get caught and you get expelled. Secrecy. Love that one, said Ron sarcastically, and Harry chuckled. Didn't know there was another kind, he replied, making Ron laugh. Too true, mate. Hey, you two, what's up? Said Hermione, sliding into the room. One of the girls said that you tried coming up the steps. What is it with that anyway? Asked Ron, clearly irritated. You've literally woke us up before straight out of our beds. How is that fair at all? Could have been Starkers for all you knew. Well, the founders figured boys were less trustworthy than girls, especially when it came to sleeping arrangements, she said with a shrug. It's all in Hogwarts, a history, if you'd ever take the time to read it. Harry couldn't help but be curious himself and decided to ask Salazar about it later. Of course Ron already returned fire. Why should I bother reading a 1,000+ page book when you know the entire thing by heart? What's up, Hermione? Harry interrupted before they could begin arguing again, is that there was another educational decree passed that banned the formation or meeting of groups of students that are 3 or more, unless they have the express permission of the High Inquisitor. See for yourself. He motioned to the notice which Hermione read over quickly, her face darkening. Do you think someone told? Asked Ron, wanting her opinion. Hermione gave them both a grim look. Well, it's possible, but for their sakes I hope no one did. She lowered her voice even further than it already was, though no one was close enough to hear them to begin with. I put a pretty complex jinx on that parchment and everyone signed it. If anyone tells, well, it's not going to be pretty. However, as they soon discovered, not a single student who attended the Hog's Head meeting was jinxed in any way, meaning that they must have been overheard by someone loyal to Fudge and Umbridge. Fred suggested that the pubs in the village might have had listening spells placed in them. In the end, there was nothing they could do about it but deal with the added secrecy. At the same time, This made Harry even more satisfied that they were doing this right under Umbridge's nose. Unfortunately, this wasn't the only consequence of the new decree. While the new secret defense group was still rolling, Quidditch ground to a halt. Ever one to do the blatantly unfair, she refused the Gryffindor team permission to reform, while allowing the others without any trouble. Not about to let this go, Angelina appealed to McGonagall, who immediately went to Dumbledore. Dumbledore told Umbridge that she could either reform all the teams or none of them. Deciding not to create any more enemies than she already had, she opted to allow Quidditch to continue. Of course, Harry knew that the jab was ultimately directed at him. Umbridge was still quick to target him in any way, given that she didn't have control over him in her classes. She had yet to ever been able to catch him out doing or saying anything that could be reasonably punishable. All of the unreasonable ones that she tried to hit him with were overruled by McGonagall or the headmaster. But Umbridge was never one to let others get their way over hers. With incredible swiftness, she acquired another decree, giving her ultimate power over punishments in the school. Within a day, Harry was banned from all extracurricular activities until the day he graduated, effectively ending his school Quidditch career. And, while making him want to kill her on multiple occasions thereafter, it was still something he could live with so long as he never had to step into her classroom. Barely. The next day, Harry was tasked with telling Angelina the bad news. She was livid, first at Umbridge, then at him, but ultimately settled for being fairly depressed. He was able to tell her without getting too worked up himself, but that was only because the night before he spent a very good amount of time destroying glass figures that looked like Umbridge with a metal bat in the room. The thing that Harry was most worried about was what effect the introduction of this new educational decree would have on him if it ever got out what he did to Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Nott. However, to his great surprise, he did not have to fight against a move for his expulsion that week. In fact, he didn't even get a talking to. Nobody knew that he attacked the Slytherins, and Harry really wasn't quite sure why. Malfoy was always one to try and get him in trouble, let alone for something that Harry did to him personally. But this time it went unspoken. Perhaps Malfoy really didn't want it spread that they lost so decidedly against him, even when they had the numbers. Malfoy's expressions whenever he was looking at Harry told it all, though. He would get him back. Eventually. Cries of Expelliarmus sounded throughout the room, red jets of light flying everywhere, as well as wands. Harry, who was a little behind due to being the one who counted everyone off, felt his wand leave his hand and clatter to the floor a number of feet in front of him. Bah, not as good, said Blaise, grimacing at the fallen wand. He was likely trying to get it to come to him. Well, regardless, you did disarm me. That's the biggest point, said Harry. I'd suggest putting a little more focus in getting my wand away from me. It'll probably help it make its way to you. He picked up his wand and looked around. Blimey, this is a mess. Well, it had to happen initially. Zabini, could you alternate with Tracy and Greengrass while I walk around? Blaise nodded and joined his housemates. Holding out his hand, a whistle appeared right in it, which Harry blew loudly, causing the commotion to die down, a few more wands clattering to the floor. The first ever meeting of the Defense Association, RDA for short, was as chaotic as he'd imagined it being. This crew really needed the help. Well now, that was informative, wasn't it? He winced internally as Sirius practically jumped out of his mouth. Good lord, Sirius, look what you've done. I'm sure a bunch of you are wondering why there can be such a wide difference in what seems to be just a simple second-year spell. Harry moved back to the head of the group so that they could all see him. It's really important for all of you to keep in mind the intent of the spell that you're trying to cast at all times. When I disarmed Smith before in my example, I didn't just point my wand and say a word, I really wanted his wand in my hand and his A.S. on the floor. You really need to mean it, and that doesn't mean shout it louder, he added, hoping to quell that bad habit early. Now, let's try that again, and I'll walk around to help out. Go on. Harry spent the next hour or so moving from person to person and giving tips and suggestions. Wand grip corrections, stance, enunciation, wand movement, all things that could be tweaked to better a spell's performance. It was interesting once they realized that just saying the words and hitting their targets weren't enough. The younger years were the ones who needed the most help, but even the older students benefited from the advice he gave. Slowly the general level of the group improved, and Harry was able to slip back into the training himself, telling everyone after a while to switch to a new partner. If he continually got them to work with new people, then they would all know each other better, keep the group tighter, and, most importantly, lessen the bias everyone had against the Slytherins, though he knew that would probably take a long time. "Harry, have you checked the time?" asked Hermione, as he came close to her. Checking his watch, he saw that it was 9:45, meaning they only had 15 minutes before they would all be out of bounds. He blew the whistle once again, and the chaos died away. "That was really good, you all," he said approvingly. "You've made some real progress from when we started at 8. Now it's 15 minutes to curfew, so we should wrap things up here. We'll be in touch about when the next meeting is, sound good?" Using the map, which he passed of as another perk from the room, he let everyone go in 2s and 3s so it wouldn't look like a large group had just broken up. "Harry, that was really great, let's meet again soon," said Cho, as she and Marietta left. He grinned and nodded, before waving over the next group. "What are we going to work on next time?" asked Tracy as they approached. Harry shrugged. "Maybe the impediment jinx. Body bind. Not too sure," said Harry after a second. "We'll be doing early stuff for at least a couple weeks anyway. We need to focus more on good casting technique than anything. Keep an ear out for the next meeting. We'll figure out something to make it easier to get info out, but for now we'll just have to work with what we have." "Right. Night then, Harry," she said, leading the way out the door. Blaise followed her closely with a respectful nod, but Daphne trailed behind a bit, eyes on Harry's. They looked pensive. Harry thought back to the few minutes he spent with her, watching her cast and making comments. Daphne was fairly good with her wand. She understood her basics well. Still, there was a lot to criticize, and criticize he did. However, instead of arguing with him like Smith did, she simply nodded when he finished and returned to her work. Now, standing here and staring at him, Harry still wasn't sure what to make of her. "Canute for your thoughts," he said. His words seemed to pull her out of whatever she was thinking about because as soon as he asked, she shook her head and stuck out her chin a bit, brushing a lock of hair out of her face. "My thoughts aren't so cheap, Potter," she said, her dark hair waving behind her. Harry just chuckled in good humor, crossing his arms as he leaned on the door frame. "No, I suppose they wouldn't be, would they?" he said. "Galleon, then." Tracy suddenly walked back into view, grabbing her arm. "What on earth are you two even talking about?" she said, rolling her eyes. "Let's go." Daphne let herself get dragged away, deciding not to respond. "I'm telling you, Harry, it's totally pointless trying to talk with the snakes," said Ron, shaking his head. "Especially her. It's like trying to have a chat with Winter, except this version is here year-round, has a wand, and isn't afraid to use it." "I'll admit, she doesn't go out of her way to be pleasant to people," agreed Hermione. "Though I've also never seen her purposely be offensive to others like Malfoy does. She tends to just try and exist in her own space." Harry just shrugged. "Anyway, let's head back to the common room," said Ron, moving to the door. "I'll catch up. I want to try a few things to prep for the next DA session." "You're going to work on herbology tonight, right?" Harry asked Hermione. "Yes, I finished Transfiguration and Runes last night." "Cool. I haven't done Transfiguration yet, but I did my herbology. You can check it if you'd like." Hermione nodded with a smile. Though he would never understand it, Hermione enjoyed checking through his work. Hey, whatever made her happy. "All right, I will," she said. "Who knows, maybe I'll learn something from it. That'll be the day. I'm almost sad we don't have an actual defense class, you know," she frowned. "You do write some very interesting things for that class. Ron, R." She turned to find the room empty but for them. "Ugh, Pratt. He left me. Don't stay out too late, Harry." "Don't worry, I've got the map. Besides, we have a graveyard shift tonight." Hermione's face fell immensely. "Drat, I'd forgotten about that," she said in misery. "I hate that shift. I feel so drained the next day." "I don't know about that," countered Harry, grinning at her. You always seem to enjoy nodding off against me for most of it. It's been getting cold lately too. Maybe you should bring a blanket. He dodged her swipe easily. Harry Potter, you are the worst. The weekend before Halloween marked the second Hogsmeade weekend of the term, and as the following one wouldn't be until the later half of November, a lot of students took the opportunity to get off the grounds. Time was passing rather quickly for Harry. With his attention split between his classes, training, and teaching the DA, which was turning out to be even more enjoyable than he originally thought it would be, he barely noticed that October was almost at a close. The DA in particular had turned into something special for him. Now, instead of just training himself to survive, he was helping his friends to do the same. It felt great to be doing something positive. Also, the other members of the group were taking to the lessons very well and were progressing at a good pace. There were a lot of talented young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, and all they really needed was someone to round out their spellcasting education. That Saturday, however, Harry found himself going to the village alone. Hermione was doing a slew of work for the extra classes that she was taking compared to him, and Ron was stuck in Quidditch practice with the rest of the team. Thankfully, he was completely caught up on his work, considering that he only was going to 5 classes instead of 8. Also, Grubbly Plank never assigned homework, choosing to keep her lessons simple but informative. Potions was easily his most difficult class, but by focusing completely on his work and blocking out all distractions, he managed to complete his work without any mishaps. Beyond that, it was just dealing with the tough papers Snape assigned. Herbology was more hands-on, and charms and transfiguration were much more wands-on. Considering all the extra practice he put in for defense, it wasn't surprising that he was rather excelling at both wand classes. Magic was just something he got. Beyond that, he wasn't really sure how even to explain it. Harry turned to find Cho jogging towards him. Hey, Cho, he said as she caught up. How are you? I'm well, thanks, she said brightly. Where are Ron and Hermione? You three are usually all over each other. Harry just shook his head. I don't know if I'd put it that way. Hermione is doing homework, probably in the library, and Ron has Quidditch all day. Angelina is training him hard. He sighed heavily. The fact that he was off the team was still pretty sore. Quidditch did help balance his life a bit. I'm sorry about what happened with the team, said Cho at once, giving him a consoling look. I can't believe she can actually get away with stuff like that. Yeah, well, it just gives me more time to do other things, he said with a shrug. Quidditch took a good chunk of time in a single week. Now that he wasn't flying almost every other day, he was putting the time into his training. Anyway, never mind that, what are you up to today? Well, I was going to visit some shops for some necessary things, but other than that I'm free, she said suggestively. How about you? I'm meeting up with a friend from outside of Hogwarts a bit later, but for now I'm not doing anything, I suppose, he said. He could almost see Cho's brain working behind her pretty face. Deciding to be bold, he continued, You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to get me to spend some time with you. Cho's face scrunched up a bit in a pout as she put her hands on her hips. Well, if you're going to be like that about it, then I'll be on my way, she said, turning on her heel. Harry just crossed his arms and watched her back in amusement. It wasn't like she was going anywhere. After a few seconds, she glanced back over her shoulder to see Harry just staring at her. What? You haven't exactly left yet. Cho let out a small puff of air that turned into a nice little white cloud in front of her. Even that was cute. You aren't actually going to make me say it, are you? She said with a frown. That's not right. She was looking at him in an appraising way. Suddenly it occurred to Harry that she might actually not be playing around like she normally did when they chatted. Sorry, I don't really know when my friend is going to show up, but until she does, would you like to go through the village with me? I'd really enjoy your company. Harry wasn't sure who was more surprised by those words, Cho or himself. She was now blushing in a way that didn't just speak to the crisp weather about them. Well, if you're going to ask like that, she mumbled, looking highly pleased. Suddenly her eyebrows narrowed sharply. Wait, Danger. Danger. Yeah, She's a really good friend that I've been keeping in touch with. He rambled off at once, becoming increasingly uneasy with the look he was getting from Cho. Doesn't go to Hogwarts anymore, works for the ministry. I don't know many people who aren't from school. I grew up with my aunt and uncle after all, he explained with a shrug. That's right. I'd forgotten your family is muggles, said Cho as they began walking down the road in a random direction. Cho finally relaxed, her face in understanding. How was that? Growing up with them, she added at Harry's questioning look. My aunt and uncle's place was about as unmagical as you can get, said Harry, rolling his eyes. What about you? Well, you know my family isn't from around here originally. Harry spent the remainder of the morning in Cho's company, wandering between stores and listening to her talk animatedly about pretty much anything. They'd never really gotten to do so before without having something else they both needed to get to. Cho was pleasant, and though she certainly did talk a lot, it wasn't annoying. Harry actually rather liked listening to her voice. You're not paying attention, are you? Cho accused as they sat at a table in the Three Broomsticks, finishing up their meal. Harry blinked, feeling his cheeks heat lightly. Technically he was listening, but he was allowing her voice to wash over him. Of course I am, he said at once. Oh, I'm getting the distinct feeling of a lack of trust here. You're such a boy. Well, that's a relief. I was worried for a while you might think I was a girl. Cho just rolled her eyes at the joke. What do we have here? Harry suppressed a groan as a familiar female voice wafted over their table. He and Cho both turned to find none other than a pink-haired Tonks watching them in curiosity. Tonks, would it kill you to say hi in a normal way? He drawled. Your friend, I take it, said Cho, eyeing Tonks somewhat warily. Unless he's waiting for another person, that would be a yes. She plopped down in a free seat. Having a little date, are you? I didn't think I was that late. We're friends, Tonks, Harry corrected, missing the flash of irritation that crossed Cho's face. Turning to her he said, Cho, this is Tonks. She's an Auror for the ministry. Are you? She said in surprise, her expression shifting to something less aggressive. I'm sorry if I seemed annoyed. You must be very busy all the time, especially considering, she broke off at Harry's meaningful look. Not here, Cho, he said with a nod. But yeah, looking back at Tonks he said, did you get into the village just now or were you walking about for a bit? How'd you find me anyway? Nope, I woke up about half an hour ago, said Tonks brightly. Love sleeping in when I can. Tonks, it's barely past noon. Details. So what's your house? She asked Cho. I'm a Ravenclaw 6th year. How about you? What house were you in? Harry said you used to go to Hogwarts. Used to be a puff, but that's history now. It's actually something we're advised to let go of quickly in my line of work because you may need to work with anyone at the drop of a hat. Looking back at Harry she said, I'm sorry I'm as late as I am. I did mean to wake up earlier but I didn't get home from work until pretty late last night. Don't worry about it, we've still got plenty of daylight left. Cho quickly looked between the two of them and finished her drink. I'm going to head out, she said, standing with a stretch. I don't want to cut into your visiting time. It was nice meeting you, Tonks returned with a smile. Cho mirrored it before turning back to Harry. I had a great time, let's do this again. She leaned over and gave him a key on the cheek, eyes meeting Tonks momentarily before retreating out of the inn, face flushed but satisfied. Tonks watched the girl go before looking back at Harry and frowning at his expression. Never been key. Ed on the cheek before. Ginny did once, he said defensively, still looking at the entrance. Lips pressed lightly against his cheek, making him freeze for a moment before turning wide-eyed to the now laughing girl. Now I have two. Let's get a better table. Dumping his plate and grabbing a couple fresh butterbeers, Tonks led a blushing Harry upstairs and to one of the more secluded booths. He let out a tired breath as they were finally seated. Of course you have to tease me, he said with a grimace. Is it fun? Nothing better, she said with a cheerful smile, knocking back a third of her drink. Gah, I love this stuff. Harry met her eyes before making a subtle movement with his hand. Tonks raised her eyebrows slightly but said nothing, continuing to drink at a more sedate pace. Putting the mug down she nodded. All right, I've warded us. No one can eavesdrop. Thanks, sighed Harry. It was weird seeing you all the time over the summer and then not at all for 2 months. Same, Harry. How have you been? I know we've been writing letters a lot, but there's only so much you can put in one of those anyway. I don't even know, he said, leaning on his elbows. Things are great on one hand and shit on the other. Aren't they always? Unfortunately. Well, you might as well start talking, she replied, nudging him with her leg under the table. Whatever it is, I'll listen. Harry covered his small smile by taking another sip of his drink. She might still say and do downright embarrassing things, but Tonks was really a good friend to have. They talked into the late afternoon. Harry gave Tonks a much more detailed account of his life over the past 2 months, adding a lot of the little things that just never made it to the letters. His concerns with Sirius's safety, Voldemort's surely growing strength, and how worried he was that he wasn't doing enough. I've just been training and training. It's become my answer to everything, honestly. How has training been lately anyway? Asked Tonks. I mean, it can't be the same as when you had me and Sirius and the others, right? Not really, but it's still pretty good, he replied. The room just gives me whatever I need whenever I need it. It's still the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It sounds like it. I'll definitely check it out if I ever visit the castle, agreed Tonks. That reminds me, did you ever finish reading through that manual I gave you? I brought the other one with me today in case you did. Harry brightened immediately. Yeah, I did, it was great, he said, fishing into a pocket and drawing out a tiny book the size of a stamp. I should apologize though. I've gotten into the habit of making notes in my books recently, and I ended up writing all over yours. And you didn't erase it all yourself because. I don't know how without burning the book. Tonks gave a laugh at that, tucking the book away into a pocket. Don't tell me my talent with household charms has rubbed off onto you. I already crisped one of my other books, I just didn't want to risk it, he said dejectedly. I did manage to make a copy though. Well, maybe I'll take a read then before I do anything, she mused with a grin. A moment later there was another stamp-sized book on the table between them. Anyway, here's the other one. If I'd have gotten a slap on the wrist for lending you the first one, lending you this one is liable to get me a pretty thorough spanking. Not the fun kind either. Harry smirked and took the shrunken book, slipping it into his pocket. It's pretty much all the heavy stuff, and half of it is devoted to dark arts and known counters. Gotta know what they are if we're ever going to come up against them, after all. If you have to try out some of those spells, just please do it only so you know what they'd look like if they were ever coming at you. Some spells just shouldn't exist to begin with. Don't worry, Nim, I'm not about to become a Dark Lord, he said. Besides, it's way more tasteful to take someone down without also making their blood boil or their skin rot. Well, that's a relief, Tonks joked, getting to her feet. They both finished up and headed into the street, which was packed with people. So where did you want to go? Harry asked as they walked down the street, away from the carriages. Lots of places. We've still got daylight and I'm not about to waste it, Tonks said with a grin. So hang on tight. She snaked an arm around Harry's back and a second later they'd vanished with a light crack. Come on, Harry, how much longer are you going to be? I'm starving. Be nice if we could be on time to this thing at least once. Ron, I told you I'll be heading down in a minute or two, just go. Fine, see you in the hall. I'll tell Hermione. Harry let out a breath as Ron finally left the dormitory. He didn't like being pushed places, especially on a day like this one. Halloween never seemed to work out for him and this particular one dawned cold and dreary. It wasn't as if he was depressed or anything. Well, not really. He had long gotten past dealing with his parents being dead. It was just that he didn't really have any other day to connect with them like he did this one. He didn't know their birthdays or their anniversary, which wasn't on the few pictures of their wedding. He'd never even seen their graves, wherever they were. Did they even have them? No one bothered telling him any of this information, and he wasn't particularly keen on asking for it even though he wanted to know. He avoided it because he just didn't want to start the inevitable fight over him being kept in the dark about a lot in his life, about how everyone seemed to think they could make decisions for him because he was too young. There was a great deal of pent-up frustration lingering on that issue. He did his best to let it go. Harry pulled the worn photo album that Hagrid gave him years ago out from under his pillow, staring at the cover. It was one of his most treasured possessions and without a doubt the most handled. After receiving it from Hagrid at the end of his first year, he looked through the pages so many times he knew what was on each one by heart. The album got him through the particularly bad parts of his last few summers, locked away from the world he belonged to. No matter how awful things were, how miserable he felt, they would always smile at him, and he would do his best to smile back. He always wondered if they knew who was outside the picture or if they just waved whenever someone was watching them. Perhaps the photo was just spelled to react when something moved directly in front of it. There was no way of knowing. It wasn't as if the tiny figures could talk to tell him at any rate. Maybe Sirius knew. But then again, it wouldn't matter anyway as all the pictures predated his own existence. If there was a picture with him as a baby, would his parents be able to recognize him after all these years? He liked to pretend that they did, even if it was unlikely. Finally making it to the last page, he stopped. Most of the pictures were of his parents together somewhere. He never recognized any of the places, and waving at him brightly, arm in arm or doing something else. There was even one where his mother would periodically scoop up a pile of leaves on the ground at her feet and throw them in the air to let them dance around her and her husband while he just grinned and pulled her close. His favorite picture, however, was one where his mum and dad were seemingly oblivious to the outside world, only looking out of the picture every once in a while. It struck him, like in all the others, that he could only be a few years younger than they were in any of the photos. They died so young after all. 14 years. Harry mumbled, running a finger along the thin protective cover that held the photos in place. He closed the album and tucked it back under his pillow before fixing his Gryffindor tie and heading out of the dorm, mentally preparing himself for another stupid Halloween feast. The Great Hall was as filled with energy as ever. The Halloween feast was always a favorite of many and would forever remain so. The giant pumpkins floating above them with the occasional cackle of dark laughter, the ghosts doing their best to scare the shit out of anyone who wasn't paying attention, not to mention the wonderful food and candy heaped all over the place. The first years had eyes as big as dinner plates merely from sensory overload. Luckily for them there would be no trolls interrupting them. It was sure to be an exciting night. And of course, there was the bloody fact that this region of the wizarding world still treated Halloween something like a national holiday. Every single one of the students here was exposed to the festivities in some capacity over their lives, and traditions were hard to pass up when the school put a grand feast on the same day, even if they were ultimately unrelated. It was impossible to miss the looks he got from various students around him. You couldn't talk about Voldemort being gone without thinking about the boy who lived. He ignored it all though, sticking to talking with his friends sitting around him. Or at least the ones who were able to speak and weren't apparently trying to suffocate themselves by inhaling food. It was interesting, in a way, how Halloween was also the day that he found out about that night. Sitting at his first Halloween feast, he was excited to be a part of everything when someone brought up Voldemort being beaten. Suddenly all the stares were returning, but people were jovial about it, just like they learned to be. And Harry inadvertently found out that it was that exact day, years ago, that his parents were murdered. Fortunately, he didn't get much time to think about it as Quirrell chose that exact moment to come barging into the hall, yelling about the troll he let in. Not that he was complaining in the end. That particular event brought Hermione into his life, and given the task he'd be hard-pressed to come up with a more significant one. Can you imagine if he hadn't attacked Potter? The voice was soft, but he heard it nonetheless. It came from one of the Hufflepuff younger years sitting directly behind him across the aisle. He did his best to block it out, but the voice captured his attention like a magnet. Yeah, I'd imagine he'd still be around, said another. Da said we were losing badly. Don't talk about it. I don't even want to consider it. This voice was quite timid. Mum still has nightmares about before. I don't blame her, a fourth said. Once you know who targets ya, you're finished. Harry, said Hermione, looking over at him. He'd stood up quite suddenly. Is everything all right? Ginny sat on her other side, pausing from their conversation to also look up at him in curiosity. Fine, Hermione, just need the bathroom, he said, sticking his hands in his pockets and walking out of the hall. His exit went practically unnoticed by those around him. Sure, people saw him, but students were always walking in and out of the hall to use the loo. There was a nice one just off the entrance hall. Of course, he had no interest in heading there. Instead, he walked straight out of the castle, casting a warming charm on himself to keep from freezing. It was getting very cold, his breath clouding thickly in the air. Can you imagine if he hadn't attacked Potter? I imagine I'd still have parents, he growled, unable to keep his temper down. He always came back to this whenever he contemplated that night. Why did Voldemort target him? Why? Who in their right mind goes after a baby? What kind of crazy person goes after a baby? From his very first year he asked the headmaster that question, and the man's response was that he was not ready for the answer. Not that he didn't know, but that it was not the right time to say. To be fair, Dumbledore probably made the right decision at the time. He was only 11, fresh to the wizarding world with far too little in the way of, well, anything. But still, years later, hadn't he been through enough to show he could deal with it? If Dumbledore was still keeping it from him, then there was much more to this than he used to think. He had no idea what to think to begin with. Stupid. Annoying. Potter. What on earth are you doing? Harry turned at the sudden exclamation. There, standing a number of yards away from him on the steps was none other than Daphne and Tracy. They were watching him from the entranceway with identical wary expressions. What are you two doing out here? He said at once. Coming to find out why we can hear small explosions on the way back from the bathroom, Tracy said, now coming closer until she was a few feet away. Her eyes were locked on the area behind him. Are you okay? What did the grounds ever do to you? What? He turned to find himself faced with a good number of craters of various sizes littering the immediate area. That was when he became aware of his wand in his hand. Shit, McGonagall's gonna kill me. Just fix it. It doesn't look like anyone else heard. Harry gave her a flat look. Landscaping is a little out of my skill set, he said. Not from what I see, Tracy quipped under her breath, though he heard it just the same. Daphne considered him for a second before glancing back at the door to the castle, then at Tracy, who shrugged. The door was still cracked open the way they left it and dim sounds of festive children filled the background. All right, we'll help you out. Looks like I get to be the teacher for the night. Harry looked at her in surprise. Really? True, they were civil enough with each other, but Daphne was never one to offer him much of anything, let alone help. If anything, he would have sooner expected it from Tracy. Seeing his look, the girl scowled. Don't make me take it back, Potter. All right, geez. He rubbed his shoulder lightly. So, what's this spell? I take it you only know Reparo, right? She asked, receiving a nod from the boy. Reparo works for most things, but something like this calls for a more primitive spell, I suppose. The spell is Retexo. Like so. Retexo. Daphne gave her wand 2-minute counterclockwise circles. At once the small ditch reformed itself into a solid part of the main path. That's it? He asked in interest, mimicking Daphne's wand movements. Make the circle tighter, Tracy added before Daphne could get the words out. Casting her an apologetic look, she continued, I know you've been telling us that none of that stuff matters, but it might help you learn it faster. They began moving about the area, cleaning up the mess that Harry created. He was still embarrassed that it all happened without him really being aware of it. He really needed to get a handle on things. What? He asked, having missed what Daphne just said. They were working in silence, with the exception of muttering the spell. I said, what got you doing all this to begin with? She repeated, looking around at the last few holes. Working together they cleaned up most of them in a few minutes. Tracy was even clearing up errant dirt from some of his more sloppily fixed holes. Harry glanced at her before returning to his work. You were just standing there, blowing craters in the ground. Dunno. I suppose I spaced out for a bit. You seem to be doing that a lot these days, Daphne observed, taking care of another hole. He shook his head and continued with the cleanup. A minute later, Harry was sitting on the front steps, looking out onto the grounds while Daphne and Tracy leaned against the stairs, retaining wall a number of feet up, talking in hushed voices. They returned the area to its original state, and Harry doubted that anyone would notice that it was blasted recently. He was still surprised that they actually stayed, let alone continued to help. Daphne shifted slightly, rubbing her upper arms slightly as she gave off the tiniest shiver. Without even thinking, Harry silently cast a warming charm on her, being careful not to overheat the girl, and mimicked it on Tracy. Their eyes widened a bit as the charm began to take effect and they flickered to his wand, which was still hanging loosely in his hand. Thanks. Sure. Daphne exchanged another few words quietly with Tracy before speaking again. Are you going to tell me what ticked you off earlier? He didn't say anything, though the line of his mouth thinned a bit. Come off it, Potter. Even now you look like someone kicked your owl, she continued, shooting Tracy an exasperated glance. I look, snapped Harry, like someone who's thinking about the anniversary of his parents' murders. I've got little else to remember them by. Daphne bit the inside of her lip. Both girls now looked incredibly guilty. Sorry, she mumbled. I didn't mean. Of course you didn't, he said. No one does. Everyone else in this King world can't wait to crack open a bottle to celebrate the fall of you-know-who. His voice was mocking as he spoke Voldemort's moniker. Thank Merlin for the great Harry Potter. He's saved us all so we can go back to our daily lives. Harry stood, facing the two with a dark look. I hate it. Greengrass, Harry growled out. Every damn second of this stupid celebration. Every inch of my shiny, bullshit pedestal. How would you feel if your sister was murdered and the whole country was happy about it, simply because they were all safe? Your parents were murdered and you're alone now, Tracy, but you're famous, so cheers to that. I wouldn't. But Harry was having none of it. He moved closer with each word, causing the girls to retreat in much the same way. And year after year you were celebrated as a hero. Thank goodness your sister was killed. You're a hero. Smile a bit, Daphne. You're a hero because she died and you didn't. Why are you looking at me like that, Tracy? It's just your parents. You're famous. Why aren't you happy? Everyone else is. Daphne's back collided with Tracy as she finally reached the doors of the castle. Harry, stop. He pulled up short at the shout that came from the figure standing by the open door. A girl with bushy hair and sadness in her eyes. Just stop. Hermione's distressed voice was like ice water to his body. We get it. They get it. Harry's eyes flicked between the huddled Slytherins and his closest friend multiple times before abruptly turning around and walking down the steps. He continued on down the path into the grounds, but not before pausing at the bottom of the steps. Do you though? To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.